Try to fight it, but you can't even feel it. Try to deny it, but it's coming from someone you love. Not the wisest to deceive her. Can I hide away above it all? In the silence, it's conceited, 'cause it believes that we're defeated. To our surprise, I believe that what's inside us will release us now. Oh, no, the world just have to trust now. Then maybe we'll find out, but now we're coming to the place in the tall grass where we see that the elders have lost time, and the lessons to learn from a long past have all but abandoned our small minds. Scream about nothing but fear, trying to run up a decline. Maybe one day we'll learn the truth, but maybe we're blind by design. Maybe we're blind by design. Maybe we're blind by design. There's something special that we're keeping in a place that's close and near and dear to our hearts. Just a lie that we are different in existence, and it can never happen to us. I only know this because I feel it, and I can see that I've been left in the dark now. But what's worse is that we need it. It leaves me speechless, but we'll just have to trust now. Or that there's things bigger than us now. And maybe we'll find out, but now we're coming to that place in the tall grass. It seems like the elders have lost time, and the lessons we've learned from a long past have all but abandoned our small minds. Scream about nothing but fear, trying to run up a decline. Maybe one day we'll learn the truth, but maybe we're blind by design. Coming to the place in the maybe we're blind by design. Lessons we've learned from a long time. Oh, maybe we're blind by design. About nothing but fear. Oh, maybe we're blind by design. Maybe one day we'll learn the truth. Oh, maybe we're blind by design. Try to fight it, but you can't even feel it. Try to deny it, but it's coming from someone you love. Not the wisest to deceive her. Can I hide away above it all? In the silence, is conceited, 'cause it believes that we're defeated. To our surprise, I believe that what's inside us will release us now. Oh, no, the world just have to trust now. Then maybe we'll find out, but now we're coming to the place in the tall grass where we see that the elders have lost time, and the lessons we learned from a long time have all but abandoned our small minds. Scream about nothing but fear, trying to run up a decline. Maybe one day we'll learn the truth, Lord. Maybe we're blind by design. Maybe we're blind by design. Maybe we're blind by design. There's something special that we're keeping in a place that's close and near and dear to our hearts. Just a lie that we are different in our existence, and it can never happen to us. I only know this because I feel it, and I can see that I've been left in the dark now. Or what's worse, that we need it. It leaves me speechless, but we'll just have to trust now. Oh, that there's things bigger than us now. And maybe we'll find out, but now we're coming to that place in the tall grass. It seems like the elders have lost time, and the lessons we've learned from a long time have all but abandoned our small minds. Scream about nothing but fear, trying to run up a decline. Maybe one day we'll learn the truth, but maybe we're blind by design. Coming to the place in the tall grass. Maybe we're blind by design. Lessons we've learned from a long time. Oh, maybe we're blind by design. About nothing but fear. Maybe we're blind by design. Maybe one day we'll learn the truth. Oh, maybe we're blind by design. Try to fight it, but you can't even feel it. Try to deny it, but it's coming for someone you love. Not the wisest to deceive her. Can I hide away above it all in the silence? It's conceited, 'cause it believes that we're defeated. To our surprise, I believe that what's inside us will release us now. Oh, no, the world just have to try. we see that the elders have lost time, and the lessons to learn from the long past have all but abandoned our small minds. Dream about nothing but fear, trying to run up a decline. Maybe one day we'll learn the truth, Lord. Maybe we're blind by design. Maybe we're blind by design. Maybe we're blind by design. There's something special that we're keeping in a place that's close and near and dear to our hearts. Just a lie that we are different in our existence, and it can never happen to us. I only know this because I feel it, and I can see that I've been left in the dark now. But what's worse is that we need it. It leaves me speechless, but we'll just have to trust now. Oh, that.
Cast, but here we are. The lights are coming on. We have got the 5 lights, and that's very long. The lights are out, and away everybody goes. Let's hope for some decent camera angles. Here we go. It seems like a very, very good start by Dragon there. A little bit of chaos down the back. There's a McLaren already spun, but it is Rainbow now challenging that Mercedes driver for P1, and he does it. They're side by side, and behind them, the McLaren of Justin that race and X Crystals, with X Crystals coming out on top there. A little bit wide there for Rainbow, but he keeps it out ahead. Down the order, we do have some more battles going on there. Justin, that racer, now into P3 as well. Hectic start here for everybody. Lots indeed at the moment. Oh, just a little bit of a touch there into the grass on the exit of turn 4. Nothing you want to do. Astro Boys gives Jari that little shove outside off the track there. They're really going at it here. Is Rainbow now in P2 challenging Hendrix for that top spot. He's going towards the inside of turn 1, off turn 2. And, well, it looks like, oh, a very sideways moment here for Rainbow. But Hendrix not gonna quite be able to hold on. His tires are already 7 laps old. But it was well fought for position there and behind.
Rainbow's gonna be coming through turns 14 and 15. Around turn 16, it is gonna be Rainbow on track who crosses the line first. But Justin is going to be heading. He's going to jump him. He didn't get a penalty. Justin is going to be winning this race. Dragon comes through, gets P3, last step of the podium. Jari then squeezes in at P4. Bailey in P5 due to penalties. Crystal falls down the order and falls out.
And here we go then. We have 4 or 5 lights on ahead of everyone here. And we are going Singapore. That's a good start from the Mercedes of Dane. Good start as well from Domi. In the background, we have a bit of wheel spin from some, but Domi gets away very cleanly. Hammer tries to get alongside of him, but doesn't get it enough. Brocail there in the McLaren, trying to make up some positions. We got yellows in the back. That's Potato F1 already off in the back and spun around.
So some of these guys, the two AlphaTauri seem to have having a coming together, as we have a Potato has retired. We see already in lap 1, again, the brutality of Singapore, that's what happens. But yeah, one of the AlphaTauri. That's the only thing about Singapore, as we were saying, it is a bit difficult to overtake. Oh, we see an overtake up ahead. We see for P7, P8, we've got here McGorth and who's that? McEnville are really going for it. We've got the Alexander is joining them. Oh, and Alexander gets around.
Oh no, there's 2 cars around. I think earlier, now Dane is right on the back of him because he's going to be... Yeah, he's struggling heavily here, and now down the inside, is he gonna go 3 wide there? Dane goes and has a look, nearly hits the rear of Posty there, but yeah, now Dane retaking the lead, and now Hammer is going to... I don't think Hammer knows about the damage there, but he's going to have to try now and get past him as soon as possible, because look at how close these four are, and now he's still got DRS, so he may still be able to use this. Posty has is D-rating as well, so is Keyboard Magnuson. Everyone here as well is going to be struggling. Dane's going to take one, is he going to take two as well? No, he's not. He's going to try and get Keyboard Magnuson here at the moment, but yeah, no. Oh, but here goes Zombie, and he puts Dane in the wall. Oh no, hopefully no damage there. And Dane's ghosted, so I don't know what the rules are there on a ghost overtake, but yeah, he backs out of that. So Dummy does retake the lead. There's all sorts of chaos here. It's starting to take off. Hammer whacks the wall a little bit, but I think he gets away with it. But yeah, backing out of it. He doesn't need to take any risks. This is the last lap. And Dummy and Gotita making this 3 wide down again into the braking zone of Rebels Boulevard, and now Domi gets the move, and all 3 of them come together, and Domi is off. Again, it's the last lap. There was no need for that. Oh no. Okay, so
and he's gonna gift the win to Hammer, who's kept it cool, but Dane crosses the line, P1 on track, and of course Hammer then jumps him to get P1.
Lights to come on, 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 laps. I think that's the deal of today, and then away we actually go, so no waiting this time. Vex, it seems to got a pretty good launch, but I think the Alfa Romeo behind him is trying to challenge him into turn 1, but yeah, Vexit is gonna hold on to that. Crumpy into P2, Owen third, and what is happening there in the background, pretty clean start otherwise, I think.
Yeah, apart from Matt, who did not get away from the grid there, he's actually disqualified.
Yeah, I think that was the same reason he got disqualified. And there's 3 wide actually of the Lambertier, McClobe and Avalanche going 3 wide there up the field, and yeah, Matt getting disqualified, so maybe that was the same issue he had on the formation lap already.
Managed to keep the momentum, and both of them on track still, but it looks like Sin might get this moved on as they head to turn 2, I believe it is, to turn 3.
Oh, and just running the Mercedes almost off the track, and the Mercedes still trying to hang on the
and the Mercedes
inside there and spins out, yeah. Yep, and there is some sort of a contact up ahead as well. What on earth happened there? So MAM, I don't know, that looked like desync to me, so I don't know what happened there. Yeah. And,
we're going to see a movement from John on Owen, yeah, he's got DRS, and he's
around
made the movement, yeah, I think Owen was off the track, and it's he's made it look easy once again. This guy is something else on track, and it's actually going to be a McLaren 1-2 by the looks of it.
Yeah, and Vexit picks up his second win of the day. He already won in SLR Tier 1 earlier today. Right, no, we didn't actually win. He was second, sorry.
Oh, right, okay.
That was my mistake. But anyway, second podium of the day. And yeah, guys, spinning it across the line. And yep, the top 5 that we saw earlier on in the race, making a break for it.
The Mercedes. We have got 5 red lights, and we are go with the 4th heat, and it looks like Ben has had an absolutely great launch as Luca's already squeezing him to the edge of the track. They're going to run side by side into turn 1, but Ben's going to have the inside line, so it looks like he's set to take the lead of this race, but he breaks quite early. No, actually, Luca breaks late, and Lewis gets spun, so he's probably out as well. He resets to track. You're not supposed to do that, but it absolutely throws him out there. Renzo has gone from P6 to P3 as far as I'm aware. Zook 4th, Max 5th, Bean down to 7th. Ingenio's got himself into 6th, so he is knocking on the door, and Luca and Ben fighting into the Variante della Roche, and Luca just reclaims that lead swiftly after having it taken from him into turn 1. So sad that the Alfa Romeo got spun there, and Renzo with a brilliant start. Boss and Dean are fighting for P7, caused by that fight going on, and that is Max. He has lost 3 seconds to Ben and Luca already, who are basically in their own race at this point, which means that Max is very susceptible to attacks on the DRS straight from here on out. So maybe Azakin can get himself one. Yeah, I mean, he's got that move done, I think. And now Miko Hun actually wants to get the move as well, so that's going to cost both of them a lot of time. And Miko Hun gets the move done as Icewind with an absolute slide through Lesmo 1 there. Actually going to take P2 the lead in this fight as they head towards Rosia, and I'm sure Ben will want to fight back, but he keeps it, well, he keeps it clean because he knows it doesn't need to be done.
Whether this was a throw for content or whether this was something else, we won't know from Luca, but it looks like he is going to get it done. He got a very good parabolica by nearly 0.2 of a second. He takes it from Renzo.
Come out on top in their heats, and now we are getting the 5 red lights. Are we getting the spectator glitch? Yes, we are. And let's light Zandvoort on fire. We've got Jari with a really good start. Actually, no, but in the second phase of that acceleration, he actually falls short, so he's not going to be able to challenge Vexit. Behind them, Luca and Dane are wrestling through turn 1 side by side, and Luca has actually gotten the position, so he's up into P3, then Dane P4. John slots in behind, then Hammer, I believe, has lost the position to Justin. Justin having a cheeky look on the inside of John there for P6, but up front it is really clean. Luca a little bit off the back of Jari already, as those two up front are pushing each other. Oh, yeah, that's Epic. He has fallen first. So Epic all the way down to the back, and Ben and Rainbow both go off in Skyblock. And remember, safety car is enabled here. Rainbow's retired, so we're down to 19 drivers already. Safety car can happen, though, because this is an actual proper 50%, unlike the 25% races, and force him the right way through Hugenholz. No, he doesn't. So Dane stays in fourth, but Justin has gotten the absolute launch here. Actually, John, I think, has lost the position as he hit Hammer right on the straight line. And yeah, that's basically game for Hammer, as he loses a big chunk of front wing, then is gonna be sent all the way to the back. They are gonna lose the battery, so Jari basically has to wait for Vexit to just drain himself off of all ERS. I think that's the way to go here. And Bailey Thompson makes it stick around the asset of John. I didn't see that coming at all because it is Zandvoort. Vexit catching some dirt there. Vexit catching some dirt. That certainly took some speed up, and they're going to run side by side through Tarzan here, and a little bit of bumping into the sideboard of Vexit does the medians. And if they are ahead of Jari, that is terrible news for Jari, but they are not.
Jari has managed to get past Hammer there in great style there. Looks like Vexit's going to go for it here. And Lamberti blocks. It's 3 wide into turn 1.
Oh no, they're gonna get squeezed! And Vexit gets off the track, actually, and Luca is through. So Luca is now taking that position right behind Jari and Lambert. So that was just 3 wide in turn 1. What are you gonna say about it?
It's going on the move here on Lamberti into the Audi S's, as you call them. I'm not sure if that's the name, but he seems to have got that move done cleanly.
Vexit like that. He's pushed basically every lap, which is proved by all of, by his pace basically, and he comes across the line to win the race. So Jari wins the Mind Charity F1 Tournament ahead of Vexit, then it is Luca in P3.
Hello everyone and welcome to the yearly charity F1 tournament. It's me, Joel, and with me for tonight as the second host is Mr. Ocean Chief.
Hello, Joel. How's it going? Yes, we're looking forward to this one. We've got plenty of action ahead of us. 5 races, 4 groups, and then the grand finale. So all for a good cause as well. SaveTheChildren.org.uk.
Indeed. So obviously, if you can donate, any donations are very important. The link is in the title and in the chat, and it's also in the description if you want to give it a click there. But a few pence, a few pounds, a few £100, anything is very much appreciated. And it's a great community event that we've got going on today with people from all different leagues in the PC community, and we look forward to watching them battling it out between leagues. So Group A will be Portimao, and that will be our first group race this evening. Group B is, of course, at Japan, C at Silverstone, and D at Baku. And then the top 5 from each group go through towards the final, which will be a short quali 30% race at Jeddah. And yeah, I should have mentioned 25% one-shot quali for the group races. So should last a good couple of hours. Good chance for everyone to get some snacks and drinks and sit back and relax, enjoy the stream, and hopefully it's a good event.
Yeah, we've got drivers from a lot of leagues, PPR, ERS, Power Racing League, SLR, 2S, and probably a few others I've forgot to mention. There's a great spread of drivers. I mean, I've been looking through the driver list, and yeah, you've got a few esports level guys and a few guys from the top of each of those leagues as well. So good spread of drivers. I'm very much looking forward to getting the first race underway, Joel.
Yeah, and I think it is just about time that we start the first race. It will be Mr. Beals and Strix to take us away for race 1 at Portimao. You guys can go now. I'm live on stream.
Yeah, that's
Hello.
your cue, Strixie. G'day, g'day.
Oh, right. Okay, right.
Welcome, mate.
Welcome everyone.
Can you believe, yeah. So obviously it's a charity event. It's going to be fantastic. Donate pounds and et cetera, et cetera. I'm not quite sure about Russian rubles, but we won't talk about that. But certainly we'll be talking about a fantastic charity event. I'm excited to be here, mate. How are you feeling, Strixie?
Oh, I'm very excited as well. This is the first charity event I'll be partaking in. I looked a little bit at the one from last year, and it looked like a brilliant event. So I'm really looking forward to being part of the behind the scenes of this event.
Yep, and this event's about to get underway, and it's a one-shot qualifying, so that's it. Invalidations, you'll be starting at the back. We've got some Top Guns in here. We've got all sorts of names. It's all over the place. Who knows? It's kind of like the start of an F1 season, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very exciting, and just we saw first qualifying today in Bahrain and Real F1, and that was the excitement levels were through the roof, with quite a mix-up of drivers where you wouldn't expect them to place, and we might see the same today, especially with one-shot qualifying, as you only get one chance, and sometimes some drivers perform better under pressure than others. So it'd be great to see who comes out ahead in this one-shot quali, which will be starting very soon.
Yep, so counting down right now. So the drivers have to get their setups in, and do not forget to get the setups in, of course. And then just the one pit stop with the 25%. So not a lot of time if you do happen to make any mistakes during this qualifying session to make your way back up through the field. Although some of these are essentially almost esports drivers are probably very much capable of doing it. And let's see, underway now for qualifying.
Yeah, this is Portimao, so I'm not very familiar with this track, I'm going to be honest. I have only driven it on Livestream, so not actually F1 yet. I've heard it's quite difficult, especially in the middle sector. It's quite easy to spin the car around, but it's in real F1, it was brilliant to watch the racing on, and it's definitely a proper driver's track. So I'll look forward to see who gets where, and it looks like we have 2 retirements already. They probably want to start at the back of the grid, as I know one of those drivers, Dragon, he loves to not put in qualifying laps and start at the back and see where he ends up during the race.
They both binned it, my friend. They absolutely binned it, terminally damaged into turn 3. It looks like Lagos, but at the moment, there it is at the top. Howery, I think Milan, Adesi, they're all pretty close as they go down through Craig Jones, coming up turn 9. There's a little bit of a kink in the road. This is sector 2 coming up to sector 3 right now, so we get those times to see how much it switcheroo that is. Still, the Alfa Romeo looking good for pole. You got Milan just a little bit behind. And then, of course, Adesi. But so far, that Alfa Romeo can hold on just for a couple more corners through Sagres. And now, galloping your way around the last corner, turn 15. It could very much be a pole position here for the AlphaTauri.
It's been a brilliant lap so far, and he's hugging that inside, deploying all the battery he can. And he does get across the line in P1, or quali pole position. Followed closely by Milan, who is 3 tenths behind him, and then Adesi 2 tenths behind Milan. A little bit further back in the grid, we have Sunil Henke, Rage, and Samgir. No idea. Is that some idiot? I'm not sure. Maybe it is. I can't remember. But yeah, congratulations to the AlphaTauri, who is on pole position for our first race here in Group A.
And what's interesting as well, too, if that is some Williams driver in the medium tires, everybody else in the softs, because here's a disqualification on the Red Bull, and then we got the other 2 drivers that didn't set a time, so crashed out. So that's it. They got a lot of work to do, and who could really stop those top 3 Top Guns as well? Too that's almost a second quicker than Snelly in P4, the teammate of Mr. Where did he go? Ocean Chief, as you heard from before.
Indeed, yeah. So that was I've not done many commentaries on one-shot qualifying, so that was actually quite interesting to see just how quick pace it is to get in to the race. But it's 1 minute and a half later, we're into the race. All the lap times have been completed. It'll be quite exciting to see, because I know there's some faster drivers at the back, like you said, the 2 Dutch drivers who binned it. They will definitely be looking to come through the field and shake things up a little bit. I know Dragon is very known for doing that.
And shake it like a Polaroid picture. Polaroid even exists. I've changed my graphic settings. At least it's not. It looks good in the stream. I've changed my graphic settings and something looks like pixely, so I'll mess something up. But anyway, that's it for highlights.
Yeah,
we
mine
should get
look
underway.
the
I'm
same.
not quite sure if formation lap is turned on or not. I'll have to check with our powers that be or not. I mean, maybe we could go. We've also got our trackside reporter Ted, aka Eversnacks, mate. Real quick, are we going?
Yeah, he is. Eversnacks down at the track, and we're about to go into the formation lap. So yes, formation lap is on today, and I'll be trying to give some information from down here at the track, but for now I'll give it back to you guys in the commentary booth.
Excellent. Obviously, Adesi's doing a good job there in that McLaren. A little bit better job than Mr. Daniel Ricciardo is. Well, so, spoiler alert, I don't think that if you guys had not seen qualifying yet, we probably should shut up.
Yeah, I think it's if you haven't seen it, go watch it after this event, because it was definitely a surprise to be sure of it. Yeah, Adesi in P3, brilliant result from him. It will be interesting to see if he's got better race pace than the others, because sometimes these drivers, quality is not their strongest point, and it's in the race where they really shine out, and that is, of course, what is the most important part during a race weekend is the race itself. So if you're Mr. Saturday, it doesn't always mean you're good in the race. So we'll have to wait and see what happens here. Ever Ted or Ever Snacks or Ted, whatever you want to be called, any interesting news from any of the team managers?
Well, for now it seems that mostly the AlphaTauri guys, Franz Tost seems to be very happy about this qualifying, especially with Snell Henke doing a very good lap there to keep up with the top 3 there. But yeah, apart from that, maybe a bit unhappy in the Red Bull pits there, but apart from that, yeah, we've got one of the Aston Martins on the mediums as well, so that Jonah Martins might be looking to get... Oh, actually I'm seeing a collision here, but yeah, it seems like Jonah Martins will be trying to make some moves here in the race. Back to you.
Cold tires to start now. Thank you very much, Ted. I mean, Snacks. I'm going to keep calling you Ted anyway. And real quick, in a second, well, we're about to get a race start, but we'll just clarify to everybody how the format will work too with all these heat stages and who gets to go through the finals and all that sort of jazz. But anyway, guess what, Strix? You get to call the race start, my friend. That's how it goes when you comment cast with me.
Brilliant. All right, well, I guess you'll be calling the one you're doing in Group B, and right?
No, I never call the race start. I will be doing one after this, but yeah.
All right, I'll give it my best shot, and we'll have to wait and see. But 17 laps, I believe that strategy is soft medium. When they're going to pit, I'm not really sure. I was talking to some other drivers earlier. They said they could be pitting as early as lap 2 to try and get that undercut on. But we have the red lights coming on now. 5 red lights. The cars are heating up their engines, and it seems we are off. And brilliant start from Harrell in that AlphaTauri, but right behind him we have Adesi in the McLaren trying to make a move around the outside of Milan. It doesn't look like he's quite able to make it stick just yet, but right behind him we have Rage, who's managed to make his way up to 4th from 6th position, so he's already got 2 positions on the race start. Side by side into turn 4 goes the Aston Martin and the Alfa Romeo, and past Adesi is Rage now, but they're going 3 wide into the hairpin. Snell Henke dropping back a position there as well. The Red Bull up to P5 already, so he's got 5 positions on the race side. It's a brilliant start from him. And the McLaren, again, losing a position to the Alfa Romeo there in P3. That's a crazy start.
Absolutely crazy start, of course. He's getting the challenge back from Snelly. Snelly's gone off in the background. I think it was somewhere. Yes, he's the first retirement of the session. Will that bring out a full safety car or not?
That was a big hit there from Snelly. It looks like he just got a little bit loose on the exit there of that middle sector, and it's I know that's a very difficult part of the track, and if you get a bit too early on that throttle, the rear end will kick out and you will spin around, which is just what we saw happen to Snell Henke. But so far no safety car called out yet. It looks like, yeah, he has left the track now, so yep, they managed to clean it up very quickly, so there's no safety car needed.
Good marshals around here, that's for sure. So lap 2 now, no DRS is enabled just yet. Jonah putting a bit of pressure there on some gear, no idea. They're not quite close enough just yet, and it looks like a minimum overtake between P9 and P10 just in the background there. That's actually Dragon dropping back a couple of places, a lot actually. It's Tony fresh some, I think, and no damage, but running a P11, dropping 3 places. But Jonah now making a move, I think it is on some gear, no idea.
That's a very strong lunge up the inside, and he makes the move stick, and it looks like he's come out ahead with quite some margin. So some gear, no idea. I guess he has no idea what's going on at the moment because he just got overtaken by the Aston Martin there of Jonah Martins. But he started last, I believe, and he's up to P6 already. So that's a brilliant start from Jonah. Dragon in the background, who also was one of the retirements, is having a bit less luck, even though they are running very closely to Potty right in front of him. I suspect an overtake is going to be happening soon between those drivers. A little bit further up the grid, we have the Red Bull sticking it closely behind the McLaren. It looks like it's going to be a bit of a DRS train to start with though, so Yaya might have to wait a little bit before he can make a move on a Desi, but it doesn't look like it's going to take long until he makes that move. He's only 3/10 behind now with the DRS open soon. Is it enabled this lap? Indeed it is, but it wasn't open. And yeah, it looks like they just have to slot in behind for now, but there's a little bit of a battle going on here between P3 and all the way down to P5.
Yeah, fantastic. And not to mention, Jonah, that gained those positions as well from last place, is on the medium tyre, as well as some gear, no idea. So look out for them a little bit later, as these drivers will go over to the medium tyre. They're on a soft no doubt. And there's a challenge from a Desi. It looks like Ecos got a little bit sloppy coming out of the corner. You don't want to leave the door open for the flying Finn, who's now going to be tucked up in the back of the gearbox, putting a bit of pressure on the Alfa Romeo driver. Where's he going to think about an overtake? We got a local yellow, and that's Potty, I think. Potty off into the sand on Torrey VIP. Lives to see another day. And this good little DRS train that you mentioned there with Yara, yay. I'm going to mess up the name, sorry about I am the butcher. But let these gladiators do the work, the talking for us.
Yeah, exactly. And I think there was a bit of a contact maybe between Dragon and Potty there, because Dragon, he slowed down and let Potty pass again. So I assume there might have been a bit of contact. This is just good racing respect that you like to see on the track. But anyways, we go back onto the main straight after the sweeping fast right-hander. Milan sets the fastest lap of the race, even though he's in P2. He might be making a move for P1 soon, but someone who is making a move is the Desi on the Alfa Romeo. Makes the move stick before he gets into turn 1 with the DRS. And as you said, the flying Finn back into the podium position. Now Rage behind has to worry about the Red Bull behind him. And I believe those positions might swap very soon, depending on how closely they run together into this hairpin. It looks like a brilliant exit from the Red Bull driver. Has DRS open, they're going to go side by side into hairpin. Red Bull driver on the inside, looking to make the move stick, and he sort of runs the Alfa Romeo a little bit wide there. They're still going side by side, but the Alfa Romeo has the inside for the next corner. So he should be okay for now. It looks like he's managed to fend off the position just a little bit, but there's still very close racing between these two drivers. Brilliant stuff, and I'm sure they're really enjoying it in the cockpits as the Red Bull goes up the inside for the double right-hander, and he manages to take the position away. That's a brilliant move there by Yaya Sanogoat.
Yeah, he's got the position back, but he's going to have a massive attack for the DRS range that's coming up soon. As Des is trying to break that, he's almost broken that 1 second in change up the road. Milan's still hanging in there with Howell, but this is where, let's see if Yara can do anything about Raggy, as he's trying to probably burn the DRS like absolutely crazy, the ERS as well. 17-kilometer advantage coming right now to the Alfa Romeo. Not quite enough.
It looks like a little bit short, and it gets a bit of a sideways on the exit there as well, so maybe overcooking those tires a little bit. But we have Jonah Martins, who wasn't really in this battle earlier. He's now joined this battle with those medium tires. He's in a great position at the moment, and if he can make a few moves here, there's definitely a podium in sight for him. So we'll have to wait and see if he's able to do that. But so far, it looks like Jonah's actually pushing to get past Rage, more than Rage's pushing to get past the Red Bull in front of him, which is great to see because of the tire difference. But I assume it's around now the soft tire also does sort of begin to drop off. So we might be starting to see the first few pit stops coming in the next few laps.
Yeah, and you've got to remember too, you've got to allow yourself enough time. But we're 5 of 17. You've got to allow yourself enough time to get some overtakes done. Now think about this too at the moment. It's about a 23-second pit stop around here. And currently, you got all the way down to Potty in P10. He's 21.5 seconds away from our race leader. So he'll drop to practically last place, but everybody has to make a pit stop. And let's see how far Yona can stretch those tires out so that he can go to those fresh softs and get some pace, but then he's got to get some overtakes done as well. So Milan's getting pretty close right now, getting spicy on the back of the AlphaTauri that started in P1, P2. Currently, these are the top 3 actually with the Desi. No changes there. The Desi's just down the road there, 4.3 seconds, and also with one of those first penalties for this evening, 3 seconds slapped next to his name.
Yeah, and it's quite easy to get track limit warnings warnings on this track, but in the background we see Jonah Martins now going for the inside move on Rage. Makes it stick, it seems, and I think Rage is starting to struggle on these tires. He's lost out quite a lot to Yaya and Adesi in front of him earlier on that lap. And Jonah is up to P5 now. He's just a second behind the two drivers fighting ahead, but since they are fighting, I suspect he will be within DRS range by the time they hit the front straight.
Yeah, I'm seeing an estimation of about 32% on the front right wear that most of these drivers will probably have around here. That's the one that takes the punishment. Most right turns, of course, here in Portimao. Still Milan's not going to be able to do too much about it, but Yagi now putting a bit of pressure there on the back of Adesi in the McLaren, and that's the DRS train, and that will definitely help Yona anytime soon with those tires start falling off the cliff. Who's going to gamble first and box for the soft runners? Here's a run from the Red Bull. It could be taking candy from a baby with that DRS. Hopefully we'll eventually get rid of that in 2022, so it doesn't look so easy.
Yeah, with the way the new regulations are shaped, I think cars will be able to follow each other better, so it might actually be even stronger of an effect as they'll get a good exit in the final corners. But we'll have to wait and see until the first race with the new regulations, if it's actually like that, or if it's a bit more of a mechanical feeling overtakes, which you used to see back in the 2000s and 80s and 90s, etc.
But yeah, 3 DRS zones too, mate, in the Bahrain, so you'll definitely get to find out about that.
Yeah, I look forward to it. A brilliant race coming in tomorrow. It's definitely would be great to watch. Sadly, though, I'll be at a football game after about half an hour of the race starts, so I will have to miss it. But oh well, one sport for another. It's okay.
That's going to hurt too as well. It means you're going to have to disconnect from social media, otherwise you're going to find out the results before you get to watch it. But at the moment, you can watch this race. 7 of 17 that we're on. Milan still actually is leading there from the AlphaTauri. Did I miss that overtake somewhere? I'm losing. You're losing.
Yeah, but he goes straight to the pit lane, and so does Howell as well. So both of them into pit.
I've seen an overtake in the pit lane here before the other day, so that was possible, but they had to hit the brakes there and not get that start speeding the pit lane. It is 80 kilometers an hour.
Yeah.
Now they're going to do the pit lane battle between them.
Yeah, maximizing the pit exit there. I think Howell might be able to come out in front though, as he... Oh, that's very close between him and Zombie, who... sorry, not Zombie, but Milan. So, Milan... Well, it was a bit of an unsafe release, but he manages to get out ahead of Howell, so he maintains his provisional P1. The important thing is... Oh, the Alpine gets in between both of those two drivers, so that is going to cost the AlphaTauri quite a lot now, as he's going to get stuck behind, and just allows Milan to zoom off ahead of him. Looking in the background, it looks like Adesi didn't manage to overtake Yaya and Rage as well, so those positions maintained the same, as we now see the AlphaTauri of Howell go past the Alpine, and he's back into the fight with Milan for that P1 position.
Yeah, Hal had to get past him as quickly as possible because being held up a little bit by the Alpine. I mean, being held up, of course, because they're still yet the drivers that are boxing on their 7-lap tyres that they started on. And keep an eye on how this is going to pan out for Jonah and some gear. No idea, of course, that they started on those mediums. They're going to stretch them out quite a bit. And they're going to be looking at those deltas right now. Obviously, to see some of those deltas. Everstacks, anything down the pit lane?
Yeah, actually, quick information here on Jonah. I've been watching him for a few laps now. At the start of the race, you could clearly see that he has less grip here in the last corner. Could very clearly see difference between the tires there, but pretty soon actually Jonah seemed to be very, very extremely stable even on those medium tires, so he's really liking those tires.
Right now as well, sorry to cut you off there. So you got those medium runners there boxing. You have to cut you off your TED.
Yeah, so I'm just checking that pit stop right here, going on to the softs. That's looking like a good pit stop for the for the Williams team. Wonderful. All right, back to you.
Excellent. There we go. So he's going to come out in clean air as well. Some gear, no idea, but P9, of course, because remember I said it's a pretty long pit stop around. Well, it's 25 seconds actually, to be mistaken, because they're all bunched up. Now they've got a bit of work to do to cut it out, get it over him. So see the gap between him and Jonah, as we're seeing exactly a local yellow.
I think that's Zombie Kebab who's just gone off track, and Howell has left the session as well, so maybe there's a bit of an internet connection issue there. Hopefully he'll be able to rejoin in time to try and fight back that P1 position, but that allows Milan to really zoom off and take this position here and maintain it, because Howell's losing a lot of time being disconnected, but we've seen it before.
Jonas in the box. Jonas in the box.
Yeah.
So this is going to be interesting to see where he's going to come out with some gear. No idea. I think he should be able to cover him off. Some gear, no idea. I'm just having a look at the telemetry. Yeah, this should not be a problem. That's a pretty quick pit stop as well. He's on the softs. Where's he going to slot back out now? Where's Milan? Milan will go through.
Well, he might have the P2 here, actually, because of Howell's disconnect. I think it's going to be really close. Is Howell able to take it around the outside into turn 1? No, he's not. So Martins manages to defend it as we're going almost three wide for the P2 position. And up the inside goes to AlphaTauri. Contact with the Aston Martin. The Red Bull has to take evasive action, and Howell loses it. Down to P5 he goes, and his race went from bad to worse in one corner right there. And that's heartbreaking to see, as he will still be in the top 5, so he will still make the final, I believe. But that is not the place you want to be, as every position counts in the final. And as we see that happening, Desi gets overtaken by the Red Bull of Yaya Sanogoat, and up to P3 goes the Red Bull.
Yeah, what action. Pit stops are perfectly timed out for Milan, so he's now in P1, and Jonah is in P2. Now, Jonah started in 12th place, last place. And so this is looking fantastic, isn't it, for the Aston Martins? They're dialed into their 007 for sure. Because they're looking for a 1-2. Jonah's got the quicker tyre, so will he... No team orders at play, I would imagine. This is a charity event. Thank you very much for those donations I see out there too. Ocean Chief, 50 big ones. Good on you. As well as some of the other donations. Apologise if I missed it, because the race action is packed, of course. And that's what you want. No time to be able to look at anything else but these cars flying around this 5.3 kilometre track.
Yeah, as a first race I've seen and commented in Portimao, it's been actually brilliant so far, as well as it being a 25% race rather than a 50% one. It's been non-stop action from the start to finish. We still have 6 laps left, but it's all going by so quickly. And Adesi now has the DRS on Yaya. Is he going to be able to maintain that gap he has now and get the DRS on the main straight and be able to overtake? We've seen these two swapping positions quite a lot this race. I don't think they're done doing that yet.
Yep, apologies. Just a quick second. Any news down in the pit lane there, Mr. Eversnacks, so far?
Yeah, so now we've seen all of the drivers pit. So Tony and Kebab here, the last two, going for those medium tires. Tony actually with a time penalty as well, so Kebab might be taking that 9th place. But I'm seeing a pretty big gap here for him, and I think it might be the top 5. The ones going to the final might actually be in a league of their own in this race. So it's looking like there should be 5 drivers very clearly in the final here, and then another group at the back. But there still might be some incidents. We'll have to wait and see. There might be an incident at the front if the Aston Martins don't go for team orders, and their team principal has said no team orders here. So we will see.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how the team situation will work out too if they obviously get through to the finals, which at the moment looks good. I'm sure it might not be specifically just 5. It could be 6 or so. It just depends, obviously, because we have more heats going up. We're not quite sure how many drivers are going to have in each heat. Everybody's busy, and there's a lot of action-packed racing to go. Jonah now on a mission. Last lap, 1:17.6. Last lap from Milan, a 1:18.1. So he's on target right now to do something about it. But, you know, it's one thing to catch, it's another thing to overtake.
Yeah, it's quite a difficult track to overtake on. It's the only opportunity you really have is that long straight, but following a car through the last couple of corners is very difficult to do due to the high disturbance of the air in front of you when you lose the downforce in that dirty air. So yeah, it's going to be a tough ask for Jonah, but he definitely has the pace to catch up, and I believe he also has the pace to overtake. We'll have to wait and see, but it will be a sort of a last lap lunge. And we'll have to... I'm excited. I look forward to it. Some more action. Speaking of action, Rage has gone off track somewhere. And I think he's just spun the car on the exit towards the uphill section, which is... We see that time and time again. A very difficult place to drive the car. And as that's happening, Howell on a Desi with the DRS. Is he going to be able to get close enough into turn 1? Doesn't look like it, but he's definitely going to be close enough to maybe try and do something at the hairpin if he can follow Adesi through these 2 corners and maybe regain that 4th position there that he lost earlier on. We'll have to wait and see. With the DRS looking up the inside, decides better of it and slots in behind Adesi and has to wait until the start-finish straight to try and think of another move.
Yeah, Howie's got a bit of work to do. I remember he's the man started on pole. And after a disconnection issue, that we had a little red X across his name, so that's something that's caused a little bit of a problem with him to drop back. But he's back in control of the AlphaTauri, and we know he has pace because the man started on pole. And the only thing, he's got a flying fin to try to navigate his way around, and he's looking pretty good. He's going to line him up in a couple of corners. Turn 13 here. We can line me back up the hill, sweep it over to the left. You want to be right on the back of the gearbox, and then engage the almighty DRS button, and then just have horsepower like you've never believed. Well, it's kilowatts now because we don't measure things in horses anymore.
Yeah, and I think the only thing that might save Adesi here is he's just within DRS range in that detection zone, so he will have DRS as well. He was 9/10 behind Yaya in front, so he was a bit lucky there to get that DRS. That saved him this time around, but it's not going to take much, and it looks like Yaya will be able to get that 1 second gap to Adesi, and then if that happens, he's just a sitting duck, and Hal will make his overtake move as quickly as possible. But keep in mind, Adesi also has a time penalty on his name due to track limits, so at the end of the race, will it really matter as Hal's going up the inside for a move towards Adesi? Has a long way back, and it didn't work out for him. That's cost him quite a bit of time. I don't know if there's any damage to the cars, but that was not the move for Hal there, and Adesi does manage to stay ahead and saves the car from more troubles.
Yeah, a day late, $1 short, or $1 short and a day late on that one. He's got a bit of time up his sleeve, and remember too, Adesi with that penalty. But the other drivers are on some warnings as well. That's the one thing for Jonah, who's now getting really close to the back of Milan. And I was just about to say, only problem with Jonah is that he's on 2 warnings. Only 1 for Milan, so obviously get that 3rd warning, bang, it's over, 3 seconds. He'll cover off the Red Bull. But at the moment, this man is going to battle for the lead of this race. I'm quite sure there's 2 battles obviously going on between Adesi and Howie, and then now the Jonah. But Jonah's got the fresh tyre. Has he burnt through on 22% front left? Should have enough in it, and about 2 laps to go. This is the time to shine if he wants to be the #1 Aston Martin driver.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting battle. Different tire strategies, but how much of those tires are left in the soft tires before the medium ones become better anyways? But he's close enough now. 4 tenths between them, to both drivers, and he's getting closer and closer. Now he just needs to follow Milan through these next few corners, be within 3 or 4 tenths to start finish straight, and then he should be done and dusted, and up to P1 he will go. If that is the case, we'll have to wait and see if Milan is able to maybe pull off some amazing defensive maneuvers and try and shake Jonah off his lines a little bit to cost him a bit of time.
But if you've seen Milan before, you've seen his name next to esports events, so no doubt if anybody can handle the pressure, it will be Milan. And handling the pressure, how is the pressure down in the pit lane for the Aston Martin team there, Eversnacks?
Oh, definitely. At Aston Martin, everybody seems excited but worried. So they've got these 2 drivers out here in front, but they still might... Oh, and there's team orders! I'm just seeing here in the penultimate corner, Milan letting Jonah get past. Might actually be for the DRS. Does he have the DRS now? He does! So he's playing the mind games. Milan taking that place back now.
And as you said earlier, Milan being the esports driver he knows all the tips and tricks around this corner and this track as well. So he's done a brilliant move there to try and get the DRS and run on Jonah. And Jonah will have to rethink his attack strategy now, because if Milan's just showed him what he can do, even if he is ahead, he just needs to back off a little bit, let Jonah get past DRS, and then he's back in front. That is a bit of a mind game there, and it's a brilliant defensive maneuver from Milan. So he maintains that P1 position. It's clever driving.
Oh, absolutely, for sure. But that's going to be the switcheroo, isn't it? You get DRS, you get DRS, and you get DRS. Not an Oprah Winfrey show. This is a charity event, Save the Children. This is the first heat as well, so we've got much more to come. But at the moment, the heat is down in the Aston Martin garage as to who's going to finish in 1st or 2nd place. Don't worry about the Red Bull down the road. That's for almost 5 seconds. Penultimate lap. Who's going to take the strategy call? Jonah's getting really close in the back, almost losing a front wing. It's still green, thankfully. Literally, of course, because of the color of the car, but we'll see. Can Milan hold this off? Remember, the tires were a little bit better for Jonah.
Oh, Milan doing the same thing again.
The same thing again. There it is. So, but has he lost a little bit too much time there?
Actually, it looks like he was a bit too confident on slowing down, and Jonah knew about it this time, so he just sent it as fast as he could. 6 tenths back. I don't think that's enough. I think Milan's actually shot himself in the foot a little bit here. He slowed down too much. So what worked last lap didn't work out this lap, and now all Jonah has to do is stay ahead into the hairpin, and I think Jonah will manage to keep the race win if he doesn't manage to go off track. But So you did say he had 2 warnings, so we'll have to wait and see. It looks like Milan is, he is too far back. He's not able to make a move. So Jonah capitalizing on Milan's strategies here. He knew what was happening this time, and he just went for it.
And they've both got the blinking light of death as well, too. They've burnt all their energy up on those last couple of laps, so there's really nothing left in the tank apart from just pure driver skill. Tires are pretty much even Stevens at this point now as well, because their softs will be into the same medium territory. But I think exactly, Milan a little bit too tricked, but he tricked himself on that one, and unless there was team orders at play, we'll find out about that one. That 31% tires even there, exactly. The tire performance graphic that I'm getting up on the screen. Unfortunately, you guys aren't getting it in there, but here we go. Jonah's race to win. So the man that started in last place is about to finish ahead of a future esports man in Milan. That rhymes. And he could be the first one to win the heat battle. And he's going to win it. He's definitely going to win it. Jonah wins the Portuguese Grand Prix.
A brilliant drive from both the Aston Martin drivers as the Desi comes spinning across the line there. We also had a brilliant battle behind them with the Red Bull, AlphaTauri and the McLaren. So these are the top 5 drivers. They will qualify to the final race of this event. And then sadly, all the drivers behind will not be able to qualify. As we see, some gear, no idea, slowly has he run out of fuel? Or what is going on with him?
Yeah, he has run out of fuel. He's got no gas in the back of that. Williams going to crawl his way across the line. It goes, get out and push it if you need to. But he'll come in for P6.
So yeah, good finish for him, keeping that P6 position, even though he ran out of fuel. Zombie Kebab coming home in P7, and we have 2 drivers left to cross the... Oh, as Potty was disqualified from the session in the last corner somehow. I don't know what happened there. Maybe he cut the corner too hard or something, but across the line comes Tony as the last driver to cross the line in Group A around Portimao.
It's a good question as to why, but Everstacks, any information about that disqualification real quick before we go over the podium celebration?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. There seems to have been too many penalties for him. I didn't see him take too many penalties, so it might be a bit of an error there on the FIA side. Not sure about that though. Big cheers here in the Aston Martin garage for sure. And I'm also seeing Günther Steiner himself in the Haas garage donating to our cause here on a smartphone. So yeah, thank you for the donations. And I'm excited for some more racing in Group B.
Really, Günther? Absolutely, congratulations. You don't need to worry about any scores this evening, my friend. That's brilliant. Fantastic. If you'd like to go through those results for us, Strix.
Yeah, so Jonah Martins, the Dutch driver who started in last place for Aston Martin, has managed to come home in P1 and has taken the driver of the day with him as well. Milan in P2, started in P2 as well, so no change up there, even though he was leading the race for most of it. Yaya in P3, followed closely by Howell and Adesi. Those are the top 5 drivers who will qualify to the final race. In P6, we have some gear, no idea, with in the Williams. Zombie Kebab and Tony Fensom are the last drivers to finish the race on track. Behind them are Rage, Dragon, Snellhanky and Potty, who all got disqualified or didn't finish for one reason or another.
Absolutely, but we'll have a short little intermission break, and then we'll grab some of these gladiators in by the scruff of the necks for a short interview, of course, because we've got much more racing entertainment for you. Let them chillax for a little bit, soak in that champagne if you do it on the top step of the podiums, steps of the podiums, of course. Well, we're gonna get it going, of course. This is the Group A battle. Group B will be coming up soon, as we're gonna fuel up the jet, guys. We're gonna be flying over to Japan.
Yeah, it's a quick turnover for this event. It's quite impressive, if I do say so myself. I think some person who will be very pleased with this is Mike Crack. He, the team boss of Aston Martin, of course, and he's got a 1-2 on his hands.
Right, okay, excellent. So, quick breather, guys, and then, yeah, well, our famous director here, of course, is going to be taking care of all that. That's Joel. I'm not quite sure who the broadcaster is, but certainly one.
Yes.
Yeah, Joel is the broadcaster. Joel, what's the situation, mate? And did you enjoy that race?
Oh, I mean, there was loads and loads of good racing in there and really close battles. So it looks like when you get all the drivers together in the final, it's going to be a very interesting race. We have got Neon, who is looking for an interview. Shall I drag him in? You guys can interview him?
For sure.
Sure, let's drag him in. If I can reach that far. Yes, I can. There we go.
Welcome, Neon.
Hello.
So it was a pretty fun race. Can you quickly talk us through how it was for yourself as a driver on the track?
Qualifying didn't go too well. I didn't really have the time to practice, so it was an invalid turn 1, so I had to start from the back. But the mediums, I knew I would have the pace to keep up at least with the other group at the start. So, and then on the soft side, just had to catch Milan after a howler. What I don't really know how to pronounce his name, but he disconnected, I believe. So that was I just had to catch Milan. He played some DRS games with me, so was interesting to see. But in the end, I managed to get the win, which is nice.
We saw that, and yeah, okay, Jonah is Neon. I didn't realize that's your first name, mate. I've known you for some time now as well, and I didn't realize you were racing under your name. So yeah, that's Neon out there, guys. We all know Neon. Neon's been around the block multiple times. It's that strategy obviously paid off, didn't it, mate? Those mediums to softs, and you got the pace. You managed to show. I think it was about a 4-second gap or something like that after that pit stop, right?
Yeah, I think it was about 5 seconds coming out of the pits, and then I had to catch. But yeah, the strategy definitely helped. If I would have done soft medium, I would have been stuck behind the train of three guys. Of I think Adesi, Marco, and what's the other guy? I don't remember the name, but I would have been stuck there. So I think it was the better strategy to go for the faster tire at the end, and it paid off. So.
Well, was obviously no team orders at play there between you and you guys in the Aston Martin teams in Milan?
Well, I think he tried to play his own little game with the DRS, so I don't really think there was any teamwork.
Well, you guys are going to be battling it out again in the final. So, are you feeling confident wrapping this one to Save the Children charity event?
Yeah, I'm happy to be able to participate, and I hope I'll be able to have a great race again in the finals.
Excellent. Well, another Dutchman back on the top step. When's the last time we've seen that? Good job. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, I think we're going to bring Marco in now as well, who wants an interview. So,
okay,
here is Marco.
Hello, Marco.
He's ready to.
Are you ready? So, talk me through who were you on track again? I'm not familiar with all these names. I haven't.
I'm Sanagod.
Oh, Yara Sanagod. So yeah,
It's
Red Bull
yeah.
Yes, there you go. Yeah.
All right, so the P3 Red Bull. All right, gotcha. So yeah, you had a very exciting race then. You had quite a lot of battles throughout the whole race actually, and you managed to come out on top of that three-way battle you had at the end there. So talk us through it. There was a bit of contact at one point, I believe, where you had to take avoiding action. How was that for you?
Yeah, I think Neon and Howler, if that's how his name is pronounced, collided, and it just caught me off guard and nearly spun. But the rest of the race was just really smooth sailing. Didn't have much issues. And yeah, that's about it.
Well, that's a podium position, P3, and a brilliant race, to be honest, considering you started, what was in P10 or something?
Yeah, it was. I invalidated my lap.
That's a shame in one-shot qualifying when that happens, but you had a brilliant comeback, and you and the McLaren of Adesi, you were swapping positions all the time.
Yeah.
How was it to fight with them? They looked like a very entertaining battle.
Well, we were at the beginning we wanted to help each other because we were in a call. Because we knew that Neon behind will catch us at one point, so we had to overtake the Alpha Fraggy. And yeah, we did it. We made a comfortable gap, and then it was just a top 5 battle. Didn't have anyone close to us, so it was just chill for the rest of the race.
That's a pretty good rundown of how the race was, to be honest. You definitely put on a great show for us, so that is, I thank you for that, because it was great to watch and commentate. Bagels, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I just say a fantastic job, obviously, for the Red Bull driver from P10 up into P3. So it seems to be today with 2 of those drivers that started outside the top 10, managed to get onto the podium. Goes to show pure driving skill is at play. And even for a charity event, that's good to see. And so, yeah, see how you can bring it, mate. Finals, of course.
Yeah, let's see what my controller can do in Jeddah. That's gonna be interesting.
Excellent. I thought you were on a Wii board. That's pretty good. Controller.
Yeah.
I'd like to see
Alright.
someone try a B-board at one point. That'd be quite entertaining.
Hey, well, donate for charity, and we'll see if one of the drivers will be willing to do it. There you go.
Yeah, donate.
It'll be worth it.
I agree with that statement.
Yeah, of course.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye, Marco.
Thanks, guys. Very good race there. And if that's anything to go by, then the final is going to be, well, it's going to be a very entertaining evening all round. Thanks, Biggles and Strix, for that. Strix will be back later, and Biggles is going to commentate Group B with me next. But yeah, Chief, if you're still here, what was your thoughts on that race and the evening overall, if that's a taste of things to come?
Yeah, that's very much it. It's all leading up to this grand finale, and we got 5 of the fastest drivers from Group A. And looking at that race, and if the rest of the group's running to go by as well, we're going to have a solid grid of 20 very fast drivers vying for that ultimate prize. And also, what this is all about, Save the Children. We have some donations coming in there. Gun for Steiner, 30 quid. Myself, I donated some. So, yeah, keep the donations coming in. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, indeed. And so we look to get as close to the target as possible. But for now, it will be time for Group B. But before, we've got a short video to explain why we're supporting Save the Children.
Save the Children is here in northern Romania. We're about 100 meters from the border with Ukraine, where for days now we've seen a constant stream of cold, exhausted refugees coming across the border, and they've fled just some of the most unimaginable violence and danger. One mum we spoke to said that when she called friends back home to see how they were doing, she discovered she'd got out just in time. Her whole home had been destroyed in fighting shortly after she left. It's also bitterly cold here. I don't think the temperature's got above freezing for days. And we're hearing about families waiting 15, 20 hours on the other side of the border, having to abandon their cars and walk because the roads are too damaged to drive along. But thanks for your support. We are here and we are scaling up. We're providing food and essential hygiene items and clothes and toys for refugees and children as they come across the border. When safe enough, we've also been able to provide people inside Ukraine with essential supplies to help get them through. So while things are grim here in Romania, particularly in Ukraine and across the region, with your support, we will help them to get better. So thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. And that video was just explaining how Save the Children are helping in Ukraine, as I'm getting the hiccups. A very important topic right now. And if you can spare any cash whatsoever, that will be greatly appreciated to help those in the country at this time. Well, it's time for Group B, and we are going to be racing at Japan.
Luke, yes, a driver's favorite. I'm very much looking forward to this one.
Yeah, and it'll be myself and Biggles to take you through this race.
Even
just
better.
waiting for the drivers to.
Yeah, I was promised some sake, so that's the reason why I'm here in Japan. Another bunch of Top Guns in here too, as well, and a lot of you guys will recognize these names once you'll get to see them all loading in stuff like that, because we got the other Flying Dutchman, we got Mr. Ritchie, we got Futuristic in the Ferrari, we got Crystals, we know he's got some super pace. Some of the other drivers I'm not 100% named because they changed their names as well too. You could even have what's his name?
Yeah. Ever Snack Spectator. Sorry, quickly before we start.
Yeah, exactly. Get in the spectator mode there, Snacksy. Yeah, we could even have Jano Opmir here for all we know.
Yeah,
I mean, we had Concha before donating, so who knows what's going on?
So Suzuka, very bumpy track. I mean, that doesn't do much in the game, but in real life, it is really a challenge for the drivers physically.
I couldn't wait to see the 2022 cars porpoising then.
Yeah. Again, one shot and 25% race as usual. Top 5 again go through, and there's only 9 drivers in this lobby at the moment, so there should be more joining during quali if they're a bit late. But we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, and it's only 5 make it through anyway, so even if we do get 10 drivers or about there, I mean, it's all about that top 5, so plenty to play for. Plenty to play for this one.
Guaranteed a full grid in the final as well, which is always a good thing. Just waiting for the drivers to load their setups and get their strategies ready.
I'll leave you to it, guys. See you on the other side.
Thank you, Chief.
Yep. Thanks, Chief. I just realised that all my highlights are blank, so sorry about that. Something on the video. Let's not worry about one-shot qualifying. It's underway.
Yeah, and we're on board with whichever driver Snacks has chosen. I don't know who, but let's go on board with Loth as he comes through turn 1. You want to get on the curb, but you do not want to ride it too much. It is easy to spin in these S's if you do not control the throttle on point. Is Harakut, I'm going to butcher his name, but the Mercedes driver in P1 at the moment, going through Dunlop, the left-hander, and very easy to spin it at the top of the hill. You've got to be oh so clever with a throttle input on this track. And during the race, it might be a bit difficult to overtake, so you've got to make sure you get your quali lap in quickly and a decent time, but also not invalidating, which Crystal seems to have done already.
Yeah, invalidations is the one's going to hurt you, but at least it's a smaller grid so that they'll be able to make their way through. We saw what happened before, didn't we? First challenge is definitely possible. Richie, not to mention, is on the medium tyres, currently seeing that P2, so I think Harold, just say Harcrow, I don't know. Harco, there you go. Harco. It should be looking pretty solid at the moment, just ahead, but it's a tight there between the top 4. And there's a little bit of a gap back to the Superfan Futuristic, I think it is. So, yep, it's up to these guys now. They enter into Sector 3. Come up to the Casio Triangle. This is one you want to spot right. Get it braking there. Don't take those cones off there. Don't invalidate. Come around, ride the Ferris wheel after it, because if you're going to be on qualifying P1, you will be. There's the Merc, you got it.
Yep, by 4/10 as well, which is a massive margin. And Richie P2 on the medium, so that's a very good lap from him to be up there. Merlin must have had a mistake or something in the lap. He hasn't validated. He'll be starting 8th, and that's the grid. So pretty close at the top, despite the tyre compound differences.
Yeah, which means that alternative strategy, once again, that we see that can pay off, but there it is. So a Dutch domination, P1, P2. There's the Danish driver, the Denmark driver, sorry, my apologies, Vandradeus. Super fan, DJ Boys, Futuristic, there's Dice, Save the Children, of course. Hashtag, thank you, Merlin Funders, and Crystals will round out your top 9.
Right, quick information here from Eversnacks in the pit lane. It seems that Crystals has spun. I've talked to some people at Ferrari. It seems that he spun before the hairpin, so maybe pushing a bit too much. He was going very fast before that spin as well, so quite a shame for him. But the Ferrari guys are hoping that he can claw back some positions in the race now.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty normal for Crystals, well, and a Ferrari as well.
Oh,
so
wow!
Put those two together.
Well, if you, a spoiler alert, if you've seen qualifying for the Formula 1 today, then the Ferrari can send you one packing and back on that one.
Yeah, alternate strategy, but obviously everyone would be starting on the tyres they qualified on. So, yeah, 25% race. Got to make your overtakes count because you don't get much chance to stay behind someone, especially on this track where it's really difficult.
How easy is it? It's hard to overtake really here in Japan, isn't it?
Yeah, you've only got really into turn 1 if you get the DRS and into the Casio Triangle, your two main overtaking spots.
Well, yeah, and we'll ask our Ted, pit lane reporter there, Eversnacks, any of the information that you're getting, what suggested tyres, when they're going to come in, the soft runners and the medium?
Yes, I believe most of the principals here are thinking that they can, the drivers can run the softs for quite a while. I'd expect the pit stops to mostly be around lap 6 from the soft runners. Maybe Jeffrey, if he can, if he's feeling a bit brave, he can pit quite early as well on those mediums and have a lot of laps on the softs. But the softs do tend to overheat, so if some of these drivers kill the tires a bit too hard, then that might be an issue and they might have to come into the pits a bit sooner. So maybe lap 5 for some of them, lap 6 for some of them, that should be around the stop window.
Yeah, and I mean, tyre wear isn't such an issue around here. 50% race, you could use soft medium easily, so I imagine Jeff would probably be able to pit around, what, lap 5, probably even earlier than that if he wanted to. But he'll see how it goes. He probably has better pace than a couple of drivers in the lobby, so we'll see how he can use that to his advantage.
Yeah, another future esports in the making, of course, with Richie, but Hark doing a pretty solid job at that. I don't know that driver too much, but obviously if you can get ahead of Richie, you're doing a pretty good job. This whole event this evening for the Save the Children charity event, of course, is just action-packed, just packed loaded full of so much talent out there. And of course, even drivers that may necessarily be in esports are still contributing for fun, of course. That's what it's all about. And if you get to race with the best, well, it also makes you race even quicker as well, too, doesn't it? So, we'll see.
Yes. They're lining up to finish the formation lap. Be lights out very soon.
That you'll have to call too, Joel. You know the deal.
Yeah. So, lining up.
Cody's camera angle that you don't get very often, unfortunately,
Yeah,
on the screen. But I fixed the recording problems, so it should be good for highlights.
I've got a camera angle in the crowd, so I don't know if that's going to be much use, but we'll see. As the lights are coming on, there's 3, 4, 5 lights, and the drivers are underway for Group B. The Mercedes gets a good start, but Jeff Ritchie right alongside him as he pulls into the slipstream. Behind you got the Aston Martin and the second Mercedes, who's gone and span, and that's Superfan around into the gravel. Yellow flags in sector 1 will stay at the front though. Long train all the way down to P8. Merlin bringing up the rear at the moment, and there's a bit of a battle with Crystal's already getting past the Alfa Romeo driver. On the back of the McLaren, Neon Dice, and DJ Boss just up ahead, fighting Futuristic.
Futuristic, the Ferrari driver that you mentioned that was not having a luck of a day, is up 2 positions, doing a pretty good job there. Crystal's the other Ferrari driver, is also up 2 positions, so Ferrari's doing what Ferrari used to do back in the past. But at the moment, Richie's still hanging in there on those medium tyres, so he got them up to temperature and managing to keep an Andreas at bay in P3. But Hark leading this race.
Yeah, Crystal's getting past Neon Dice, or he wants to. Dive bomb on the outside of the hairpin was a bold move. Got the outside line, and now the inside of Spoon. Is he going to hang it in there? This is a Vettel Verstappen moment. What can he do? And Neon has to pull out there. He's forced to, really, as Merlin tries it again. But there will definitely be another round 2 battle here into the Casio Triangle if Neon can close up in the slipstream, which is quite powerful down this back straight through 130R, but he's not quite close enough yet. Maybe into turn 1, he might have another opportunity.
Yeah, I was just wondering who Neon was for a second. It's showing Dice for me, but it is Neon on your screen. P7, the McLaren driver. Oh, massive oversteer moment, almost bent into the pit lane entrance, but managed to save it. As Merlin's actually boxing, I'd imagine some damage early of getting rid of those tyres. We'll keep an eye on that. Well, actually, we have our pit lane reporter, of course, that can give us that information. But for now, we have to keep an eye on the DJ boys, because he's on the back of the Futuristic. Is it going to be his future or past? Can he see his future getting past, per se? There's the puns coming.
Yeah, on the inside is quite a risky place. Turn 1. You can get cut off pretty easily and span off track if the other driver doesn't give you respect and room. But yeah, 2 tenths, and Futuristic seems to be struggling here to keep up with the top 3 as he's going to be vulnerable when DRS is enabled next lap.
So we'll get our pit lane reported there real quick to Eversnack. So any information there on the pit stops, and anybody got damage? What's going on?
Yeah, so here at the Alfa Romeo pit box, I just saw no wing change. So Merlin seems to just go for the very early pit stop. Like Joel said earlier, the tires here last for pretty long, so those mediums can go to the end pretty much for sure. And Merlin went for the early pit stop so he doesn't have to be stuck in traffic. I think he made a mistake in qualifying as well, so he's probably stuck a bit below where he would have wanted to be, so he's just not going to deal with all the traffic and instead just pit it early. But I think I'm seeing an AlphaTauri close up to a Ferrari here.
Yeah, and on the back straight again, where Crystals was threatened to be passed by Neon Dice, but yet to make the move as we come onto the main straight. Fastest lap for Jeff Ritchie, 30.6, still in P2, under a second on those mediums from P1, as Boss is closing up, but not close enough with the DRS assistance on this lap yet.
Yeah, apologies, I'm just checking a message at the moment of something that may need to run out, but yeah, keep going, mate. You're doing a good job there, Joel. Yeah,
I was just saying it's really difficult to follow in the S's here. You got to make sure that you keep your throttle and brake inputs at optimum level, because you know dirty air through these S's, even on the game, is really bad, and you can easily overheat your tyres. So if you got to commit to the overtake, you got to commit, and you can't stay behind the driver for too long. Up towards Spoon could be another opportunity for DJ Boss. He seems to have more pace, but Crystals as well, who has good pace, right on the back of that top 5 where he needs to be to qualify for the final. So we'll see how this unfolds with a Ferrari sandwich into Spoon and up towards 130R. This is the closest battle at the moment. Slipstream on the back straight. Plenty of ERS to deploy for Futuristic in defence, though, as he tries and holds that out, but he seems to have given that position up now. The Slipstream very powerful, and Boss goes down the inside with the Slipstream. No DRS help just yet. Crystals braking a bit late, but gets a good exit for the next corner. And onto the main straight. It might be round 2 with DRS for Futuristic. He may have given that up on purpose, you know, because he will have the advantage into turn 1 as we go for the 4th lap, the beginning of the 5th. And on the inside, and GJ Boss has forced his way back through after Futuristic overtook him on the main straight. So that's allowed Crystals to close up. And this is going to help Merlin with those two fighting to get a good undercut on them. So he'll be hoping he can emerge in the top 5 when everyone's picked.
Elbows out, exactly. DJ say, not on my watch. No Ferrari's getting past me this evening. If it's going to be done, it has to be done at pit stops, depending on how long they can stretch those tyres. Richie's now getting pretty close on Hark. And we're seeing Andres is off. I was going to say Andres is off. Not lost, but he's off.
He was in P3 as well, so that's a big blow, and that promotes Crystals, and he's gone into the barrier and got wing damage, which is not ideal at all. And yeah, that's disappointing. And into the Degners, I think it must have been where he spun. It's easy to do, but you just got to take control of your tyre temperatures and make sure they're not being overheated. As Jeff Ritchie is on the back of P1. Might see a battle.
Well, this would be the time right now to see whether or not Jeffrey's tyres have taken care of, obviously, those medium tyres, and how long can Harko hold out. He's going to, if he can hold him up as much. But the problem right now is that he's also going to give Ritchie a nice little DRS tow as DJ's further down the road. And there's a run from Ritchie. Can he be last of late breakers? The Dutchman's going to go around the outside, bold and brave. He's going to trust in those medium tyres, and it looks like they are going to pay off for him. He shut the inside line out there. Ritchie's in the lead of this race.
Yeah, and Crystal's getting past his teammate Futuristic as well. So he's up into P4 with Boss still holding that P3 that he inherited from Loff. Superfan into the pit, so I imagine that's a regulation pit stop. But yeah, Jeff Ritchie up into P1 on those mediums. He'll be very quick in the latter part of the race on the softs. And the two Ferraris hunting down the Alpha Tauri lower down for the podium.
Yeah, the Ferraris are close together too, so double stack, they're going to have to communicate if they want to do that. In the pit lane, Eversnacks, how's those pit stops going for those Gladiators?
Yeah, so pit stops have been pretty clean, pretty long pit stop for Loff now, of course, with the wing change. He's very far down the field, so he'll definitely struggle to get back up to those top 5 unless there's a lot of DNFs here in this race, which I wouldn't expect, to be honest. We haven't seen that much contact. But yeah, apart from that, it'll be interesting to see what these early pitters can do towards the other guys that are still out on the softs. How this will end up for them. Definitely good for Jeff Ritchie here, out in front on those mediums. He can pit as soon as the other guys pits. Just go for the softs that are going to be a lot quicker at the end of the race, and he'll be in a perfect position.
Yep, and he's going to come visit you right now.
Yeah, and I was just thinking there, if the Mercedes driver would have pit the opposite of Jeff Ritchie, because you know he's going to be on the softs for the latter stint of the race is the Alpine, so you may as well get the advantage whilst you can. And I think he probably should have done it before he was overtaken. But that's all hindsight.
No yeah, he's got no traffic coming out of the pit lane right now, which is a good advantage. So he's also got the Ferrari Futuristic and what's on your screen there, Nico?
Neon Dice, yeah.
Neon Dice, yep, coming out as well. So yeah, clear air and can do what Ritchie does best, which is drive that car as fast as possible.
Crystal's still in the back of the Alpha Tauri and Futuristic pitting the lap before him, so I wouldn't be surprised if Crystals comes in now to defend his position. Although if he does get past DJ Boss on this lap, he will get the DRS and gain quite a fair bit of time, especially with Futuristic being hunted by Merlin. So if they get into a battle, obviously Crystals is safe in the top 5, but he'll want to make sure that he doesn't drop out. So quickest way to the finish line is always the answer. And the other close battle is Merlin on Futuristic, but let's see who pits as the Mercedes driver in P1 comes into the pits and defends. DJ Boss comes in and Crystals will get the DRS. He will stay out for at least one more lap and we'll see where these two emerge. I'm definitely expecting the Mercedes driver to be behind the Alpine in the net P1 position. And DJ Boss, well, he'll be hoping he can come out ahead of Futuristic, but I'm not too sure about that. It'll be close, as the Merc is definitely behind the Alpine, and quite a fair bit. Out of DRS now as well, and DJ Boss coming out the pits now. Here comes the train then of Futuristic, Merlin, and the Superfan, but DJ Boss has been fast enough to keep that position in P4.
Yeah, apologise, you'll have to cast for it alone for a second. I just got something urgent to come up, but I'll be back as soon as I can.
Sure thing, that's alright. So, anything from the pit lane, Mr. Eversnacks?
Yeah, so we've seen a few very close releases here. We've seen some guys go into the pits together, and especially we've seen people come out together here. So, first it was Futuristic in the pits with Merlin almost catching him in the pits, so Merlin's strategy almost working out there with Futuristic, with both of the Ferraris battling DJ Boss, but not quite enough to get that position from Futuristic. They're going to be fighting for P5 now, but then also DJ Boss now coming out of the pits just about ahead of Futuristic, and Futuristic not quite in the DRS winner right now, so he's going to want to catch up a bit more, but Crystal's now coming into the pits visiting me here. Will be very interesting to see where he comes out. He's going to be hoping that he can stay in front of DJ Boss and Futuristic.
Yeah, I mean, if he comes out in this battle, there's obviously the front two at the start. But yeah, Crystals, if he comes out in this battle, there's going to be 5-car train battling for 2 positions right at the top to get through. And Neon Dice is closing up on them as well as they battle more. But DJ Boss, a bit of a gap. Crystals is going to be at least behind him. Looks like he's going to be behind Futuristic. He gets just ahead. So that's important for his race, because if he was stuck behind, he was at risk of being overtaken by Merlin as Futuristic gets a little bit of oversteer on the curb. Did well to keep it. And if you get any oversteer on any of these curbs, it's very difficult to keep it out of the wall here at Japan. There's the Superfan making a move in the S's on Merlin. I didn't quite see what happened there, but it must have been a good one, unless there was a mistake from the Alfa Romeo driver. But he is up into P6 now, Superfan. And if he can get past one of these Ferraris, he'll be in a good position, although he has a bit of oversteer on the exit, manages to keep it on track though.
So 8 of 13, everybody has their mandatory pit stop over and done and dusted. Richie with the best tyre on the track, setting fastest time as well too, building a little bit of a gap there to the Harco. That's 2.1. And if Richie can make those tyres last, actually Harco's dropping in, so it's hovering around 2 and change, and DJ Bros hanging in there just down the road there at P3 position. He's going a couple of positions from the start there, starting P5. And if he can make those, keep those flying Ferraris behind him, he can secure that podium. But Crystals is now getting close to that DRS range.
Yeah, he'll definitely want to get on the podium, even if it doesn't mean much in terms of the tournament. But Neon Dice getting a penalty, 8 seconds back. He's not got much to worry about. But this is the key battle now, the Superfan versus Futuristic for that last qualifying position, as he's not close enough. Into turn 1 would have been extremely risky. We've already seen him make a dive on the Ferrari into turn 1, but definitely not from that far back. Wise decision to back out and just follow him closely through this. Oh, as Futuristic has span on the curb. And surely that's his chances gone of qualifying now. And Superfan is being gifted a qualification spot in P5, and Futuristic does retire on track. That's a shame.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate. That's the way he did that. Like, you got to start committed. You only got a couple more laps to go, 5-4 or so. Crystal's now putting pressure on DJ Rose. So the sole remaining Ferrari has to deliver everything he can, of course, podium celebrations are just for some virtual champagne per se. It's not champagne actually. It's not from the French region. It's Ferrari. It's Ferrari wine, believe it or not. But here we go. Let's see if we can do anything about it. This is just bragging rights, of course. It's a charity. And please donate if you can. Save the children. It's an annual event. And we've got at least 12 or so leagues of gladiators all involved here. So Richie leading this one from Hark. He's managing to pull him in a little bit. Only 2/10, but that's going to be a lot of work, isn't it, to overtake us harder here. But Crystals is the one right now eyeing the back of that Honda-powered AlphaTauri.
Yeah, getting very close here as the battle heats up. Ferrari power versus Honda power. You wouldn't have been saying that a few years ago. It would have been clear who had won. Obviously, this is the track where Alonso said compared his car to a GP2 engine. So
I remember a certain Braun-powered car by Honda.
Well, yes. Both on the mediums.
Yeah.
I mean, one lap difference isn't going to make much of a difference in the 25% race, but it's no disadvantage at all. He comes through the Jegners and pushing the car to the limit. And from what seemed like DJ Boss having a little bit of a lack of pace at the start, he's definitely picked it up here, and he's on pace with Crystals quite nicely here, actually. So just needs to make sure, even if he does get overtaken, then it's not the end of the world. He's got two positions that he can theoretically drop. So probably won't risk it too much if Crystals tries an overtake.
Oh, Joel, I have to argue with that one. They're race drivers, mate. They always it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're a 5-lapper or if you're just messing around with a mate. You want to get past. You want to win. G'day out there. Big shout out to everybody. Meepo, Makenda, g'day. Everstacks, have you heard anything from the Ferrari garage? Does he want to get past?
Oh, he sure does. He is pushing. He's a racer and he wants to get that position. But of course, it's Crystals. We've seen it in qualifying. He doesn't want to spin again. He's going to be careful about this, but he's also going to go for it. That's for sure. And he is going hard now. Oh, actually, he's disabled the DRS now. Interesting. Yeah, I just saw him get past on the main straight here. Go past me on the main straight, and he disabled the DRS in the middle of the straight. I'm not sure if that was an accident or if he's just keeping that top 5 position. Staying safe, taking that qualification for the final.
Thank you. Maybe he doesn't want to be cursed by you casters. Poor Crystals. Nobody believes in the Ferrari driver. I believe in you, Crystals. Get it done. I mean, I don't mind who wins, actually, at the end of the day. It's all for a charity event, or at least getting a podium. But, yep, let's see if DJ can hold him off. I think Richie's got this one. Harko's getting it down there, but just not enough time. Even if he gets in that DRS, Richie's not an easy driver to get past. Of course, the Flying Dutchman. The Dutch are so far looking pretty good, my friend. We could be down back-to-back Dutch victories so far.
Yeah, and it's looking that way. Although he's doing extremely well, Hakatako, to keep up with Jeff Ritchie, and even close the gap from 2 seconds to 1.2, 1.3 on theoretically the slower compound. And it might get close if he gets in the DRS, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. But in the meantime, this battle rages on between Crystals and DJ Boss, and that is the main battle on track at the moment. The Superfan just hanging back for a bit, waiting for Merlin to catch him if he is able to. DRS now for the Ferrari, and is he going to commit this time? He may be a bit too far back. He's not deploying, so he's going to wait another lap, or he's being sensible. Interesting.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, exactly. We'll see. Of course, he's in the penultimate lap, so he's got a bit of time, running out of time. Let's say about 33% battery. I don't mind giving that information away because it's a charity event. A little less battery for the DJ. So now I think Crystals has been kind of a little bit of energy saving right now for a final attack, because time is not on their side. It's about 6-kilometer track, so you got about 12 of that now left. If you want to get that podium position, or can DJ hold him off? Both of these drivers will still be getting through to the finals, so that's not what's going to be about mud, but still on track. Get up on that podium. And hey, yeah. Ferrari wine tastes good, right? If you're in a Ferrari and you do get a podium.
And yeah, the gap at the top now is almost under 1 second. He's using all his DRS as Hakatako. So is Jeff Ritchie to keep out of the DRS. So it's sort of a mental battle going on at the moment. There's only going to be 1 lap left when they cross the line. So unless Jeff Ritchie makes a mistake, he seems to be driving within himself at the moment on those tyres as well. So He'll definitely want the win with a Mercedes driver, but it's going to be a hard task to do it on the last lap now here at Suzuka, as Crystals surely will commit this time. He's very close. Should be an easy pass, to be honest. He's almost alongside before the DRS is even activated, and he's going to breeze past with absolutely no worry whatsoever, and DJ Boss has to concede that going on to the final lap of the race.
Good strategy, good timing, it seems. Crystal's patience. Built up the energy recovery system, used the DRS, and bang, got the job done. Up at the podium, DJ can probably get him back later on in the finals, of course, as they'll be going at it. But at the moment, they'll give it to Richie. Give him a little bit of, give the Alpine driver, the junior Alpine driver, Academy driver, a little bit of screen time, perhaps, because he's been leading this race for some time. I've just got a new camera angle I've never seen before in my life after years of casting in F1. So it always surprises you this game.
Yeah, 1.2 at the front now. And, well, I don't know if DJ Boss is planning to get that position back. If an opportunity presents itself, he definitely will. But at the moment, barring any major incidents or surprises, it looks to be this is going to be the top 5 for the race. But you never know. DJ Boss coming through the back straight now. No DRS on this back straight, but there is a lot of slipstream available.
Because Richie's about to cross the line right now and win.
Oh, it's spinning.
In Japan, the second Dutchman does it. Flying Dutchman, all right, flying his way into the fence, of course, but he's crossed the line there. He gets it on the McLaren driver who qualified in P1 of Harco. So Harco's still going to get through to the finals, but we'll take that on any day of the week. Crystals and DJ had a good battle there. They're going to finish up there P3, P4. The Superfan gets in that P5 position, as the rest of the other gladiators as well. Only futuristic was the only retirement.
Yeah, it was a very intense race with lots of following and battling towards the end. But yeah, good drive from Jeff Ritchie, and I don't really want to say it, but I think he was rather not driving at his full potential. But we'll see when we come to the final. Top 5, Jeff Ritchie, Hakatako, and this is where I have to remember the rest. Crystals, the Superfan, and DJ Boss.
That was P7 in his first race, I think. Good job that Icewind catching that one out there. Jeffrey Ritchie on top. You can bow, my friend. We know you have pace. Good job. So two Dutchmen, two flying Dutchmen are through to the finals there. 2 back victories there for the Netherlands. There you go, Joel. You get to go through those results for us this evening. The fast lap also went to Mr. Ritchie.
Yes, so Ace and Hakatako, the 2 Dutchmen, again, for the second race in a row. 2 Dutchmen, a 1-2 on the podium. And Crystals making it into 3rd was a very good recovery. Got driver of the day in the end, starting from the back after his invalidation in qualifying. 2 others to qualify, DJ Boss and the Superfan. Merlin, Loft, Neon Dice, and Futuristic, the others with Futuristic. Unfortunately, DNFing in the S's. So there you go. That is Group B, and that is Japan. There we go.
Yep, Japan. So Saki's all around. Well, it's a little bit of a quick breather for a second there as we throw up what's going to be happening, obviously, for the rest of the events too this evening, because we've got the Group B done. We've got Group C covers for Silverstone, the classic, of course, where the birthplace of Formula One's coming, and then Group D, of course, one of the longest streets in the Formula One calendar in Baku. So yes, my friend. Yep, Joel, you're doing a lot of work this evening and putting this fantastic event on. Save the children, of course. Donate if you can.
Yeah, I think we've
pit lane. Go ahead.
Ever Stacks.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, getting really excited here. Lots of pit lane action, actually. The strategies with the medium runners, especially. I think we've had 2 people who started on the mediums winning races now, so maybe something to consider for the guys in the next group. Yeah, getting very excited here. And back to you in the commentary booth we go.
Yeah, we've got some people wanting interviews. Well, a couple actually. Should we bring them all in at once and we can?
Yeah, why not, Gleb? And they're all
have a party.
It's a charity event. Yeah, exactly. Let's throw that Ferrari wine around the place.
DJ Boss, Fede Vara, and Jeff Ritchie.
G'day, Gladiators.
welcome in.
Congratulations on you getting through to the finals. Who would like to go first in the interviews?
Sure. What do you need?
It's Mr. Richie. Here you go, mate. So Alpine up top step again. That seems familiar, mate. How was that race for you?
It was alright. I was just chilling. The guy in P2 was not bad. I was kind of surprised. So GG to him.
Yep. Man of many words, of course, aren't you, Richie? You're chilling, all right. How are you feeling? Obviously, because your other Dutch comrade there, Neon, did a fantastic job winning the previous race, and you're going to be battling it out with him.
No, bro, he's got no chance.
It's got no chance.
No
All right.
chance.
Well, then for this charity event, seeing the finals, do you think you're going to be able to wrap this one up there and put the Dutch flag back on top?
Easy dubs.
All right. There's a challenge out there. Can anybody else bring it? That's going to be the key one. But anyway, Richie, good to see you, mate. Yeah, any last words apart from just give you the trophy now?
Well, we'll see what happens. Jetta is
I think Luke Smith is still
very
in
annoying
one of the
with
other heats as well, mate. You're Alpine.
Well, yes.
I'll just swipe him. Don't worry about it.
Oh.
Luke Smith, if you're listening out there, there's a challenge. Anyway, hey, there's plenty of other drivers out there. The Gladiator's still coming, of course. We're going to be only halfway through. But yes, anyway, we'll let you chillax for a little bit, Richie, and then we'll see you back in for the finals.
All right, cool.
And then we have got Ferivaro next, I think. Hello, sir.
Hello.
You went from last to third onto the podium. And yeah, we were questioning, or we weren't questioning, we were watching intently your strategy in the last few laps of overtaking and getting it done on the last lap. What was your thought behind that?
Well, I was just following DJ Boss, and I was just like in lap 11. I just backed off a little bit because I wanted to overtake him on the last lap. He got also, he said that to me and VC that he got a poor exit on last turn, and with DRS and ERS it was easy pass on the straight, but it was quite fun. It was quite fun fight. It's quite difficult with the dirty area to follow the car, but it was good. First podium.
Yeah, definitely on this track. How are you looking forward to the final? What do you think about Jeddah?
I don't know. I've never done a lap on that track, so I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it right now. That's the thing. But it should be fun. Maybe I'll win. Who knows?
But Jeddah could end up being a whole big smash in the first couple of corners, and so you could take advantage of that. Of course, it will be a 50% race as well, so no more 25s actually with a qualifying session too. But Jeddah will be the only driver I believe this evening that has never really put any practice laps into Jeddah, so anything can happen. It's all for charity at the end of the day, isn't it? The children are the ones that are going to benefit from everybody else's accidents and so forth and misfortunes today.
Yeah, we'll just dive on turn 1 and we'll see what's gonna happen. That's my strategy. But it was fun race. Last on the qualifying was quite bad. I just spun as usual, but after the race I was just patient and sad for Futuristic because he was doing well, and after I don't know what happened to him, I think he just crashed.
Yeah, he spun in the S's.
But I'm looking forward to see what can I do on Jet.
Yes.
DJ
Boss.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
No worries. Can you now do the interview like Kimi Räikkönen?
Nah.
No, sorry. You just sound like him sometimes. It's fine. It's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you in the finals.
Bye bye.
There we go. DJ Boss is the last person to be interviewed, I think, now.
Good evening, guys.
Hey, DJ.
Well, there was some race, man. Oh.
Yeah, can you turn your I don't know if you can turn your microphone up a little bit. I'm sure our producers will get you boosted there, my friend. I know you're probably still cooling down from that, but what a race, mate.
Yeah, first of all, the qualif didn't go well. I mean, I screwed up the first sector, and I was kind of surprised that I still managed P5, actually. But almost the whole race, I was in a Ferrari sandwich. and it was hard to follow those guys, but also to get without the rush range, because it's very hard to defend from people when they are within 1 second. So I was giving it all, and unfortunately I lost the car a bit on lap 12, I believe, final corner into lap 13, and that was a good game from Crystals.
Exactly. Even with the commentating casting, trying to thick and fast at Crystals, still managed to get it done. But yeah, you did get it done, and you certainly got a lot of screen time.
I'm sure.
So kept it very entertaining for us.
I'm sure I am. Yeah. I mean, I want to thank you for commentating. It's for a good cause, so I'm just happy to be here.
Thank you very much, mate. We're happy to be here. Everybody here, obviously, that are a part of Save the Children and like charity event from the 12 plus leagues across there, or about hundreds of gladiator drivers, of course, and all the team behind. Yeah, absolutely, for sure. Thank you very much for you guys are doing all the work. We're just casting it.
Thank you very much. There we go. I think that is us done for Group B. And is Group C next, funnily enough. So, yeah, thank you, Biggles, for your time and commentary.
I get a break. Thank you. Yeah.
A and B, 2 in a row. Thank you very much.
No worries. Yep, again, and I'm looking forward to listening to the rest of it. I get a chance there for sure. So thank you very much for allowing me in here. It's been fantastic and good. Please donate, guys. If you love the children and if you love the league and like everybody here, anything. £1, $1, 50 cents, doesn't matter. Whatever you can do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will learn a bit more about Save the Children now with a short video.
Right, before the video, I just want to mention
yes.
It's very, very, very nice of all of you to come watch the races, but it's important to remember we're not just here for fun. We're also here for fun, but we're also here for a very good cause, and I think it's very important. Any slight bit you can give to Save the Children will help. I've actually just thrown some money their way as well. I think it's a really good cause that the admins have decided on for us here. So, you know, any small donations you can give, or even just sharing the link to some other people would be amazing. And yeah, like Joel said, we'll throw it over to a quick video explaining to you why the charity work is so important.
In an instant, 1 million people in Ukraine have been forced to flee, fearing for their lives. The very youngest, unable to understand what is unfolding around them. The desperate efforts to get them to safety continue. They leave everything behind. Loved ones, livelihoods, and homes. As people in Ukraine have faced daily horrors, we have watched on helplessly. The number of displaced could reach 4 million, many without shelter, food, and water. We have a chance to make a difference now. The fighting, shelling, and airstrikes Ukraine is now facing have had devastating consequences. Hundreds have been killed and injured, including children, and thousands more hiding underground, terrified.
Там лишилась моя сім'я, мої батьки, мої брати. Mikor az egész életünk munkája. Az életünk munkája mindent ott kell hagyni, de csukod és lejössz az udvarról.
We were very scared of what will happen. We didn't sleep, we didn't eat, we've been hungry for the past 72 hours.
Disasters Emergency Committee charities and their local partners are right there. But they urgently need your help to scale up their aid effort and support the increasing numbers in need. You can donate online at dec.org.uk by calling 0370 60 60 900, by texting crisis to 70150 to give £10, or by sending a cheque to this address. Just £10 provides essential hygiene supplies for one displaced person for a month. £50 means blankets for 10 homeless people in freezing temperatures. And £100 can provide emergency food for 2 families for a whole month. They need our help to survive. Please, donate now.
Hi, and we're back, I believe, hopefully. Yes, and we're going to get straight to it, I think, because we've got a lobby full of Group C drivers ready to rock and roll. And Icewind is joining me for this one. It's myself, Ocean Chief, here, and Icewind going to do the commentary for this as the guys hopefully will be readying up soon and we can get underway. Icewind, how are you looking forward to this one?
Yeah, we definitely have the fastest group, at least by by looking at it beforehand, at least. So yeah, good to be here in the commentary booth in English as well. It's been a while, so forgive me if I say weird things today, but I'll do my best. But yeah, it'll be fun.
Yeah, it will indeed. And 17 drivers, yeah, it's a full grid. And as you say, top level guys here. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, I'm a wee bit out of touch with you know, esports level guys, but yeah, there's some names I'm seeing here that yeah, I've heard great things about, and we've obviously got our own guys from our own leagues like McKender and 2S Fitos in there. I believe Kebab also is joining us, Edge as well, and yeah, yeah, Zombie just needs, or sorry, Kebab just needs to pick a car, I believe, and we should be good to go. Everybody's readying up, so yeah. I mean, I've actually done a bit of research on this here. I love this track. It's been an absolute pleasure to be picked for this one. I still will butcher all the corner names, of course, but yeah, top 5. Who is it going to be out of these guys? We're about to find out. As everybody,
yeah, I've got some good picks here. Like, well, Luke Smith, Vexit, everybody knows him. Basically an esports level guy, but I think there's a lot of other guys like Lewis, Marcus Towell, well, McKender also. I'll give him a chance here. Let's see, but he's definitely chosen the toughest group out of all to try to qualify for the final. So only 5 people are gonna get through here as well.
Yeah, no favoritism in the commentary booth, but McKenner, come on, you can do it, bro. Also, Marson as well from SOR. Good to see him join on track. I haven't seen him race for a while, so who knows? Maybe he's esports level now. We're about to find out as we head into one-shot quali. Of course, dry race, park for me off, I believe, or on actually, I think. So, yep. Drivers will be picking their setup. I'm sure they're all well warmed up for this. So we've been waiting for a little bit there as we're running a wee bit behind schedule, but yeah, we are loading into the session as we speak.
I'm really expecting this to be a pretty much a DRS train all the way, but let's see how this develops.
Yeah, it's 25% race distance. So yeah, I mean, we were talking about it before the race. You know, what kind of strategy you can go for. You could run the softs long, or you could maybe pit and avoid that. But you are going to miss out on that DRS trend. So yeah, I mean, This is what it's all about. It's about the race and seeing who crosses that finish line first. And in this case, second, third, and fourth, and fifth are the ones that count. So yeah, we're on track already here. So McKender's actually looking pretty good out there. P1.
Oh, and Carter Landy's completely thrown it away in turn 1 already, so I don't think he's going to be starting on pole at least. But yep, Luke Smith is on mediums actually. Wow. So some of these guys choosing to take the alternate strategy here.
Yeah, McKenna down to P2, but Tristan is up to P1, Marcus Fall P3 currently. We're seeing them just changing around every time you see a corner coming up. It tends to be where drivers make up time or lose time. So we're heading to the famous Cops Corner, one of my favorite corners in all of F1. Absolutely flat out usually on this track in these conditions. And looks like most
5 on those mediums, so yeah, he's definitely delivering. Also Lewis, who I have to say I'm not actually sure who he is, but he's always on the top of my friends list in TT. But apparently we know from somewhere, I don't know where.
But Marcus Fall has taken the top slot, and Vexit is creeping up there as well as kind of tussling with Tristan at the minute. P2, McKenna still in the top 5. Cardellini's recovered up to P5, so he's done well there. And Vexit actually taking P1 there momentarily as they're going through sector 3 and across the line. It's Marcus Fall in pole position. Vexit does indeed make his way up to P2, and Tristan P3, McKenna P4, Cardellini P5. And running out the rest of the grid is Michael Not Washed, Harlem, P7 in the Alpha, Joseph, P8, P9 Lewis, and Edge, P10. Vito just missing out there by 7/10, P11.
I think that's like the picture of this lobby gets the Edge in P10. Like we know how fast he is, for example. But yeah, like Luke Smith's definitely as strong as I expected him to be, so P2 even on those medium tires, which is
Yeah, I didn't even have a look at the tires. You know, the one shot quality passes that quickly, but yeah, Vexit on mediums up to P2. Incredible stuff. P7 there, you see mediums as well, and P9. The guys starting outside the top 10 may well just gamble on those mediums, or maybe they keep the softs on just to try to keep abreast of this DRS trend that we're expecting.
Yeah, Carter Lundy really good comeback after that mistake in turn 1, so up to P5, and apparently Vito has forgot to load a setup. That's not ideal. Oh dear.
Yeah, that's not good, especially in Group C. I mean, you might get away with that in other groups, but yeah. So I'm just trying to figure. I mean, obviously the weather. I mean, we're not used to this in Silverstone. The UK weather is usually quite changeable, but today it will be dry, and we're seeing blue skies up ahead.
Yep, indeed. So I think it's sort of set to be dry, right? So
yeah.
No chance for rain today. Also, safety car is off for these qualifier races, right? So no safety car. So you definitely don't want to do an extra pit stop around here, especially around here, because it's a very long pit stop at Silverstone.
Yeah, and we do get a formation lab, which gives us a chance just to get set up here with our spectator menu. So yes, we're looking at well, this is it. I mean, Silverstone, you got that short run down to turn 1, Abbey. It's pretty flat out. You got how many cars? 17 cars heading down there. I'm expecting that there might be a little bit of a tussle into turn 1. Tend to get some incidents there, but hopefully we can get everybody through safely. So we want all 17 drivers to be intact and competitive for this one, because really I can't get over these names. We're kind of overwhelmed here by top drivers.
Yeah, this is definitely the esports group of this qualifier. So yeah, we'll see a good race here, definitely. I'm sort of not really sure what they do on the 25% race. I think it's still the case that 25% tire wear is basically the same as a 50% race, so you can pit very early if you want, and still make it to the end quite easily. So it'll be interesting to see what somebody like Luke Smith decides to do here.
Yeah,
from those mediums.
Yeah, alternate to that would be to run long on themselves. Could be a bit of a dodgy strategy, but I have seen that. Obviously you got YouTube drivers and stuff. I've seen that before, and apparently it is a viable strategy. So this is what it's all about, the race. We find out what are people going to do. But right now, Marcus Fall is leading us into Sector 3 and down to Vale Club, and then it's take your grid spots, and away we go. And I think you should call the start of this race.
Oh my god. Well, I'll try. It's been a while since I did an English commentary, but I'll do my best here. Drivers are lining up to the grid, and Mako Lako, the final car, also in the final corner already, so about to get underway here at Silverstone. We're gonna try to fish a better camera angle in a little bit, just as the final car parks on the grid there. We're gonna get a small loading screen, I think, in between, and after that it is go, and there will be no waiting for the lights to go off as per usual in some older games. The 4 lights, 5 lights are up, and away we go, and it looks like a good start from Marcus Tauloy on pole position. So Vexit is not unable to, and there is actually a crash in the background. What happened there? So Tristan Day is out, and there's a massive crash in turn 1 as well. Some Ferrari just went flying in directly there. I think that's Ben Mills, so he's basically out of this race, and I do not know what happened there. That looked like some sort of lag, and there's also all sorts of hassle going on at the back there. Martinez also at the back, McKender at the back, so yeah.
Shooting as well gets spin out. Yeah, McKender. Yeah, a lot of good drivers getting caught up in those incidents. I think Vexit as well has had a bit of a issue. He's down to P8 right now. He's dropping down the order here, actually. They must have some kind of issue with a car.
Yeah, I think he must. Yeah, he's missing a front plate on that end plate on the front wing. So Vexit's race is also pretty much done. Yeah, that was a messy start. I think that looked like lag from my point of view, but I'm not really sure what happened there.
Yeah, it's possible someone lost it. It looked like a Mercedes, but we can review that afterwards. Zombie Kebab is actually up to P10. We saw him in Group A. He's been given a second chance today, and he's actually up to P10, which is not bad for him. He's on his mediums as well. But up front is Marcus Thal, and there is a bit of a DRS trend, not as big as we expected after those incidents on lap 1. But yeah, Marcus Thal is in the lead, and he picks up a 3-second time penalty already on lap 1.
So he must have picked up a bunch of warnings on this lap already, and that could be very crucial at the end. Currently they are like all on their own though at the lead, so this might not affect his result too much. Let's see.
Yeah, these top two have actually broke away already from P3, Michael not washed. 1.8 is the gap, and then behind is the medium runners coming through like Harlem, Lewis, Mako Lako.
Yeah, Mako Lako from the last position on the grid up to P6 already, so...
Yeah, I know. A lot of guys in the pits here, obviously, with see Vexit in with a front wing change. Hopefully he can get back into this race. It's going to be a tough one. Edge as well, must have got caught up. Vito, Tulip, McKender and Ben Mills all pitting on this lap. Oh, and Marcus Fall, is he in the...
Nope, he's still at the front.
Sorry, I switched to P1 there and I went to Ferrari for some reason, but yeah, you're right. Marcus Fall.
And I think Vito's had an issue in turn 1, so maybe that setup that he managed not to load is causing him some trouble. And yeah, I'm just looking at the gaps here, and yeah, it's really gonna be a tall order for Vexit to get through out of this one.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a 25% race, so it's even harder to make up that gap. But if anyone can do it, I'm sure Vexit can. But Tulip as well.
Penalty already. Wow.
Penalty come through. Yeah, I think that's the what do you call that quarter? Brooklands, I think. Yeah. Oh, and Tulip actually goes off into the wall. It's a big crash. Probably would have been a safety car. There's actually 2 cars, I believe, a Ferrari as well. Or sorry, Vito and Tulip.
Yeah, so Vito's had another issue there, I think, with the very hot tires at the moment. So So yeah, I think his bid for, he doesn't have a front wing either, so his bid is definitely done for this race. So we have already probably three guys retiring from this race in a bit. And yep, some battling for P9, I think it was there. The Alpha Tauri boys, but Marcin grabbing that P9 at the moment. And at the front, Marcus Towell and Carter Lundy on their way, 2 seconds the gap to the next car.
Yeah, and they've got a complete, pretty much full battery, 80% each. So they're obviously happy enough just to sit and store that up. Carter Lundy not going to make a move just yet, but he does have DRS his lap. Yeah. Is he going to go for the inside? Maybe he does indeed. And
I would expect these guys to work together though, just to drop the other guys from, because Marcus cannot afford to get another penalty at least. I think that would be very detrimental for his efforts to get through here. Currently he's fine with that 3 seconds because the gap behind is so big.
Lundy then taking the fast lap of the session, 28.3.
Yeah, and that's Vito retiring in the pit lane as I predicted a few corners ago. So, unfortunately for him, I'm just trying to check here, what is the actual gap? So Vexit is 43 seconds from the lead and he's about 40 seconds from P5, so yeah, I don't know. He's gonna have to pull something out of the back to really make that happen, but we'll give him the chance, of course. Marcus Howell grabs that P1 back, so these guys are basically trading DRS and dropping the other guys behind them. Ooh, and actually bit of a slide for Carter Lundy there.
Nice drift there, Carter. Yep. Using up a little bit of ERS just to compensate for that, and stay on the back of Marcus. But yeah, I think you're right. These guys are happy enough just to work together and keep their ERS topped up in case of any attacks from behind. Oh, and Michael is coming under attack here. He does have 2 medium runners, Harlem, Lewis, both on those 3-lap old mediums. So the softs should still be okay here, but the guys behind her have DRS and indeed put a move on. Harlem gets past. Is Lewis gonna try as well? He doesn't. So it's up to P3 for Harlem, who actually
drives into the pits, and there's a few other guys too, Carter Lundy and Marcus Towell as well. So this is the other play that I was expecting here, that the guys are gonna go early for the mediums.
So that puts Harlem in P1.
He's gonna go for softs already, but yeah, as I say, you can pit early because it's a 25% race, so either tire compound is gonna go to the end easily. And Louis quite close to Harlem here, but not really in a position to make an overtake here. And let's see where did these guys come out in P6 and 7.
Yeah.
Wow, so that the gaps are absolutely ridiculously big.
And
actually.
I think Marcus just picked up another time penalty. Did I just see that correctly?
Oh my god.
Yeah, he has 6 seconds to his name right now, so he's making it hard for himself when it's looking easy out there. But these penalties, yeah. Oh, as Carter gets past Qden, so Qden on those older tires, and Carter making short work. Actually, Qden actually just goes wide there, almost letting Marcus through. Bit of contact there with Marcus. Marcus able to send it through the inside on those fresher tires, making them work.
I wonder if Qden's tires are like overheated or something, because he's getting massive understeer pretty much into every corner. Oh, look at that, into cops as well, so could have been a warning there. Harlem McKee's also a pedal. 5 seconds speeding lane.
Speeding penalty,
speeding
yeah.
That's not good. Oh no.
Yeah, easy done, but yeah, you don't want to do it in a 25% risk when you're trying to make the top 5. And Kebab's hanging it out there. He is P4 at the minute. He does have to pit, but I'm sure he is enjoying just the prospect of being top 5. He's actually P2 at the minute now that Harlem and Lewis have pitted, and they put on the fresh soft stand. So be interested to see where they come out. It is a very long, slow, tedious pit lane exit and entry here at Silverstone, but Harlem is down to P5 just behind Marcus, and so yeah, I mean Marcus will lose 6 seconds.
Yeah, he's gonna be under threat here because the gaps are not that big actually behind him. 6 seconds might actually drop him out of top 5. We'll see. And we have a yellow flag somewhere in the background. I think that's Martin who's...
7-time on Vikander, 5 second. Oh, he's in the pits. He's retired. Yep.
Yep. So he's decided to give that one up. Let's see where is Vexit actually after all this pit stop stuff. He's about 12 seconds away from this, 10 seconds away from this group that just pitted. So yeah, I'm not gonna put it past him. He's definitely got a lot of work to do ahead of him to somehow make it back there, and he's really got a big slide there out of Woodcut Luffield, I think that is actually, yeah, Luffield. So
Morrison in the pits as well. He picks up a speeding penalty, I believe, when and he retires the car. So we're actually down to 12 drivers in this one. But yeah, Vexit he's not able to close in very much on Edge, but Edge is very, very fast driver, so I would expect that from... Oh, Vexit's in the pits.
I wonder if he's gonna...
Sorry. I'm looking at the wrong person. So whoever I was looking at got a pit new front wing there. So yeah, that was
Genio, then Joseph. Yeah. He's coming out of the pits and just trying to see what the gaps here are. Like the top 5 is pretty much in the clear, so that 6 seconds for Marcus Towell might still be okay at this rate for him. If they're gonna, drive into the distance like they are at the moment.
Yeah, and change at the front as well. Look at this, they're all bunched up very, very tight here. Carter Lundy takes the lead from Marcus Fall. And it's DRS train from Carter to Lewis in P4.
Just checking, Marcus has not picked up any more penalties in P2 at the moment, so he's decided to drive a little bit more safely at the moment, I guess. His teammate is right behind him, though.
Yeah, they're running very tight.
Disconnected McLaren ahead of there as well.
Oh, we're going to see a move with this DRS train.
It's a Ferrari, not a McLaren. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Marcus up to P1 again. Oh.
And Harlem into P2 as well, so both of them take Carter Lundy there. I think decides to yield that one. And then it's a little bit of a gap behind to Michael. I'm gonna call him Michael because I'm not gonna say all of that.
Dirty Mike.
Yeah, Dirty Mike. I guess that's what we said before the stream. But I'm just gonna call him Michael. So the top 4 are basically in a race of their own. Then Michael is driving alone in P5, and he's got a 5-second gap behind him. So at the moment, it looks like the top 5 are gonna go through here, regardless of the penalties.
Oh, and Lewis and Carter side by side for Brookland. And Lewis again hanging around the outside of Luffield through Woodcut. And I hope they don't go side by side through Cobb's Corner. We know what happens there. But no single foul it is. These guys are running so tight. I mean, the smallest mistake can spell disaster for 1 or 2 drivers here. But great racing from all these guys.
Yep, and they're definitely not shy with their battery here, so they actually want to race here, even though they sort of don't really need to.
Right, quick information from the pit lane here, Eversnax. We're having some slight technical issues with the broadcast. We'll be right back, but the commentators can still see the race and maybe tell you what's happening.
Yeah, of course, yep. Okay, so we're doing like radio commentary now.
Yeah, I've always been told I have a face for radio, so this works for me.
Okay.
But no change at the front here. Marcus still P1. Oh, look at the margin. 0.1 is the margin. And again, the Haas driver running so closely behind these 2 Alphas. I don't know if there is team orders here at Alpha today, but and Lewis look again ever so close to the Haas.
I'd be surprised if they don't know what is going on here, so they don't really need to be racing each other too much, because the gap to P6 is so much that they can afford to get another penalty and still get away with it. But yeah, so currently they're just sort of towing each other. But it's very close, as you say. And
I'm running on board with I was just running on board with Lewis there, and the margin to contact is so small, but yet none of these guys are actually sometimes you see these wee love bumps and they can then settle the guy in front, but yeah, these guys are not doing any of that. It's all very clean racing. These guys obviously know their margins.
Swap for the lead here. I think Harlem is gonna overtake his teammate Marcus Towell and goes into P1. This train continues on. And they're basically dropping everybody else by 1 second a lap, pretty much. So the gaps are. We have a yellow flag. What has happened there in the background? So Edge is off. So did he have some sort of contact with Makolako there, or whatever happened there? His front wing seems to be intact, both of them actually. So I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah, you sometimes see that. I think it was Stowe Corner, and you sometimes see that. Yeah, if a car goes side by side, slightest bit of contact will just spin you around, and both cars going out there, which is unfortunate for them. Exit up to P7 though, is 12.7 off the leader, and
I think
it's too much.
I think it's too much of an ask even for Vexit. He's 7 seconds away from P5 at the moment, so barring some sort of a spin or I don't know, multitude of penalties up front, he's probably not going to qualify into the final, and that's of course a really big surprise. Unfortunately, somehow got tangled up in that incident at the start, and I think that's a bit of a shame, to be honest, because Vexit would have been great to see in the final, of course.
Yeah, Vexit fastest laps and 27.5, very impressive in this field.
I really hate the saying, but I guess what you should say in this situation is that that's racing. And Edge. 3 seconds as well. So yeah, at the front, both of the Alfa Romeos have 5 and 6 seconds, but at the moment that will not affect anything at all. And we have 3 laps to go.
Right, and the video is restored as well. Quick information here actually on the race start. I was actually watching the race start as well, and it seemed like Luke Smith, Vexit, had 2 people trying to overtake him at the race start. So those mediums not working at the race start. 2 drivers behind him going just a bit faster, so they went 3 wide into the first corner, and that just does not go. So that's why all of this happened. That's why there was so much chaos and all the crashes.
Yep, unfortunately. So Vexit is still doing everything he can, of course. He's about 6.2 seconds away from P5, but yeah, I think that's a bit of a tall order for the last 3 laps.
Just caught a bit of a spin there from Kebab. A bit of contact with Makolako, who's charging his way through the field again, but just the slightest bit of contact was enough to send Kebab off, and he's down to P10, but yeah, still in it.
And want to say props for Joseph in P6, and I think we're going to have a change at the front again, so the Alfa Romeo is basically just trading the front spot each lap on the hangar straight.
Yeah, and Lewis as well is looking for a move on Carter, but he just can't get the momentum to get past.
Yeah.
He's just there or thereabouts, but yeah, as he loses back in just slightly. And
of course, as I've been saying all along, they don't have to, and I think that they also know that very well, that they don't want to get in an incident in the last 2 laps and lose their spot in the final. So yeah, but it's definitely close. So if somebody makes a mistake at these kind of speeds that you have on this track, it's it could be a big crash, and we have Harlan going a little bit defensive on the pass of Carter Lundy, who actually interested in getting past them there. So he's actually in the position to win this race, considering both of the guys in front have penalties. And once again, Lewis really close up to the back of Haas on the back straight toward Cops.
Yeah, I think Lewis he could win this race. I mean, if he's able to get past here, he can definitely win. So this is when you do it on the last lap or the penultimate lap.
And here we go into the back straight, and all of them are basically draining their battery here. So the Alfa Romeos once again.
Oh, Harlan's going for it.
Yeah, he's doing what they've been doing every lap pretty much, and Carter Lundy going a little bit defensive in the background there. So Lewis has nowhere to go, and still doesn't make it through there. And I mean, I don't know personally these guys, but I would expect every one of them to have a racer mentality. So even though they sort of don't really need to be racing each other, I think they're gonna be going for it to win this race on the final lap. Yeah. Far away in the distance, Michael in P5, and he seems to be quite safe as well. 3 seconds to gap to Joseph, also known as Ingenio. We remember him from HDAR.
Yeah.
Been a long time ago.
Michael just needs to be careful. He doesn't pick up a penalty. I think that would be his. Yeah, because Joseph's obviously trying to stay within that 3 second gap, just in case that does happen to be the case. But right now, Michael driving very well and looks to hold on to that P5 position.
Yep. And for the final time through cops for this leading group, and Lewis ever closer to the back of that Haas, but still unable to make a move. And I think he's out of battery for the back straight at 2, so I think the positions are probably going to be pretty much unchanged unless the Alfa Romeos once again swap positions here. Harlem actually going defensive this time around, so he wants to finish P1 on track. He's of course going to drop to P... what is it? 3 or 3 probably, because he has 1 second less than Marcus. So across the line in just a few seconds, and here we have the first 4 to qualify for the final, and then Michael is gonna come home in P5, and he's gonna be the 5th guy to qualify for the final here, and there we go.
Nicely done, yeah. So the top 5 guys make it through to the finale, which will be coming up shortly at Jeddah, but I have to give a shout out here to Ingenio, or aka Joseph. P6, Exit. P7 wasn't, I mean, he would have been, I would say he would definitely have been a shoe-in for the finale, but yeah, these things happen. Oh, and there's a, yeah, Exit pulls up on the start-finish line. Actually, yeah, there's someone on the start-finish line without a wheel. But yeah, Edge P8, Mako Lako P9, Kebab actually P10. Hopefully if he's making his way around the final corner. But yeah, P10 from him, not bad in this field, has to be said. Sometimes surviving is, the hardest part.
Yep. So, yeah, Vexit making it about 3.5 seconds from qualifying to the final, and yeah, really unfortunate with the crash at the start of the race.
AlphaTauri of Cuden then, P11 it looks like for him, and Ben Mills as well. I think he's
the entire race, so
yeah.
Lockdown, it's already finished, and Cuden across the line as well, the last guy. Yeah, that was a crazy race.
Yeah, a lot of strategy and patience we saw in that race, but I think the gloves are going to come off in the finale, whenever it's all to play for. Obviously, there's 5 spots here to get into finale, but once you're in the finale, there's only 1 winner in that race. So that's where the fireworks are going to be, as we see the podium.
Both I'm going to have to run here because I apparently supposed to race in the next group.
That's right, yeah. Go get him, man. Go get him. Top 5, let's go.
Yeah, let's see. I gotta wonder if that's gonna happen. I think the chat is going off here a little bit, so I don't know if Joel or somebody is watching. Please take it easy in the chat. It's all for fun and charity, guys. So, yeah.
Yeah, Bigsit does indeed bring home that fastest lap, but it wasn't enough. After that first lap incident, a bit crazy there in the first lap, and I think that's probably why you sometimes get this in league racing. The emotions are up, and yeah, we will.
But anyway, I'm gonna hop here, guys, because I gotta drive in the next race and get ready for that. So thanks to all the viewers. Hopefully you enjoyed that, and maybe I'll do another English commentary in the future again.
Okay, guys.
It was fun, Chief. Been a while.
Always a pleasure.
Yep.
We do have guys in the booth there just waiting to be interviewed, so I'm gonna bring those in. If I can figure out how to drag them all the way up. Eversnacks, if you're there, you can help me out.
Yeah, I'll try to grab Marcus up here. No, I don't have
Yeah.
permissions.
Hello. Sorry. Yeah, I had to be unmuted for that. Shall I just drag them all in now?
Yeah. Bring them all in. Yeah.
On Lewis, Carter, and Marcus are here.
Hey guys. Yes, welcome to the commentators booth. Yeah, it was an exciting race. It seemed like a lot of strategy was you seemed like you guys there's 5 positions that you're going for that finale, and you were happy enough just to kind of work together. Am I right? Or were you, or was that the gloves off and you were fighting each other tooth and nail every lap? That goes to Lewis first of all.
I think at the start probably we were all kind of fighting, but once we realized that it was probably easier to just work together and not fight too hard, I think it was more chilled.
Yeah, I mean, you guys were running super tight. Was there any moments there where your heart was in your mouth? You thought you might, pick a bit of damage, just breaking that a little bit too late, or was it all under control?
I got a screen freeze at one point and almost ran into the back of Carter, so that was scary.
Nice. Yeah, and we saw a few guys with penalties. I think Marcus, you were 6 seconds of penalties there. Don't know if Marcus is available at the minute, but
Yeah.
Marcus. So 6 seconds. Just talk us through that, because the first 3 seconds I saw it pop up in lap 1, which is quite impressive. How did that come about?
Yeah, I went wide in Stowe on the first lap, and that gave me 3 warnings instead of 1. So I shouldn't have got a 3-second there. And the other one, I just drove normally out the pits and then just got another penalty. So yeah, not sure how the game figured I'd have 6 seconds there with, but yeah, doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it didn't matter in the end. You sealed the deal in that top 5 spot there. Carter Lundy joined us here at the commentators booth as well. How was it from your point of view? Was it all everything under control, or was there any doubt in your mind you would get a top 5 spot here?
What was that to me?
I'm just asking how it was for you.
Yeah, qualifying, I think I put on the wrong setup, and then at turn 1, I was half sideways, and then I just thought it was basically over the top 5, and then in the race they went 3 wide at turn, not even the first corner, and I just was so confused. But from there, me and Marcus just worked together, giving each other DRS just so we could be safely through to the top 5.
Yeah, there was a lot of I mean, I'm seeing a lot of screenshots here popping up in chat, so it's something we can look at afterwards. But yeah, it seemed some guys got caught up there. I think Vegza was one of them. He made a pretty good comeback after getting a front wing change there, but unfortunately for him, didn't make the top 5. But these things happen, as you know, guys. It's a race, and sometimes sometimes the crap hits the fan. I'm just trying to choose my wording here. I know it's a charity event. Cuden as well. You joined us here. I mean, you didn't make the top 5, but how was it out there? How did you find it?
It was quite difficult because I haven't driven this track that much. I spun out that flat out right turn in the quali, and I ended last. But I think as long as I am finishing the race, it's a win for me.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, you stick in the race, and P11. I
Yeah.
mean, in Group C, I mean, these guys are they're all killers. So you did well. But congrats on the win, Carter. And I'm very much looking forward to this finale. I mean, I'm an old guy. I don't know if my heart's going to be able to take it, but I'll be tuning in, I'm sure, as will everybody else. So thanks very much, all of you, for joining us in the commentators booth, and we'll see you guys in the finale. Okay.
Thank you
Thanks for the race, guys, and thank you for having the race.
Yeah.
No worries.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. So, with that said,
there we go. It will be Fede, Vala, and Kebab to commentate in the next race, but we're just waiting a minute or two for someone else to join the Group D lobby. But we got pretty full grid again, 15 people so far. So yeah, it should be good. I think ever since we've got a video or 2 to play because I forgot to do the one last time. But yeah, we will see you on the other side. Make sure if you have got any spare cash, well, obviously, yeah, if you're able to, please donate. It's very important. Helping those in Ukraine at the moment, obviously, with what's going on in that part of the world, and that's our main focus at the moment. So if you have and you are able to, we will very greatly appreciate any amount. But yes, thank you very much for your generosity. And yeah, I think we're about to play a few videos now to explain why we've chosen this charity this year.
I was in Afghanistan last year and there was war. First I left my country from war and then the war started there. So I feel very bad and nervous. When the war started in Afghanistan, we left our house full of things and there just like this. We left our house and just closed and locked our house and camped here. My two friends left Ukraine and went to Poland, and they are very nervous from this war because they didn't see any war in their life.
And we safely crossed the border. It was amazingly for us, safe for me and for my children. There were all of possibility there. Food, transport, place to stay, extremely kindly people.
I'm worried for my future. I want to study. I want to be a good man for my family, for my future, for myself. For now I know nothing. And then we will see what will happen.
Hello and welcome back. My name is Kebab and we've got Fedivara or Crystals in the seat next to me here for the commentary for Azerbaijan, the last group stage of this fantastic tournament. Big thanks to all the guys who've arranged this and set it all up, Joel, Ocean Chief and everybody. But welcome Fedivara, it's our first time commentating together. Are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, hello, and yeah, good evening to everyone. Yeah, I think it's yeah, as you said, it's the first time that we've commented together, and I think it's gonna be a very good race. I really like Azerbaijan, Baku. I think it's gonna be great race. Maybe we're gonna see some side by side on the castle section. I doubt it, but who knows? But yeah, do you like the track?
I absolutely despise the track. I can't stand it to race. However, for a spectator, it's a great one because it's anything can happen here. It is essentially a street track as far as I'm concerned because all the walls are very close. So any mistake can really ruin your race, kind of thing. It can knock a wing off, it can knock a wheel off quite easily, and it's very tight, very difficult to get a move made. You've got to really rely on patience and that DRS down those DRS straights. So we'll see how this one goes. But we're going to have qualifying. First of all, one shot. While waiting for that, just want to say a big thank you to everybody from Zombie who's been watching. We've had a lot of Zombie guys in the chat making.
Yeah, thank you, Zombie Kebab. But yeah, what's gonna be the pole time? Who knows? Like 37.8, 37.7? I don't know.
It's tough to tell because we've got drivers from all walks and all stages of skill here, kind of thing. So it's going to be really tough to tell what kind of time pole's going to be. It's one shot as well, so nobody gets the chance to do it over. So some of those quicker guys might mess up one corner, and that'll be them out of the running. So you tend to find one shot qualifying is a little bit slower than the 18-minute qualifying that we normally do. But let's see, as we are on board here with Jerk. Or is it Copy that we're on board with? Yeah, Copy in the Williams. So this guy is quick. He is a tier 1 driver in SLR. We've got, obviously big changes as we see on the left-hand side as people jump up and down, but that'll kind of even out and ease out as we go along. Copy, not up there at the moment, but lots of corners to go. Icewind, climbing those. SLR Max as well is one of those who's very, very quick. on a one-lap thing, but maybe not so quick in a race pace. As we see,
Yeah,
Will
me
Gibson.
third at the moment.
Yeah, some real battles going on there at the top with Will Gibson taking top spot for a second there, but Copy, slow and steady wins the race here for Copy. He's slowly making his way up. Drops down there in that corner there, but very, very tricky track, as you can see here on this one here. We're looking on board with Meepo at the moment on the
No,
on the
he's on
stream.
third actually. And yeah, Meepo just passing through the caster section smoothly and a little bit of oversteer, but now yeah, he's approaching the last few corners of the second sector and after to go on the third one, which there are like 2 corners, and after all on full throttle. Also the fast chicane. And let's see, still third, but now in P1 we are getting PR7 Pio Mami, Pion, and the Will Gibson. So let's see, I think the pole is gonna be for Pion. Probably let's see what's gonna be his time.
Very, very dependent on the exit to that final corner because it's a long straight.
And it's at 38.2.
38.2 and then 38.3 for Will Gibson as well, so it was very, very tight. Then a big gap, 5 tenths, 4 tenths to the next person. But yeah, some surprises there. Icewind, but down at P9. Surprises him, he's some lows. Copy in P7 as well. And the Williams, you expect those guys to be a little higher. SLR Max and Meepo doing very well there, just in that race there. Tier 1 racer in SLR onto the second row of the grid as well. That's a great showing from him. Joel disqualified. Who else have we got disqualified there at the bottom?
Joel? What happened to? Do you know anything, Eversnax, from what happened to Joel?
I did not see Joel on track. No, not sure what happened there.
Okay.
3 fellas at the bottom there didn't set a time, so maybe they can get something done in the race. But they're only short races, these 25%. And yeah, looking for the top 5 who are going to go through to the final. Yeah, a few people here, Copy, especially Copy and Icewind. I mean, Icewind, I wouldn't put it past him to be able to make up 5 positions in here. And obviously this track, walls everywhere, danger everywhere. Lots of places that you cannot at any stage go too wide through. And if you stick your nose in there, you've got to rely on the other person backing out. Sometimes you can bully people into backing out by putting your nose where it doesn't belong. So with this being not a season-long thing, just a one race, people might be willing to take more risks than usual. What do you think, Ferry?
Well, I think, to be honest, it's gonna be the same as the other the groups because yeah, I think it's gonna be very, very tight. The grid seems, well, it is very competitive. Gibson, Fion, Justin, Meepo before and Max, Charles Leclerc, but in the game he didn't take the pole as he did today on Bahrain, and after we got also Copy, which is on SLR Tier 1 driver, and overall it's a very fast driver. And also I think Icewind is maybe quite disappointed, but he is very, very consistent, fast driver overall, so I'm expecting him to fight for the top 5. So it's gonna be very, very tight. And also Joel got disqualified, but in the last race he has been improving a lot, so
very aggressive is Joel as well, so I got a feeling that he might be looking to make some big things. We've got Charles Leclerc. It's a brilliant name, that. I absolutely love it. He's in a wall already, but you can't get damage on the formation on that, I don't think. So he should be okay, but that's not what you want to see. That's a bad omen for sure.
Let's see now. The driver going through the caster section for the first time. Let's see if someone is gonna hit the wall.
I can almost guarantee somebody's going to hit the wall somewhere.
It's quite far away. Max.
Yeah, well, we're waiting for the formation lap to finish. Let's just have a quick chat about why we're here. To save the children. Guys, please, if you can, donate and help out a great cause. I think the guys in admin team have, we pick a different one every year. It was Mind last year, I'm pretty sure. Last time around we did Mind. The mental health charity this time we've chosen Save the Children, which who can argue with saving kids? Kids are the innocent people in the world, essentially. And all the money is going to a fantastic cause. So please, if you can donate, can't, then please think about getting in touch to kind of help us out with future ones of these. We do these things once, twice a year, and there's always room for people to race or to help out in any way they can, kind of thing, with either design or just doing the promotion of it. But got the cars lining up on the grid now, and we'll get ready for the get-go. I'll be following on with the front of the grid. I've got a great camera angle on my screen, but the stream is a different one. But we have a fantastic camera angle here for Fionn McKee. Fionn McKee, VR7. I think we'll just call him VR7. That's the easiest way.
Yeah, I was saying just for the event. Also, a big thanks to Joel, which it's like the third year, which is organizing the event. So yeah, now let's see this race.
Yeah, we've got the drivers readying up now. Lights are ready to go. We've got 1 light, 2 lights, 3, 4, and away we go. And it looks like a good start for the Haas there, but it looks like the Aston Martin isn't getting away very well. He's feeling pressure from the Red Bull, and they're all around. There's a Ferrari round in the background, and another Alpine as well, as Span there as well. There's a couple of people. So that's Alcatraz and Charles Leclerc not having the greatest start. Max has lost a position there as well, but Fionn McKee gets a fantastic getaway, keeps the lead, but Will Gibson right on their tail. And looking again into this corner here, a bit too far back to make the move. Is Fiona going to be able to carry on and keep this lead? Fantastic.
Yeah, Joel already up to P11.
Yeah,
which is
Joel.
started on P14, and yeah, we got Justin third. Well, the top 3 hasn't changed, even the top 5 overall, but it could be already in P6, crazy on P7.
He's been at the moment battling hard with Jerk, but Jerk gets the better of it at that stage there. Sorry to interrupt there, but I have to talk about the battles on track. Icewind very, very close to the back of Jerk, and Joel at the back of those as well, looking to pick up any scraps left over from that.
Yeah, it was pretty clean start, so yeah, nice to see it, apart from some, hit at the back from Charles Leclerc, I think, but which is not, which is recovery, and there is Undead, which is, it was waving on the straight. I was near to hit the wall and crushing, but yeah, everything's looking fine. But let's see if Leclerc now is gonna use, yes, he is deploying the ERS, and I think on that, I think he does. Oh, he spun, and that was very close to a collision with Charles Leclerc. So yeah, we can say Undead is out of the race, but that was very, very close. And Charles Leclerc is pitting, I think, for repairing his front wing.
Bit of damage there, yeah. As we're on board again with Meepo once more on the stream.
No, he's not. He's not repairing the
Icewind.
front wing.
Not repairing the front wing, so just a tyre change there then, I guess.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's forgotten to actually press change wing on the MFD there, but yeah. So fairly clean start for the majority of the grid. We've got a couple of trains here forming, so we've got a train from P1 down to P5, then a gap to copy. I'm sure he'll close that gap at some point. We've got a couple of great battles going on throughout the crack there. Oh, as Jerk hits the wall quite hard there, that might be a bit of damage. Icewind looking to take advantage of that. Looks like the wing is intact for Jerk. My position, but yeah.
Yeah, and Eversnax, how is Counterstainer seeing Anas in P1? How is he behaving? He is excited.
Right, Gunther Steiner has already smashed at least 2 doors. He's so happy about this race start, so his driver's in P1 and 4 still.
Okay.
Further down the grid, though, the Ferrari pit lane, they're not looking too happy. They had a really bad start with Charles Leclerc, I think from P6. Had a bit of a bad start there, a bit too much wheel spin on the start. And then also, of course, the contact with the Alpine that spun both of them around. Now the early pit stop, going for a bit of a different strategy, might pay off if everybody else gets stuck in traffic, because those cars are really close. I'm seeing several DRS trains form, and I'm also seeing an overtake by Icewind on Jerky right now.
Yeah, do you think the Ferrari engineer asks the driver to activate the slow button during the race? What do you think? Because yeah, Ferrari's not looking great at this moment.
Looks like Icewind's got that move done and then goes to the inside to defend, because Jerk's not giving it up easy, but Icewind should be able to keep that one in the end. Brilliant stuff from Ice. Patient, exactly what you need to be doing
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Yeah,
So,
the Will Gibson is P1
looks
now.
like Will Gibson, has managed to take the lead from Fionn McKee as well. We've missed that one, but it looks like to be hotting up for the win here. I don't think these guys are going to be playing it strategically to get the top 5 either. Any racer worth their salt will just race and just not care about what happens. If there's a car next to them, they'll race it. I know that. I've just done it. I crashed the final laps in Silverstone there, racing somebody for a position that did not matter.
Well, yeah, I think like this moment, the top 5 should be really patient. All the driver on top 5 because the gap between Max and Grace is about 2.6 seconds. So if I would drive in this moment, I would just we just be patient.
Something's happened to Copy there as well. I just thought to mention that he's dropped down to P13 there.
Yeah.
So big mistake from him somewhere on the lines, and that puts him pretty much out of the running here. You haven't got a lot of time to make up for any mistakes. A 13-lap race isn't a great deal of time to make up 13 seconds just to get to the P12 spot. So that could be race over for Copy.
And Fiona, by the way, just
takes the lead back.
Yeah, takes the lead back.
I mean,
That's
these guys
what
are not
the
taking your advice at all, Crystals, are they?
No, they're
really
not.
Beating this tooth and nail. Justin sneaking around in the back there as well is also looking at things. We've got another thing there. Pit
and now Will Gibson again on the inside, and I think he takes back the lead again, the leadership again.
Brilliant fighting between these two, very respectful, both doing great jobs here. We've got the first couple of pits in, so Meepo, Icewind and Max all pitting, and
they're gonna try the undercut, and Joel got a little bit of collision, but not.
That's what happened to Copy as well. He's also got a stop under his name, so I think he's gone for the early pit stop in order to go for that undercut as well.
Probably,
So
that's the
onto
best
the
thing
mediums
to do.
early, I guess. I think the softs here are very prone to overheating as well, I think. But we'll keep an eye on this battle here as Will Gibson and Fiona.
And I think Max is without the front wing. Oh no. Yeah, he's just backing off to let the driver past.
Yep.
I don't know what happened to him.
That is the nature of this track. Walls everywhere. One mistake and you're in one. And good job to try and to keep it on track without a wing, because the car becomes almost uncontrollable without a wing.
Yeah, true.
So that is a
great
job for him.
Better straight speed line.
Definitely less drag, as Meepo makes a move there on Massive Face. What a name.
And the top 3 is pitting, by the way.
Top 3 pitting, as we see here. So Fiona and Will both going for the same strategy. No wing changes there by the looks of things for either of those, as Fiona comes in now. It looks a lot further behind, so as Fiona made a mistake there in the pit entry, because it looks like Justin has jumped her, maybe, has he? No, it hasn't. So great stuff. They're both out. Justin is pit as well, so they've all maintained their positions. But these guys in front hold them up any, though? That's a big question to be asked, because these guys may not pit for a while, especially these guys on medium.
Max retired.
Max retires. Is that in the pits, I wonder? It looks like it is. He's in the pit lane, so giving up on that one.
What was the reaction of Toto Wolff, Eversnax? Have you seen it?
Toto Wolff not too happy about this, because Max was in a really good position and then went for the pit stop, hit a wall somewhere, lost his wing, and his race is over. So it happens really quickly on this track. There's walls on both sides, and as soon as you go a bit too wide, I think he was pushing to get close enough to Meepo to do the overtake after a pit stop. But yeah, it was just a bit too much. Hit a wall, and he's out of this race. Back to you guys.
Yes.
Thanks for the info.
Yeah, thank you. And not a lucky day for Mercedes.
Yeah, certainly not, no. But yeah, I mean, at the moment we've got an Alpha. Is it an Alpha? Yes, that's an Alpha. Leading the pack at the moment, but Ferrari here of Yuri. Very difficult name to say, that one. Under a lot of pressure here by Will Gibson as well. And if he holds these guys up too much, then Fiona or Will might have issues here. Let's see what happens here as they come down the main straight. They'll get DRS from this guy. They should be able to overtake him quite easily, but will Fiona and Yes, Fiona gonna make the move. Diving down the inside. But doesn't quite make it though. Will manages to hang on to that position. Brilliant stuff from Will. That was extreme bravery from both of them to go round the back marker. Who isn't really a back marker, he's there fighting for position essentially, even if he is on 5-lap older tyres, he's got whether within his rights to fight for position. It's not a blue flag situation. Can't fight
but look at the difference of battery between Fion and Gibson. Like Fion is about almost full battery.
Yeah,
that's so
huge. And just in that race on 50% behind there as well. So Will could be really gifting himself for the later stages of this race with that overuse of that ERS. And
that's also about the characteristic of this game, as if you get a DRS, you're not gonna get away of that easily if you are the guy yet. So you just can't recover all the battery you want. So yeah, just in this moment, Fiona just making his strategy, just being careful and following Will Gibson.
Patience, like I said earlier, with Icewind, who's done well to get up to P7 now after all of the changes, and looks like everybody's pitted by now. There's only Yuri and Joel left to pit. So Joel, I wonder if he's going to come in this lap here, because if you've started on the mediums,
he is.
So he is going to come in. Yes, he is. So is Yuri going to do the same as well, or is Yuri going to stay out?
No.
Yuri comes in as well. So yeah, that is everybody pitting. And Will regains the lead of the race.
And they were about to be side by side, Fion and Gibson.
Fiona's really putting a lot of pressure on Will Gibson here, and not really giving him a moment's peace. Being within a 10th of that car, and he's just going for it again. Nope, decides better of it. Tucks back in. Gonna buy her their time. I don't know if it's a he or a her. I don't know if Fiona's short for Fiona or what, but yeah, we'll just operate on the fact that they're genderless at the moment.
Yeah, I think if Gibson wants to win this one, he should just play strategically, like pretending a mistake to get the DRS.
If he does that, he's got to do that extremely well in order to not give up the position to Justin, that racer as well, who's
that's true.
held third place the entire race here, just patiently following these two guys as those two battle. He's just patiently following along, waiting for the mistake. And yeah, these guys do battle it a little bit harder as the race goes on, which I imagine they will. Everybody wants a win, regardless if you're going to get into the final or not. These guys could crash, could cause something here, but so far they've been very respectful, very clean in their racing.
Yeah, it's a great race so far, and also Cop is 8 tenths behind Icewind. So and Icewind is CP5 currently, so he has done a very good comeback. He started on P10, I think. I'm gonna have a look now. Yeah, P10.
We did call that one. We said not to count him out, but Copley, I don't think is going to be able to get a move done here. Maybe on the second straight, but it is going to be an interesting battle here for that last point position, essentially, because that's the top 5 go through to the final.
And now, Fiona takes the leadership, P1. So yeah, now for Gibson, it's a good moment as he just can recover the battery if he has the pace to stay within the second with Fiona, but I think so.
But if Fiona knows that, if VO7 knows that he's got no battery, which we've been talking about it non-stop, then they are going to save their battery as well and not deploy. But obviously the DRS is going to be the difference between those two cars. And if Will gets back ahead, that's not what he wants. He's going to maybe have to lift and try and coast a bit, as Charles Leclerc is DNF.
Yeah, hopefully it's not going to happen here tomorrow.
Fingers crossed, yeah. I mean, we're both Ferrari fans for the real F1, and Ferrari have come out swinging as DNFs as well.
Joel.
Here, as it's in Castle section as well, so thank God ghosting is on, because otherwise that would have been a real problem for the McLaren coming through there. But that car backwards in Castle at the moment, not gone well for Joel there at all.
Yeah, indeed.
Unfortunate for him, but I mean, you can take solace in the fact that he's organised another fantastic charity event.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, of course.
And yeah, I know for a fact, because I was more involved in the last charity event, that these are very, very difficult to run. There's a lot to take to get organised and get right, and times short between the races. Difficult to get things running on time and get everybody in, and obviously people don't show up. It's very stressful, so big thanks to Joel. I can imagine that stress probably played a part in that DNF, but we are seeing here exactly what Baku is like, as we have, what is that, 4 DNFs? Is that
yes, we
5
know.
DNFs we have?
Yes, we know in this race we're just racing for fun, and yeah, hopefully, if you can, as Skeba said before, if you can, to afford for it, to donate to save the children. But yeah, we're just here for fun. So yeah, thanks to Joe, which it's the 3rd year, which is organizing the event, and yeah, he always work hard to make sure everything is gonna work for it. So yeah, just gonna join this last 4 laps of this race, and after we're gonna get the final race, which is gonna take place on Cheta.
We've got some insider info there from the engineers in the Finnish pit lane, should we say, because it's Meepo and Icewind both have wing damage, we're hearing. So if Icewind, somebody also says, if Icewind gets top 5, he's going to double his donation. So we need to really push Icewind along here. Got no visible damage on his wing that I can see on the screen, but he's within DRS4 copy as well, who's managed to pinch that position for the moment. But Icewind, he's got the patience. Get back at him there.
Yeah, he is old and wise. That's the characteristic of Icewind.
Well, I can speak from experience that being old does not necessarily make you wise.
Yeah, that's true. But it's Icewind, so yes, it is.
Icewind definitely is wise. One of the calmest people on the track. He's a little bit overcritical of himself at times, should we say? But definitely.
Yeah, like you have to know, guys, that Icewind is one of the drivers which, if he set the world record, he would say it was a very bad lap, which is the slowest driver ever.
But yeah, we've into the final 4 laps here we go, and this battle at the front is between 3 drivers still. It's been tight the entire race. Brilliant driver selection.
And there still is a fight for the top 3, so these 3 drivers are just following Fiona to get that P1, which obviously as a driver you want to achieve. Okay, you can qualify for the final if you get within the top 5, but always as a driver you want to get the best.
They will definitely fight each other, and then things come down to it kind of thing. They may be looking for a move soon. And Justin is looking very good on the ERS at the moment as well. He's got the same amount of ERS as VR7 Fion, and Will Gibson struggling, if we're honest, to recoup any of that ERS. 22% going in turn 1 there. So to the 50% of VR7 and 50% of Justin as well. So Justin, I know him from SLR, he is a patient racer. He might not go for this position, but we all know racers, they can take the position. If there's a gap left, they will take it. So maybe they will be pushing on those final laps. They may wait until the very last moment, and anything can happen at that stage once you start fighting with each other, battling. Anybody can make a mistake, get pushed into the wall, get a little snap of oversteer, take out another driver, and then that means Icewind would be P5, top 5 if one of these guys crash. But maybe they are thinking of that, and maybe they're thinking of the final instead of this, because these guys might think to themselves, well, take P2 here so that they can take P1 in the final. But I get the feeling that final, I mean, judging by the pace of people in Silverstone, unreal pace for some of the drivers in this tournament. Got some esports level drivers here who are absolutely rapid, unbelievably so. I mean, Luke Smith in that last Silverstone race, I don't know if he made it to the final, did he? Didn't, did he? He was P7, so
I think so.
Some of the quicker guys, like Luke Smith is one of those guys who's not far off esports pace. He beat me in Silverstone with an accident as well. So even though he crashed, he still was faster than me. Says more about me than
Yeah.
it does him, I think. But he is one of the very, very quick guys. But these guys pushing each other along here in this front three. Is are they going to go for these moves? Are they going to fight here? Or are they going to
I
just
know, I think
play
so,
safe?
yeah.
I don't think so. I think they're going to
I
fight
don't
it out.
know. Like, as Eversnax is on the pit lane, what can you see? How is the tension between the three teams which are fighting for the win? How is the situation there on the pit lane?
Right, I'm definitely seeing the Aston Martin guys eyeing over to the Haas pit box. They keep looking at each other. I think they're pretty angry at each other. They just want to get past and get over with this. But so far they haven't been overtaking each other on the start-finish straight into turn 1. They've been looking very, very calm next to each other. They seem to be only going for very safe moves. They know that once they crash, they're out. Because here at Bucky, you don't want that front wing damage. Something else I want to mention, by the way. Like you said, Mippo and Icewind getting slight front wing damage here. Now we have Copy catching up to Mippo. But somebody who was in that fight before retiring was Joel, our grand admin and host of this event. So he was looking very good on those soft tires. He could have also made a move there, but now it's looking like Copy without wing damage should be able to overtake Mippo now, and then it'll be Mippo against Icewind for that last qualifying position. Back to you guys.
Yeah, and also, yeah, thank you. And probably the Williams, the engineers, and all the stuff is very happy to see Copy on P5. That's a great point for the Williams. And also, yeah, Ashwin P6, so he got probably slight damage, as Eversnack said. And also, yeah, Mippo is on P4. And now it's gonna be the last lap. And
Mippo about to
let's
get
see.
overtaken here. There's a 4/10 gap there, and he's closing and closing. But is he going to be able to get the move done? Mippo's defending. He goes for the outside. Is he going to be able to make the stick? He gets it done before the braking zone. Yes, he is going to
Let's
be
see,
able to
Will
make that stick.
Gibson also dive bombing on the inside, and yeah, he got it. Gibson is currently P1.
So it all happens on the last lap. Is Fionn gonna battle that back? Because I mean, are they going to take that lying down? That is, you know, taking the win at the last death, and 22% ERS for Will Gibson to 40% for Fionn.
And
So
also
still,
the
there
race
could be a
faster.
mistake there for these guys, because I mean we have got one more last straight to go down the start-finish straight again. They will get DRS down there before the final. Could be going down to the wire. Exciting stuff here, but Fiona's dropped back 7/10 now. So Will, it looks like he's really pushing this. We're going to stay on board with these front drivers here. This is where the action is, and then we'll quickly pop back to Mippo and see how they get on once these guys cross the line. But this final corner here, as they come round it now, is very important to get a great exit here. It looks like Fiona's got one. She's closing the gap. It's going to go down
Yes,
the wire
yes.
here. I don't think she's got enough. There's enough in the tank
Yeah, I
there, but
think Fiona is gonna
maybe-
get it. I think so.
Absolutely
Yeah,
hammering everything. No ERS for either of them. They've used it all. It's going to be very, very tight out of the wires. Fiona goes for the move.
Ooh, side by side, and
The finish line
Fiona got
is
it.
so tight. Fiona gets the win, and on to Meepo. Are they going to get it here as well? They're a lot further back as Copy Meepo for this final post-pain position, but well done Fiona to get that position back. Brilliant racing till the very death. Very, very tight margins there. Is Meepo going to be able to get P5 back? Is Icewind going to be able? Icewind has dropped a long way back. He's made a big mistake there. Looks as though Meepo did not get the fourth place off Copy, and Icewind doesn't get 5th place either. So that's our top 5. VR7 takes it at death. What excitement!
Yeah, that was-
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
13 laps,
great.
and it comes down to, we can't even see the interval because it's so tight, but I think it was less than a 10th between the two of them. Justin just kept his cool and took P3, didn't want to get in the way of those guys, but that was absolutely fantastic racing from those two. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, it's indeed. Also, yeah, Copy P4. And Icewind, yeah, sadly is out of the top 5, but yeah, P6, great recovery by him. And yeah, Justin P3, just taking the podium. He has been following on whole the race, just the top drivers, but yeah, he probably just decided to play it safely,
Yeah.
because he knows that the real win, which really matters, is on the final.
I think
But
Yuri's
yeah.
going to get the driver of the day from the game, but he gained 7 positions there. Great race from him as an honourable mention. But thanks to all of the drivers who've raced here today. You've all done a
Yeah,
fantastic
sure.
job, made it very exciting for us. We'll move on quickly to the interviews because obviously we've got the final to get going. I think we've got Will Gibson to drag in. I don't have permission to do that, so if somebody can drag Will Gibson in
Yeah, I
there,
can do it.
Ever Snacks, and we'll get him
Okay.
interviewed. So,
Yeah,
Will, that
Gibson.
was absolutely fantastic.
And
You were
Justin.
pipped at the death. That must have been very, very hard to take. That was less than a 10th in it by the looks of things, Will.
Yeah.
Talk us through your race. How was that? It must have been very tense.
I knew I wanted to overtake on like last straight, so I knew I was a lot faster. I thought I could pull about an 8/10 gap, which I did, and then I just died out of the final corner, which lost me about 2/10. I think I would have had it otherwise.
I think you were very low on ERS throughout that kind of thing, and it was. Did you find it difficult to manage your ERS throughout that race?
I used too much in the first stint, but I then learned by to try and save ERS, but I just wasn't really getting it back.
Yeah, it's very difficult to bring it back, kind of thing. But a fantastic P2. You got into the final. Are you ready to race for the next one? Are you looking forward to Jeddah? Is it a favourite track of yours, or?
It's okay.
Okay, Donna Justin, that must have been exciting to watch from your perspective. Being P3 the entire time, watching those two guys in front of you battle it out brilliantly. How was that?
Yeah, I mean, I even told at the end of the second stint when we were about 10 laps and the exact same information. I even told the person that I was in voice chat with, I think we went on a mutual agreement just to finish like this in the race because, whatever position we all finished in top 3, we would have qualified anyway. So I just watched.
At no point you were tempted to go for that big balls dive and go down the inside or anything?
Nah, if it was a league race, maybe, but nah, I just thought, if it's third or first, it's just the difference of bragging rights, so it doesn't really matter.
I mean, bragging rights mean a lot in my racing world, I'll tell you that. But yeah, that's absolutely fantastic stuff. We'll leave it there for the thing. I don't know who Strix is. Strix Fionn? I don't know. I would like to interview Fionn because that was absolutely fantastic from them to get P1 at the death, the absolute death as well. But we'll keep the interviews short and sweet because obviously we've got a lot to get going on with the final coming up as well. Are you all looking forward to the final?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, how do you fancy your chances in the final?
Top 5, maybe podium.
And fingers crossed for you guys that it goes clean. No major incidents for you, but it was absolutely fantastic to watch that one. I've got to say that was great entertainment. So
Yeah, it's been a very interesting race. It was nice to see. So yeah, good luck for the final, which I'm gonna take part of it. So yeah, if you see me on track, just let me pass. Everything's gonna be fine.
You have your team orders, gentlemen. Let crystals past.
Let me win.
Enjoy the final. I will be watching and rooting for you all. Essentially, it was great watching that. So we'll move on, if that's okay with Snacks, and go probably to a video, I imagine, before we set up the final.
Yeah, we've got a bit to set up for the final. But yeah, as you can see, we are over halfway to our £500 target. And if you can, please spare a few pennies. Anything will be much appreciated to this charity. We've got a few videos and then we'll come back and discuss the evening so far as people get ready to take part in the final.
Well, less said about your incident, the better, eh, Joel?
Well, yes.
We'll just skip past that, pretend it didn't happen.
Yeah, we're gonna
Well, I was going to qualify top 5, but
we won't mention
Yeah,
the
we
crap
just
that you did in Castle where you were back with. We won't mention it. It doesn't need to be talked about.
Well, it's charity, so I just wanted to let the other through. It didn't want to.
I'm being
Yeah,
charitable.
that's why. Yeah. Big heart by Joel.
Yeah. Anyway, onwards and upwards with the videos and things. But yeah, thank you everybody for your time and money, and please consider donating if you haven't already.
Yeah.
It's been a horrific week for the people of Ukraine.
We've watched on our screens the airstrikes, shelling and bombardment take their toll on men, women and children. The conflict is having devastating consequences. Hundreds of thousands of people are estimated to have left the country in recent days, and numbers continue to rise rapidly. People are queuing at borders, hungry, exhausted, often separated from loved ones. Many bring only what they can carry and are ill-equipped to face freezing temperatures. Others, still in Ukraine, have had to leave home to take shelter from the bombardment, living under curfew with little chance to buy food or get cash. Many homes are now destroyed or unsafe to live in. Essential services, schools and hospitals have been affected. It's estimated that if this situation continues, more than 7 million Ukrainians could be displaced. It's easy to feel powerless in the face of so much catastrophic human need, but you can help. The DEC, Disasters Emergency Committee, represents 15 of the UK's leading aid charities. Many are already working within Ukraine or neighbouring countries, preparing to scale up their operations. They can help provide food and water, warm clothes and blankets for many families in need, as well as vital medicine and medical equipment for those who are sick or have been injured. £10 could provide someone with a month's worth of essential hygiene supplies like soap, washing powder and medical masks. £20 could provide them with a month's worth of emergency food, and £50 could provide enough blankets for 4 families. You can give now online at dec.org.uk, or you can call 0370 60 60 900. That's 0370 60 60 900. Standard geographic charges from landlines and mobiles will apply. Or you can send a text. To donate £10, text the word HELP to 70150. Texts cost £10 plus your standard network message charge, and 100% of your donation will go to the DEC Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal. You must be 16 or over and have the bill payer's permission. For full terms and conditions and more information, go to dec.org.uk. Or you can write a cheque and make it payable to DEC Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal and post it to P.O. Box 999, London EC3A 3AA. Thank you.
Save the Children is here in northern Romania. We're about 100 meters from the border with Ukraine, where for days now we've seen a constant stream of cold, exhausted refugees coming across the border, and they've fled just some of the most unimaginable violence and danger. One mum we spoke to said that when she called friends back home to see how they were doing, she discovered she'd got out just in time. Her whole home had been destroyed in fighting shortly after she left. It's also bitterly cold here. I don't think the temperature's got above freezing for days, and we're hearing about families waiting 15, 20 hours on the other side of the border, having to abandon their cars and walk because the roads are too damaged to drive along. But thanks for your support, we are here and we are scaling up. We're providing food and essential hygiene items and clothes and toys for refugees and children as they come across the border. When safe enough, we've also been able to provide people inside Ukraine with essential supplies to help get them through. So while things are grim here in Romania, particularly in Ukraine and across the region, with your support, we will help them to get better. So thank you.
Yes.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. It's Eversnacks. I've just climbed up here into the commentary booth. I will be commentating the final for you together with Strix, who will be with us in a second. But we're now moving on to the final race. The top 5 of each of the groups have moved on, and we now have the final with the 20 best drivers here getting ready to do short qualifying and 50% race in Saudi Arabia. So this is going to be the longest race yet. We're expecting a lot of action. We just saw it in Baku. There's a lot of walls here in Jeddah as well that you can hit, so the drivers need to be careful if they want to finish the race, and we'll see who ends up on top today. But for now, we've got a hot lap video ready for you to go, so enjoy a nice lap around Jeddah before we start the race. Welcome back, everybody! That was a hot lap around the Jeddah circuit. You see it everywhere. You have to get very close to the walls if you want to get a good lap time. So these drivers here, the quick guys, the ones who have moved on from the other groups, they're going to get very close to those walls, so something to watch out for. And they're going to be trying to overtake each other while doing this. So very exciting for sure. It's Eversnacks and Strix in the commentators booth for this final race. 50% race, and now, of course, a short qualifying. 18 minutes of qualifying, so these drivers will get more than just one chance of doing a quick lap.
Yeah, here we are in Jeddah, and it is a brilliant circuit indeed. And now, well, I'm gonna miss you in the pit lane, you know? But if you're up for it, maybe you can quickly run down to the pit lane during the race, get some information from the drivers and the team coaches or whatever, and then come back up here in the commentary booth, and that'll be a great way to have snacks both in the pit lane and commentary booth, because you've been a great addition.
That just sounds like a lot of physical work to me. I can just do a different voice and pretend I'm somebody else in the pit lane. Maybe that works for us. Or I'll just do like, oh, I'm running down now. Hello, it's me in the pit lane.
Yeah, true. That is another way you could do it. That'll be quite entertaining. We'll see how that gets on. Maybe we'll get some nice creative juices in there. Anyway, qualifying has just started. No driver has left the pits yet. We got a 20-man grid, as was expected. And it's the final race that you guys have all been waiting for this Save the Children charity. Remember to send in your donations. There's still about an hour and a bit left of this stream. Plenty of time to get the donations in and reach the goal set by Joel. It's for a great cause, and yeah, I'm pretty sure you will enjoy the racing we have here as well.
And I'm finally seeing the first cars leave the pit lane. It's been 1 minute and 15 seconds already, and nobody left the pit lane in that time. But now we've got a Daisy in the Alpine, the first car out on track. Michael joining in as well. So we'll get ready for some hot laps in just about a minute.
Yeah, indeed, and I'm gonna let you guys in on a little secret. This is the first time I've commentated and seen a race, both virtually and IRL, around Jeddah, so I might be a little bit lost every now and then on what happens. Sadly, I was working the day the F1 race was hosted here, so I missed that one. But yeah, it's from what I've seen so far, it's a great circuit, a really high-speed track. It sort of reminds me a bit of one of the sectors in Gran Turismo. There's a track, I think in Croatia or something, where it's very tight but high-speed chicane. It sort of reminds me of that little sector in Gran Turismo around the whole circuit, basically. Very high-speed, technical track, and if you make one small mistake, you're into the wall. And it's been brilliant to see people drive laps around it, and the onboard you showed earlier really shows us how intense this track is.
Yeah, you just reminded me of that one track with the amazing drop at some point through a chicane. I can't think of the name, but it's that one track that everybody knows.
Yeah, indeed.
It's really not very helpful if I don't know the name and I don't know the country either, but it's a nice track. Alright, but we do have a Daisy going for his first hot lap, so he'll be setting the first time. I'm sure it'll be purple sectors all around.
Yeah, like we saw today with the telemetry, it was purple sectors for the top 3 drivers constantly. I don't really know what was up with the graphics, but hopefully this time around it'll be a little bit better. But Desi's starting his lap, getting very close to the walls. It seems like he's got this circuit pretty much nailed already. I don't know if the lines are right or not, but it seems quick, it seems brave, and that is how you do a lap around Jeddah. So let's see if he's able to continue. There's a few yellow flags in Sector 3, but I believe that is because of a pile-up of cars due to trying to find space in the quali session to get their hot lap in. I need to quickly enable my track map.
One thing to consider here, of course, is yeah, I think there's a bunch of people bunching up in the last corner to get ready for their laps. But one thing to consider here, of course, is that these guys are the ones who have already moved on from their group, so they were the 5 fastest guys from each group, meaning that those guys should definitely have the track down, and it should be extremely close between them now. Daisy almost cutting the corner there, but just quite getting the right line there. It's really close on this track. You're really close to a wall all the time, and it's also really easy to cut a corner. But yeah, Daisy's going to be setting the first lap here. All of these guys are going to be fast.
It really is a bravery lap. You got to watch out for hitting that wall on the exit there. We've seen that happen before. As Daisy opens up his DRS, comes towards the start-finish straight. What's the first banking lap going to be? A 1:27.1. I don't know if that's quick or not. We'll have to wait and see, but we soon have Michael not washed. Dap. Michael set another lap, which is only a tenth slower than Adesi, so it seems to be a pretty good lap. Is that Justin coming up to the start finish? He's invalidating his lap, sadly, though. You see, there's another one of the Aston Martins. It's not Jonah, it's the other one. Gibson. Is it Gibson? Yeah, Will Gibson.
Gibson,
He just
yeah.
crosses the line, but he is on medium tires.
Oh, Halro on a 127.6, also on the medium tires, so he's probably going to be one of those guys to look out if he can go that quick on the mediums. But I think the lap time difference between the softs and the mediums isn't that huge on this track. So we'll have to see how it actually looks in the race. But yeah, it should be a strong lap from Halrell here for sure, and I think he was one of the quicker guys in qualifying in Group A as well.
Yeah, he was in Group 8 the pole position sitter, and he was also contending for that podium, or top spot actually, on that podium before he had a mini disconnect and his AI took over, and we all know what happened there. He finished fourth in the end, I believe, but he lost on a potential win there. Anyways, as I was happening, Jeffrey Miguel Renault, can't see the rest of his name. Yeah, so Jeffrey Miguel sets a provisional pole position, a full second faster than everyone else. So that's a banging lap time he's got in there.
Yeah, that is an extremely good lap time. Nobody else is even close, even the faster guys from the other groups. But I just saw Carter Lundy invalidate his lap. I think he's already invalidated one lap beforehand, so he needs to just familiarize himself a bit more with this track. And then I'm sure he can put in a fast lap as well. He might just be pushing a slight bit too much. It's really easy to just push that slight bit too much, have too much speed carried into a corner, and suddenly you've invalidated or you've touched a wall and lost a lot of time.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate when that happens. I'm quickly on board with Lewis, or Lewis, however you want to pronounce it. He's hugging the walls as tight as he can, coming up to the final hairpin now, I believe, as he passes the back marker. Brakes around the 50 marker board, so that's a very late braking zone. Gets on the power nice and easy. Full throttle, DRS open. What's his lap time going to be? I think it's going to be around the 126, 127. So it's a 126.7. So he's the second driver to get into 126, but he's still 6/10 off Jeffrey Miguel. So still a little bit room for improvement to catch up to the P1 guys, but definitely not a bad lap time at all, as he is 4/10 ahead of everyone else.
Currently on a hot lap, we also have the Alfa Romeo of the Superfan. He just passed one of the slow cars on an in lap, I believe. But he's now getting ready to get towards the start-finish line. He seems a bit slower, should be 127.28. Yeah, 127.6. Puts him in P7 for now. But there's definitely still something to come from a lot of these guys. I'm expecting the track to improve a bit, and then we'll see some quicker lap times as well.
Yeah,
Two of the drivers... Yeah, go ahead.
Go on. There you go. Yeah, it's fine.
We have two of these drivers currently on the mediums. Halrell in P6 looking very good, and then Will Gibson in P9. I think he might have made a slight mistake because he was very quick in Baku. He's just driven Baku, or maybe he's just maybe he's still in the Baku drive. He still wants to drive around Baku, and you know, with all these walls so close to him, just feels like home. But yeah, he's got to get used to Saudi Arabia now. And he's going on to the softs. He's going to do a quicker lap on the softs for sure.
Yeah, people trying out different strategies. It's always worth trying out a medium lap time to see if you're going to be in the top 10 at the end of the quali session. But you quite quickly get an idea of how fast the top 10 are going to be, and if the medium tire is worth trying to start on, even if you start inside the top 10. So it's worth giving it a shot. We have a short qualifying session rather than a one shot, so that gives you a bit of that play room that you need, and I think it's about an 18-minute session, so you have plenty of time to do 3 or 4 laps if needed.
Yeah, absolutely, and you're expecting the track to ramp up as well as the time passes, so you really don't need to get the perfect lap the first time around. You can afford to just go on to the medium, see how fast you are, do a banker lap, and then later on, if you need it, you can go for a really fast lap on the softs towards the end of the session. I'm sure we'll see a lot of cars leaving the pits with about 4 minutes left.
Yeah, it's also a confidence thing, you know, so you get used to the lower fuel run as your setup, and if you want to make any tweaks, you can also make some tweaks. And as you said, the track does get faster as it gets more rubbered in with all the cars driving around. It will be getting colder as it is going further into the evening, but that's usually a good thing because you can get more grip out of the coldness. But I don't know how that works in the F1 game, but that's at least how it works in It takes longer for the tires to heat up, but once they are heated up, it's okay. Anyways, Adesi on a lap as well now.
Yeah,
I
we've
think
just seen...
catches... Oh, he's invalidated.
Oh, okay. We've just seen Milan and the McLaren take P2, so now McLaren in P2 and 3, they're going to be very happy about that. So really good lap from Milan. Something that these drivers actually need to watch out for on this track, you're sometimes seeing it towards the end of the lap here on the start-finish straight. They run out of battery on the start-finish straight, so on this track, it's one of those few tracks where you actually have to manage your battery over, yeah, there you see it, Hakotaku out of battery now, and only into P7. So, you know, there might be a 10th in it if you manage your battery well, and you still have some battery left on the start-finish straight, pushing towards that finish line. Might gain you some more time there.
Yeah, for sure, and every time counts in qualifying around this track. I'm just having a look at Howell. He's 5/10 up on his lap time in Sector 2 alone. He set a purple lap time, I think it said, but I'm not sure if that's accurate or not.
I think he was on the medium, so yeah, I would expect him to be very fast now.
Yeah. This could potentially, if he keeps this up, be another one of those 126 times, and he could maybe split the McLarens. I'm looking down at the paddock right now, and Zach Braun is jumping up and down with joy currently, but Howell might be here to ruin his day a little bit.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like a very tidy lap. He's getting really close to his walls, using all the track that he can, taking the inside line here, getting the shortest possible way he can take to the start-finish line. Oh, there's a Mercedes ahead of him. Let's hope he doesn't get distracted at all by this. Oh, it looks like a wonderful exit out of the last corner as well. And we're heading towards the start-finish line. Should be a really good lap. I'm expecting 126 for sure, and it's a 126.6, and he goes ahead of both McLarens. Zach Brown is seen punching himself in the face. Why did I say that? I don't think he's that violent, but yeah, he's definitely not happy about this.
I mean, he'll still be happy with both his cars in the top 5. I mean, today in Bahrain he wasn't so happy, but at least we're here to make his day better. Howell having another brilliant qualifying performance as it stands. P2 and that Williams car, great performance from him. I'm going to have a look if there's any other cars on the lap maybe.
I'm currently seeing the Ferrari slipstream. Oh, nope, that did not look intentional. Oh, Crystal just completely blocking his teammate there. I thought they were slipstreaming intentionally, but no, Crystal just completely didn't see his teammate there and kind of ruined his lap there. Crystal on an out lap, Joseph was on a fast lap, and he just hit the back of Crystal there. That was kind of unavoidable. But Joseph's gonna have one more chance to do a lap. He still has time. I'm still expecting a lap here from Jonah Martins.
Yeah, Jonah Martins, the race winner of Group A. He definitely has pace, he showed it. He started 12th, I believe, in that race, or last, as he invalidated. Oh, just as I say that, he invalidates his lap time as well. So Jonah is going to have to come back into the pits and put on a new fresh set of boots, try and come out again and see what happens. Is Kopi on a valid lap? Yes, he is on a valid lap, as he's it says he's purple sector 2. I don't know how accurate that is. But I'm going to have a look at him for a little bit now to see what he's able to do. He's a very fast driver. We've seen him before in the previous seasons of SLR 2S and whatnot. And yeah, he's on a pretty good lap so far, it seems, although maybe he's backed out of it.
Yeah, seems like he's backed out. That's interesting. I've also seen Karja Lundi, who was also one of the really quick guys. He's on the mediums now. He's also backed out of a lap that he didn't invalidate, so I'm not sure why everybody seems to be backing out of laps. I think he might be recovering some battery, but he's almost out of fuel, so yeah, interested to see where this goes for some of these drivers. Jonah Martin is now heading onto another lap after invalidating. Oh, his invalidated lap was actually 26.8, so that would have been P5. If he does that again, then he'll be up in the standings as well.
Yeah, so definitely there's potential there for Jonah Martins to be in the top 5 starting grid. Just needs to put the lap together.
Might be heading for the pits. He probably doesn't have enough fuel.
Yeah. Let's have a look at Desi trying yet again, coming into Sector 3 now, into the hairpin. Final corner to see, does he get a good exit? Will this be enough to maybe get a bit further up the grid? P7, still respectable starting position, but that was his first lap time. He set DRS open, ran out of ERS, and he does improve up to P5 with a 26.9.
watching Carter Lundi pull into the pits now on those mediums, so he's gonna have one more chance, perhaps on the soft tires, to do a quick lap here. Other people who haven't set a lap. Oh, I just saw somebody jump up there as well. I think that might have been
It's the super fan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Alfa Romeo. The other Alfa Romeo of Copy also hasn't set a lap. Neither has Jonah Martins, who's out on track right now, who has invalidated another one. Oh, he needs to stop doing that if he wants to win. We've got Justin, Joseph, and Marcus Dowell. I have no clue how you're supposed to pronounce that. I'm just gonna call him Dowell. I'm just gonna call him Marcus, you know? I think that's easier.
I
but
think
yeah,
Towell
lots
is
of these
correct,
guys
I'm
not
not
getting,
sure.
lots of these guys not getting fast laps in yet.
Yeah, there's still we have 6 drivers yet to complete a valid lap. And if that's intentional or not, I'm not sure. It doesn't seem like it has been, looking at the way they've been pushing in qualifying. I saw Justin earlier do another lap and he invalidated that one. Justin as well, a very fast driver. We've seen him before win many races time and time again. Almost won the championships a few times as well. So he was actually a tier 2 champion in 2S. So yeah, what am I saying? He has won championships before. So I think he might be struggling a little bit today with the track limits, but he still has one more lap in it, and knowing Justin, he is able to handle the pressure and get the lap done that he needs to get done.
Yeah, of course on this track, if you're not completely tuned into the rhythm of this track, then it's, like I said before, it's really easy to just invalidate a lap, because those corners just keep coming at you and they hit you very fast, because I don't even know, the average top speed on this track should be very, very fast compared to some of the other tracks. So it's really no surprise to see a lot of guys invalidating their laps when there's just suddenly, when a corner suddenly turns into a chicane, let's put it that way. DJ Boss finishing his lap here, I think he gained 1 position there, up to 10th now. But we're seeing a lot of guys on out laps. Actually, Marcus and Carter Lundi both on mediums now on their out lap, so they are committing to the medium tires.
Yeah, I think Carter Lundi, he has to make this into a top 10 finish for the qualifying session to make that medium tire worth it. It's not really worth qualifying the mediums and starting outside the top 10, because that just gives you free range of tire selection anyways. So hopefully he gets into the top 10 with this strategy. Marcus Towell as well, another driver on the medium tires. Will be interesting to see where he ends up at the end of the session. Keep seeing yellow flags all over the place, but that is just people going slow on their out laps and in laps and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's because almost everybody's on track right now. We only have 1 minute left on the timer, so everybody's just heading for that start-finish line now to start their final lap here. Lou is actually in the pits, so he's done with his session for now. Will Gibson seems to be on a hot lap right. Ooh, that was a very close call there. But yeah, as everybody's trying to make it to the start-finish line before the session ends, the cars just bunch up and they have to back. Oh, that's invalidated. Will Gibson has invalidated another lap as well. But yeah, a lot of guys now on hot laps. We see Crystal's on a hot lap. He's almost to the start-finish line. We'll see what his lap time. Oh, a bit wide there in the last corner. I think he didn't get too much time to practice this track.
I mean, he was sitting here in the commentary booth for the previous race, so
yes, absolutely.
I understand
so
he's not had time to warm up.
Right, well, we'll take a look at Copy as well, who has been very fast, but of course he needs to not invalidate this lap if he wants to get up there in the qualifying standings, but it's looking very good so far. Only 1 more corner, and it's really hard to invalidate in that last corner. Just need to get the braking point right.
Yeah, I'm currently looking at Marcus Tal, who's about to finish his lap. He's got 1 more corner to go. It is valid, and he is on the medium tire, so I'm quite excited to see.
Oh, Copy backing out. Copy's just backed out of his lap, so he wants to have free tire choice.
It does seem like it, but he managed to get a valid lap in at the end. Let's see what Marcus Tal is about to do. As he crosses line, okay, P14, so not worth it with the medium run. What is Carter Lundi on? How is he doing?
Going a bit wide right now in that back hairpin, let's call it that. But yeah, on the mediums, and he's going for a hot lap for sure. He hasn't invalidated yet, so this could be a good lap for him. We will have to see how he compares to everybody else. Halroll, by the way, in P2 over 126.4. I think that might be a new lap as well.
Yes, it is, and Milan also
somebody's
improved
crashed.
on his lap. Oh, that was
Jonah Martins. Jonah Martins crashed on his final lap.
Oh, that's a shame. But he's won from the back before. Maybe he
Yeah,
can
he's
do
gonna
it
have
again.
to do last to first again. Maybe.
Who
Nope,
knows?
Joseph actually starts behind him. But almost last to first might still be possible. And now it's Cardelundi heading for that start finish.
Let's see what
He
it's gonna
hasn't
be.
run
It's
out
gonna
of
be
battery.
close.
It's looking good.
127. Oh, he just makes it into the top 10.
Yeah, just
At
about.
the end there. So yeah, I'd say that. But he does have to start on these tires. He's got 2 laps on these tires already.
We've got
So he might fall
Fionn.
off a little bit earlier.
Fionn, our Baku winner, is also improving on his lap right now. He's currently on track to take potentially P5 if he gets a good corner here. Yeah, that was looking okay. If he gets a good launch out of there, then it might still be P5, possibly P6. We'll have to see about that. Yeah, it's P5 for him by 1/100th of a second. Very close there. Is there anybody else in a hot lap? So Justin heading into the pits. I think everybody else might be done.
It does look like that was the final of the hot lappers. Indeed, the superfan has invalidated his. So I don't think this grid's going to change anymore. But we have Jeffrey Miguel, our pole position driver, followed closely by Howell, and then the 2 McLaren drivers of Milan Lois. Fionn at the end clutching a top 5 starting grid position. Adesi getting pushed out to P6 at the very end there as well. Only just 100th in between it. And that was quite an exciting quality session, if I do say so myself. But what a brilliant lap by the pole sitter, instantly setting a 26-1, and he didn't improve on it, but it was enough to stay ahead by quite some margin as well.
He didn't even need to improve there. It was a really good first lap, and he just took that and stayed as he was. But Harold here definitely challenging him, getting within 2.5 tenths. But then behind that, it's a bit more of a gap than from P5 down. It's very, very close. That midfield is going to be super interesting to watch. 2 drivers not setting a lap, of course, but we've got Jeffrey, Halro, Milan, Lewis, Fionn, Daisy, Superfan, Will Gibson, Michael, and then Cardelundi rounding out the top 10 on the medium tires. Will be interesting to see what the tire strategy is for everybody outside of the top 10. I'm sure there's going to be some people starting on the mediums. Something I also want to call out, thank you very much, Copy, for your generous donation to Save the Children. And anybody else who's still here, feel free to donate. If you've got some money left, if you don't know what to do with your money, well, which is probably unlikely, but you know, it's a good cause. It could be something to do with your money. So feel free to donate. The links are in the stream, they're in the chat as well. We've got the links everywhere. If you want to donate, you know where to go. As we now head into the final race.
Yeah, this race is going to be a great one. I can feel it already. I'm quite excited. I've never seen a race around Jeddah, but I've heard it's quite chaotic, which is it's good for entertainment, I'd say. I mean, it's not that great to see driving standards drop a little bit when these tracks come around, but I do like myself a little bit of chaos, and we might see some team bosses fuming and raging in the pit lane, which is always a good, fun sight to see. Zach Brown, very happy with his driver's quality performance. Will he continue to keep that smile on his face throughout the race?
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to watch the race start for sure, because like we've seen that some of these drivers are not extremely used to this track right now. So getting those first few corners right on the first lap could be interesting, especially with more fuel on board now. I'm sure there's some of these drivers who haven't driven this track with race fuel on board in a while. So we'll see if there's some crashes. Hopefully not too many. Hopefully it's all clean driving, because this is a charity event. So, you know, just donate your positions to other drivers. It's just nice, you know. Because we're already seeing collisions in the formation lap. Yeah, that's an Aston Martin and an Alfa Romeo coming together.
Yeah, I mean, who needs to warm up tires anyways? It's just extra tire wear at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
So yeah, that does make sense. Anyways, I'm looking at the tire strategy. Everyone outside the top 10 is on mediums, apart from DJ Boss and Marcus Towell. Interestingly enough, Marcus Towell qualified on the mediums, and now he's on the soft tires for the race start. So I wonder what he was thinking there. But yeah, it does seem like medium tire is the preferred tire to start the race on. I don't know what the strategy is. Is it a medium hardest, or is it a soft medium? I'm not quite sure. Do you have an idea?
50% race, I believe it's possible to do the soft medium. I think the mediums last quite a while. I think the softs don't overheat that much. Should be possible. We'll see if the game tells us anything about it. But yeah, I haven't raced around this track either. I was actually away on the day that I should have driven this track, and well, we'll be surprised by whatever happens. But I think it might be a soft medium here. And yeah, almost everybody at the back starting on those mediums. That's interesting for sure. Oh.
There was
Oh,
a
and we're
small
already seeing
collision there.
shenanigans. Yeah, we're seeing the McLaren drivers drive around. Oh, Zach Brown. He's not looking too happy now.
He's fuming at the moment. I mean, it won't cost him that much. I don't believe there's damage on the formation lap, but it does cost him a little bit of tire heat and degradation. So we'll have to see how they are on the race start. But Lewis, sorry, just completely forgetting that there's a car in front of him into the hairpin, which hopefully doesn't happen in the race.
Yeah.
A little bit of a teammate collision banter before the race is much preferred than during the race. But I guess we'll see. Eversnacks, will you take us away on this race start?
Yes, so we are all lined up and ready to go for the race start. We've got no good camera angles, but that's fine. We'll find some way to commentate it anyway. And the lights are going on. We've got 5 lights. And off we go into this final race. There's a good camera angle, and it's looking like a pretty bad start from the second McLaren, but yeah, the Haas already taking a position, dropping down a bit for the McLaren. The Daisy getting a good start. Oh, something happening. Somebody's dropped back. That's Jeffrey. Jeffrey's losing a lot of position, must have crashed somewhere. But everybody else also super close. I'm seeing some wings fly. Oh, there's a Ferrari. Oh, that must be Copy, Joseph. Crystal's also involved. Oh, both of the Ferrari at the back. Binotto told him to spinalla, and now they're just gone.
The Ferrari master plan is not working out today for Joseph and Crystals, as they're both at the bottom of the grid at the moment. A little bit of a dramatic start. We had one in Silverstone, and now we have one in the final race that's to be expected in Jeddah. But hopefully these drivers can do some damage control and get a bit of a better race out of it at the end of the day.
There's a lot of position changes all the way down the field, actually. There's here, from P11 down, everybody's just changing positions. They're going side by side through all of these corners. It's insane. They're going side by side through the chicane. They're going side by side through the hairpin. They're just going side by side. They keep fighting just this whole track. Mippo currently fighting DJ Boss. I think DJ Boss also lost a lot of positions. Jeffrey doesn't seem to have damage. He's very fast. Carteluni actually retiring. No, he didn't retire. He just left the session. Great. Further up, we have both the McLarens fighting each other and trying to get past a Daisy at the same time. And also this Alfa Romeo here behind getting into the action as well. Both of the McLarens now past the Daisy. The 2 McLarens taking their positions back after they lost them at the race start. They're going up into P3 and 4 again. We've got Howrell taking the race lead action. Yeah, Howrell taking P1 now, with Fionn actually gaining a lot of positions. That's a very good race start from the Haas there. And everybody else behind just slotting in now, but both of the McLarens definitely still on the offense here, with the Alfa Romeo behind still trying to fight their way past the Daisy as well. Daisy not looking that strong here in this first lap, maybe getting a bit of a hot tire. Mippo actually dropped down a few positions as well in the other Haas. Yeah, lots of actions, lots of action all the way down the grid, and both the McLarens still fighting. They're so close to each other, it's insane.
This is exactly the sort of action we were hoping to see in the final race. It's been nothing but brilliant so far, and as you said earlier, Fionn had an absolute amazing start all the way from P5 up to P2, and he's managed to put that Haas right behind Howrell, who is now leading the pack. P1 down to P10 are all within a second of each other, so this could be great. Some great racing coming up soon. Those 2 McLarens looking very racy with each other. Superfan as well on a Daisy. Maybe we'll see an attack come sooner rather than later. DRS will open up next lap, so this is the time where the trains start to form, or where the overtakes start to happen as well, as Lewis is now just up the rear bumper of Milan. He can smell the fumes of that Mercedes engine in the McLaren. DRS is now open.
Can you tell me? Oh, that's a dive. That's a dive bomb. Oh, he's going on the inside. Oh, and he actually makes the corner, and he's gone past. He's gone past Fionn, but Fionn now on the main straight trying to fight that position. Lewis actually slipstreaming off his teammate. It's so close between them.
And Lewis putting himself a little bit in a boxy situation by following his teammate through there, but that was a brilliant dive bomb by Milan. Up to P2 he goes. Fionn had no choice but to concede the position, or there would have been contact. And now Lewis going up to P3, following Milan, but Fionn is not.
They're still side by side. They're going side by side through this whole track.
And there you go. Fionn now has to concede to the 2 McLaren drivers. Zach Brown is absolutely ecstatic in the pit box right now. I love to see it when the team bosses are happy, and Günther Steiner just broke another door with this racing. But Adesi has caught up a little bit to these drivers with that fighting, and while that's happening behind them,
Yeah, Marcus and Michael are fighting now. Marcus really gaining positions here as well. I'm actually going to show the position changes because there's been so many position changes. I think Jonah Martin's already gained 10 positions again. How does he do this? Every time. Yeah, 10 positions for him, 9 positions for Marcus Dowell. Not looking too good for some of the guys at the back though. Jeffrey had a really bad start there, crashed somewhere, but didn't seem to lose a front wing. Then of course both the Ferraris struggling a bit at the start, but Joseph actually recovering pretty well. Some time penalties as well already. But we'll go back to the tires now so you can see how they will do in this race. Now Milan getting really close here for the race lead to Hellrail. Milan and Lewis, both of the McLarens of course now seemingly working together, but we've seen them fight each other. So they're not really they're not really working as a team too much. They just want positions. They both want to win here.
Like it.
But
it definitely does.
If they fight too much here, then it's going to give the win to Hellrail. So I think they know just to slot in behind each other for now, and then get on the attack once they're closer to Hellrail. Actually seeing a pit stop already from the Superfan. I'm not sure if he needs a wing change, but
oh, Justin, 5-second time penalty for speeding in the pit lane. I see instantly retires from the session due to that time penalty. I think he also had some damage on him, and I'm just looking in the chat.
Something, he said in the chat that he's been taken out in all 4 races in the first corner in Jeddah that he's done, and he had damage again. So I think something might have happened to him again on the first lap, which would obviously be somewhat demotivating. So I kind of understand him there.
Definitely, as Marcus Towell is continuing making his way up the field, getting past Adesi, now up to P5 and right behind Fionn. Fionn losing a little bit of time to the McLarens now, maybe struggling a little bit more on these soft, higher fuel tires on higher fuel runs. Marcus Towell, absolute flyer, starting in P12 on those
and watch
soft
the
tires.
McLarens, watch the McLarens, both of them on the attack on Hellrail now. Oh, are they gonna... It always seems like the McLarens are gonna take the chances away from each other because they're both going for the same positions. But it seems like it worked out for Milan for now, but Milan now without the DRS. Hellrail has the DRS. And so does his teammate Lewis going 3 wide with them. And Lewis and Hellrail both on the inside. Hellrail actually almost taking that position back, but Lewis has the inside line here, and he's going to take lots of wheel spin there from Hellrail. And everybody else behind is also getting super close now. Marcus in P5 now, getting extremely close to these guys, and getting ready to attack Fionn now. This might not work out too well for Milan now. His teammate got through, Lewis managed to make it through, but now Milan on the defense here. I think he might have just jumped the gun a bit there with that overtake that he did. Seeing lots of pit stops actually for the hard tires for Jaja, hard tires for Copy as well. Crystal's going for the pit 2 stop strategy. So lots of difference in the strategy here as well. Marcus seems to be struggling a bit with understeer here, but Fionn now right behind that second McLaren.
Oh, as we have a safety car. Why do we have a safety car? There seems to be an accident. Will Gibson has retired from the session. Is that by the pit entrance actually? It looked like he was parked at the pit entrance, so we have a safety car. That's come out at the right time. I expect every single one of these drivers to go into the pit lane now.
Yeah, I think everybody who hasn't pit yet will head for the pits now. Oh, there's going to be some people who are going to be kicking themselves. The guys who have just pitted, Superfan, Jaja, and Mepo just pitted. I'm actually seeing in chat, Ocean Chief is planning to donate if Mepo doesn't retire. So Mepo, keep it on track, finish that race. It's for charity, okay? But yeah, we've got a safety car here. Safety car, of course, enabled for this 50% race around Jeddah. I'm almost starting to feel like this might not be the only safety car we'll be getting. Oh, double stack for the McLarens. And the Haas?
Fionn,
yeah.
He seemed to do the opposite of the driver in front, but yeah, the McLaren's double stacking. That might lose them 1 or 2 positions, as Milan actually that loses him heavily, as he just manages to get out in front of Marcus Towell, but Hellrail managed. Wait.
Yeah, Hellrail. I think Hellrail just got past Milan there.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. So not the biggest loss actually with the double stack.
That was
this
fine.
was fine. Marcus
Tarko and Jonah Martin's now on the softs. That should be interesting. Jonah isn't going to be able to finish the race on these softs, so he's going to go for the soft stint here in the middle and then probably mediums towards the end. Jonah Martin's, of course, one of these guys clawing positions back after the qualifying or the start of the racing code 2. Well, Mepo, of course, not going into the pits here because he just pitted. The Superfan actually pitting a second time, so is Jaja, probably going for the mediums now. Carter-Lundy actually also staying out on his tires from the start of the race. So Carter-Lundy and Fionn are now the only two drivers who are still on their starting tires. I'm not sure if that was the right decision by Fionn, to be honest, because he didn't gain any positions from it. And he's on the softs now. He doesn't want to be on worn softs, I don't think.
No, but I'll tell you what it does give us is entertainment. Fionn, I think he was going more for a, I don't know, a sort of a track position over tire position or tire choice. I think it's a better word, but he is leading the race. Maybe he just wanted his name in P1 for a little bit of the race. After the safety car, we'll have to wait and see if he does the restart brilliantly. He will be leading for at least a lap.
I think this will depend on whether the medium runners can now make it till the end of the race. If they can make it to the end, then Fionn is just swamped by them now. But if they can't make it to the end, then Fionn can stay out a bit longer, go for the mediums later on, and still make it to the end of the race with a one-stop strategy. That could work out for him.
It is also Jeddah after all. Another
Absolutely.
safety car could happen. You know, maybe
Totally.
Fionn is thinking, alright, 5 laps in, we've had the first safety car. He's seen the kind of racing that's been going on. It's been brilliant battles as well, but it's stuff that has no margin for error, so the smallest of errors will send a driver into the wall, and maybe Fionn is hoping there'll be a second safety car and use that for a strategy instead.
Yeah, the drivers that are going to be very happy about the safety car are definitely Crystals and Copy, who I think both got a bit unfortunate at the start of the race. From what I saw, they weren't. I'm not sure, maybe Crystal spun again. We're being really mean to Crystal today, but it's a possibility. I saw Ferrari spinning. But yeah, Crystal and Copy definitely taking their chance here to catch back up to the pack. Carter-Lundy actually in the pits now, so he might be going for a different tire strategy. Yeah, but definitely Jonah Martins and Marcus here, as we said before, the two big gainers. And actually Joseph gained a few positions off that safety car, I think, but he does have a penalty. That'll be applied to his race time at the end.
I've just been told by our man Biggles in the chat that there will be rain in 10 minutes.
Oh, no way.
If this actually happens, we'll throw a huge curveball in and Fionn might be on a brilliant strat. Maybe that's what he was going for. Maybe he could see the rain was coming and say, right, I'll take track position, and then when the rain hits, he's going to go into the pit. It is just a rumor for now. I don't know if Biggles is trying to create some sort of hype or something. Or, oh, wait. Oh, Biggles. Oh, wow.
Calm down, everyone. We're in the desert. To be fair, it did rain during one of the Bahrain tests, right?
It can rain,
It could
and
rain.
when it does, the thing is, when it does rain in the desert, it comes down heavily. It doesn't rain often, but when it does, it is heavy. And I think Biggles just baited all of us out there, so thank you very much, Biggles. I see you're enjoying your Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, you know, he just wanted to have some fun now that he's done commentating, well, which is fair enough. But you know, I would watch some rain right now. That would be interesting for sure.
That would be great for the racing. But thank you for creating this sort of fake hype, and love a little bit of jokes in chat. Biggles as well was a commentator for
safety car
Group
in
A
this
and
lap.
B.
I was not expecting that because there's still two drivers who have not caught up to the pack yet. And Fionn's now going to have to make a very quick decision about how he wants to take this race restart. I think he's going to go up to the line. Yeah, he can start the race out of the last corner. So he's going to be going slow. Oh, has he gone? Yeah, he just waited for Lewis to make a mistake there.
People are still weaving in the background as he was flying down the straight. That looked a bit funny, but Howrell behind Lewis may be able to make an overtake. Doesn't look like he's close enough. The two
somebody's making a
Mercedes
move.
in the background.
It's Jonah Martins. Jonah Martins again. He's moving up. He might still win the race. You never know.
Jonah Martins, the man who's on a mission from last the first challenge, is up to P8 now, and he's going to be in this fight for that P1 position very soon if he continues the way he does. He is pushing that AlphaTauri through the corners.
Yeah, Jonah Martins just doesn't want us to take a break. He knows that we're commentating a lot here, and he just wants to make those overtakes to annoy us. And he's gone past another guy. Yeah, he's also the first of these soft runners. He's on the softs. Everybody else in front of him is on the mediums for now. That means he's going to be going a lot quicker than these guys. Daisy has already lost a few positions, so Jonah Martins should be making quick work of him here. Arko also going past Michael. So yeah, these medium runners definitely a bit slower than the soft runners for now. And Crystal's taking a time penalty at the back there.
Yeah, for sure. And another fast driver who's starting a little bit towards the rear of the pack, Marcus Tal, right up behind Milan. I think he's going to make an overtake soon. It looks like he is pushing harder than the two other drivers. So speaking of that, Fionn getting overtaken by Lois. Before we get into the hairpin, they're going 3 wide in the background.
Oh,
Up the
that's so
inside
close.
goes the Red Bull of Marcus Toll, and we're going 3 wide on the exit. Somehow
And Milan
all of them make it
losing
through
positions.
alive.
Yeah, that was
Oh my
impressive.
God.
I was not expecting all of them to go just go through there. And Jonah Martin's making moves on a Daisy. He's up at 2P6 now. He's on a mission for sure. He wants that race win.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be. I can't wait to see the rest of his journey in just the race. It's gonna be brilliant. How
Yeah, and look at this. He's already pushing. He's literally pushing them. The McLaren.
Oh,
he's
he's
gone off track for it.
Like, what's he doing? Oh man.
Oh, that's
okay. I don't know if he has to give that position back or something, but that looked like an off-track overtake by Jonah there.
That looks
He's
very off.
Get a warning.
Somebody spun. That's Harko Tarko. Harko Tarko seems to be. Yeah, he's gone off track. Does he have damage? Yeah, heavy damage. Yeah, he's gonna have to go to the pits now. And Jonah Martins has. Oh, was there contact? Did he try too much? I feel like he might have just tried a bit too much there.
I'm not sure what happened there, but there's a. Is that
Yaya? Yeah, Jaya.
Oh, well, F in chat for Yaya as he spun his car around, and Joseph picks up a 3-second time penalty. But yeah, Jonas Martins, it was going so well until he had to let every single car pass. I don't know why he did that though. I don't think the game told him to let every car pass, but maybe
I
he
think
did.
he's just being a good sport. He's just being careful that nobody runs into him. I think that's fair enough, but you know, maybe he should have considered that before pushing so hard against these other cars. Of course, he wants to make use of those soft tires as long as they're fresh and he's faster than everybody else. But just be a bit more careful, a bit more patience, and you can make the moves later on. Actually, both Jonah Martins and Harko Tarko, these two guys on the fresh soft tires, who were making moves after the safety car restart, have now spun and are back towards the back of the field. But you know, it's Jonah Martins. He might still win. We'll see.
Sure, it's not over till the fat lady sings, as we used to say. And Marcus Toll is another driver that's looking to make an absolute brilliant race out of this one. He's closing up to Harrell, who's falling a little bit behind from Fionn. There's a yellow flag in Sector 3. There's a Mercedes going slowly in space. I think that's just Harko retiring.
Yeah, that's the retirement in the pits. But Jonah Martin's still carrying on, of course, as we know him. Jeffrey actually going past Maple. So Jeffrey also one of those guys really benefiting off the safety car here. He's had something of a spin at the race start, and now he's clawing his way back up as well, up into P9 for him. He might still be working towards the podium as well, but of course these guys out in front here, they're also super fast. Fionn on those old softs seems to really be struggling now. Louis is gaining a lot of time on him, and Halrell and Marcus Dowell both really gaining on him. I think that should be an easy overtake for at least one of them soon.
Yeah, Marcus Dowell right up the rear diffuser of Harrell there. Both of them have DRS enabled, which he might go from. Oh, is he gonna go double overtake? What's happening here? We're going
They're
3
doing it
wide.
again.
Harrell
They keep
going for the outside, Marcus for the inside. Marcus gets 2 positions, and
But
Harrell
Marcus
gets
now out
past
of the DRS, I
Fionn
think.
as well. Fionn a sitting duck in that maneuver, but now Marcus, no DRS, has to wait for the other 2 drivers. So all the brilliant moves he's just get undone yet again. Back to P4 for Marcus. Fionn and Harrell both get past. Brilliant racing, but back down to P4. And he has
he's
to
stuck
do all over
behind
again.
Fionn now. He's going to be stuck behind Fionn for all of the sector. He can't overtake too easily. Oh, actually, yeah, he can. Never mind. He's passed. Up at 2P3 for him. Yeah, he would have been stuck there for quite a bit and lost a lot of time because, of course, Fionn on those old softs really starting to struggle now. 10 laps. It's a pretty long distance for the softs. I think he might want to go for the medium soon. But maybe he's still hoping for that rain. Possibly. Could be. Anyway, we've got Marcus now chasing after Alrol for P2. And Fionn just trying to hang in there, trying to get that DRS to defend now from Milan, who's right behind him. Milan, of course, one of those really fast guys as well. He's been up there for all of the race and in qualifying as well. So I'm expecting him to make quick work of Fionn soon once this DRS train stops. But yeah, for now Milan's stuck in P5. Actually, Jeffrey making moves again. Just seeing Jeffrey trying to pass Michael around the outside. Yeah, that looks wonderful. With the DRS, got the move done. And heading for the start-finish straight now. The Daisy actually doesn't have the DRS, so Jeffrey should be able to catch up to him here. Oh, yellow. Safety car. Full safety car. What's happened? Crystal! Oh, Crystal, did you spin in the pit lane? Did we have another person crashing in the pit? Oh, I'm seeing there's some technical issues as well. Good thing that we've got a safety car now. I am moving over.
Conversation we were having. Big Brother was listening.
Can you move me up?
Cancel us.
That's what it is.
Yeah. Guys, move me up.
Oh,
Joel,
right.
please. Hello, Strix. I'm back.
I just
Technical
quickly had to
issues
go
here.
to the toilet, so I'm sorry that I missed out a little bit on what happened. But what's happened here? Safety car. Well, I didn't quite catch what happened. Was that crystals?
Yeah, so Crystals, the second guy to spin at the, I'm not sure if he spun or if he hit a wall or something, but yeah, that was on the pit lane entry again. So really odd. That's the second time this has happened. But yeah, Crystal out of this race. That's another safety car, so Jonah Martins has this next chance now to catch up to everyone else. We haven't seen a lot of
Fion to go into pits.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of pit stops here. Fionn is going to be happy about this for sure. That's his chance to do his pit stop. But he's still going to be losing a lot of positions here because everybody else is still bunched up. So lots of positions lost there. Biggles is telling me to leave X Crystals alone. You know, I'll leave him alone when he stops running into pit lane walls. How about that? No, we're
actually,
nice
all the
people here.
drivers going into the pit lane, so this has worked out early for Fion. As he
Interesting.
is in P4. Maybe they're going for another set of mediums or soft tires. It seems to be the ones going on a few of these cars.
That's
Mark is
risky,
going for
I
a soft tire.
I mean, we've seen Fionn now on 12 lap old softs. He even on 10 lap old softs, he wasn't looking too good. So, oh, somebody's being held in the pit lane. That's Hellroll. Hellroll getting a wing change. Must have been some slight contact at some point. Losing a lot of positions here. Down to P7
Yeah.
for Hellroll then.
I'll tell you what's happened here though. Marcus Toll up to P2.
Oh, also, Carter Lundi now leading the race on the hards, and he can definitely go till the end of the race. The guys on the softs probably not going to be too happy by the end of the race. So Carter Lundi's going to be a sitting duck for a while, but once these softs start warming up and actually overheating potentially, like we just saw from Fionn here, I think that might be some trouble for the other guys.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting. In the last few laps of the race, we might also see another safety car at this rate of how it's going. But
Jonah
hards
Martin's
is going to be difficult. Sorry?
So Jonah Martin's also gone for the softs now. There's 3 guys on the mediums. That's probably the ones I will look out for. Fionn, Joseph. Joseph actually really good at clawing these positions back. We'll take a quick look at the penalty situation actually. So we got 3 seconds on Michael. That's gonna hurt him in the midfield for sure. We've got 3 seconds on Fionn as well. So that's something to keep in mind for later. Joseph with 6 seconds, then the Superfan has 3 seconds, and Jonah Martin's also the 3 seconds that we saw him take earlier. Oh, I'm seeing somebody lag around with Talrell. Talrell having some issues under safety car, it seems.
He had some issues in the Group A race as well, so hopefully his internet sorts itself out. It looks like it has. I'm just reading chat. Bagel says, Tipsy Bob, talk about how much he loves hards. Well, I can tell you, Tipsy Bob loves a hard-on. I know this from a brilliant stream we had together in Monza, where things got a little bit steamy. But yeah, Tipsy Bob, welcome your hards. Anyways, Carter Lundy leading on the hard tires. He looks like he's seemed like he was going into the pit lane for a second there, and decides the better of it. At the moment, what would you do in Carter Lundy's position?
I would stay out for sure. Those hards, they're not very fast compared to the other guys. But if he pits now, it's too late anyway. If he had pitted earlier, he would have been down the grid anyway. I think he gained a lot of positions through this move, and it might pay off towards the end of the race. His tires are going to be a lot better than everybody else's by the end of the race. Oh, quick mention by the way, we're still doing a charity stream here. So as you watch the race, as you're enjoying the safety car, and as you're getting ready for the restart, why not donate? Just, you know, $2, $3. Maybe you got something left. Maybe you find some change under the sofa. Just donate it to save the children. Would be amazing. It's a great cause, and we're all working together today. Just these drivers, us commentators, Joel putting everything together for us. I think it's really amazing what he's built up for us the past years as well, of course. So it would be amazing if you could donate to save the children. But now we're gonna head towards the race again.
Yeah, it's for a great cause, and it's always been a brilliant event. Joel hosts every year. Yeah, it's been first time I'm part of it. I just remember watching it last year, and donated a little bit last year as well. But this year it's great to be on the commentary team or the broadcasting team, and yeah, I've really enjoyed it. Biggles in chat saying, keep it under the tire blankets between me and Tipsy. Well, I'll tell you what, me and Tipsy prefer going all out on the start-finish straight for everyone to see. So you won't have to... Yeah, Biggles, I'm sorry.
There's something really weird happening with the safety car. I'm seeing overtakes left and right, copies taking positions for some reason. Now, oh, he's almost contact there as well. Something really odd is happening, but we're getting ready for the restart now. Karcher Lundi is back in the field up really hard. On those hards, he has to be very careful about this restart because the softs are going to be so much more grippy than his old hards. Well, not too old, but you know, they're not fresh for sure.
Yeah, he looks like he's doing all he can to heat up those hard tires compared to soft tires, which are much easier to get into that operating window. And is he going to gun it, or is he going to go all the way to the start-finish line? It looks like he's going all the way to the start-finish line, but actually no, as I say that, he does gun it, and he's done a good
Milan!
start.
Look at Milan getting a very good restart there. He's getting jump on Marcus Dow.
He was very awake, and he's going up the inside, and there he goes, gets the position. In the background you see Yaya as well, getting into a bit of a tangle of his own, and gets another 3-second time penalty added to his name. That was a good restart there from Carter. Sort of caught the other drivers off guard, but I can tell you who didn't get caught off guard. That was Milan. He was on it. He saw it happen, and he was straight going for the overtake on Marcus Tell. Marcus Tell back down to P4. He has to overtake both McLarens again, but Lois trying around the outside of Carter Lundi. Is he going to make it work? Hard tires versus soft tires. He should have the grip advantage on the exit here. Lewis on the exit ahead of the Mercedes, and it's a McLaren in position 1 of the race.
And there's another McLaren in position 3 just waiting to also pass that Mercedes on the hard tires. And he's already getting super close, so Milan really getting ready to make that jump up into B2. Zach Brown is euphoric. He's pulled off his shirt in the pits. It's actually kind of scary to watch, but yeah, he's very happy about this.
And the resident Daniel Ricciardo fan must also be a bit happy about this. It's actually Milan going for a move around the outside. I don't know if this is the time to do it though. Into the hairpin. I mean, the DRS is not enabled yet, so it could actually be a decent time to do it. But it's still side by side under the contact.
Touching.
Carter
Yeah, Marcus
Lundi
is also
does,
taking that position now.
Yeah, so he going from P1 to P4 in 1 lap on those hard tires. It's going to be a difficult final stint for him. Marcus Toll looking around the outside a little bit.
He's touched him in the back. He tapped him. Just
A little
pushing
bit of
him along.
contact.
I think Marcus wants to go faster. He's already pushing the car in front.
Yeah, he's eager to try and catch up to Lewis and get that P1 position, but now Milan, Lewis's teammate, has to do all he can to keep Marcus behind so Lewis can sort of drive away a little bit and secure that victory for the McLaren team.
You want to
But
know
Marcus
what I
has to-
find impressive?
Go on.
We haven't even noticed that Jonah Martins has already gone up into P10 and is now making a move for P9. So he was in P16, I think. I don't know how he keeps doing this. He just keeps taking positions. It's crazy. Just left and right.
Yeah, he's it's not even unexpected anymore that he does these sort of things. But on those soft tires, Jonah Martins does become an animal behind the wheel. And now he's just up behind Fionn. Fionn, who had to switch to the mediums because he was on the soft tires before the pit stop, doing a 1-stop, but it hasn't really worked out for him because everyone else is on soft tires now. As Jonah Martins is actually looking to go up the inside of Fionn, and it looks like he's got that move done and dusted. Up to P9 he goes.
Oh, I'm seeing a move here by Jeffrey. That's a dive down the inside. Oh, contact as well on the exit. Ah.
Oh, no!
And he's hit him again. Yeah, lots of oversteer there from Jeffrey. That was not too clean there.
That was some barge boy banging. I don't like to see that. In GT3 cars, it's
I see Carter Looney spin.
amazing.
Yep, the hearts have gone. I think Daisy might have touched him a slight bit, but the hearts have gone. Carter Looney's around. And that's probably the race over for him, but I'm not going to jinx anything because there might still be another safety car. Maybe if somebody else goes into the pits and hits a wall. We've seen it happen
Yeah, this
twice,
seems to be a
for some
trend.
reason. Yeah. Kind
Oh,
of
Marcus
weird.
Sol. 3-second penalty. That's going to cost him at the end of the race, so he has to build up a 3-second gap to the guys behind him in order to
fair-
maintain his position.
To be fair, he's doing that right now. He's already built up almost a 1.5 second gap to a Daisy. And the gap seems to be building slowly, so he might get that 3-second gap. And there's also a lot of people with penalties behind, so Jeffrey seems to be the one on the chase right now.
Yeah, Jonah Martins
Oh, Yaya's
making
gone.
a move for... Oh, Yaya, oh. Okay.
And it's a safety
there-
car!
Oh
I've
my
jinxed
God,
it.
It's happened again.
Why did I do it? Why did I do that? That's the third safety car.
Aye.
Okay.
Well, it's the safety
Let's
car.
get
Grand Prix.
ready for another one.
I'm gonna take a water break real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, see me. It's the third time. We're getting ready for another safety car. We'll see if some people pull into the pits again. If somebody still has some softs left, they could go for some fresh softs. Not sure if it makes too much sense. Maybe Fionn could go for some fresh softs. Carter Lundy for sure will be going for some fresh softs. DJ Boss and Mepo, I don't see them staying out either. Yeah, it's exactly those guys. Michael actually heading for the pits as well, so that's going to be double stack for the AlphaTauri team. And actually Michael retiring. That's kind of unexpected. Maybe he had some wing damage.
It looks like it is, as they are replacing his front wing in the pit lane. And what's happened here is Michael's retired, gone into the pit lane, and is now holding up DJ Boss because of that wing change.
Oh,
even though he's retired. So
yeah,
that is
that's
very
annoying.
unfortunate for DJ Boss.
Yeah, he's losing a lot of time here. He's actually... Mepo didn't pit. Okay, so he's staying on the mediums, taking that track position and running with it. Fionn actually ahead of Mepo, so both of the Haas drivers now next to each other. Actually, there's a lot of teams who have now finally met each other. There's the two McLarens and 1-2 still. Then we have Daisy and Jeffrey for... Is that Alpine? Yep, looks like Alpine
Yes,
to me.
it is, yeah.
And then we've got Alfa Romeo in P8 and 9. Copy actually making some moves back up the field. He's lost a lot of position at some point. He's finally climbing back up. And then we've got the Haas in 10 and 11. Mepo actually having a very quiet race. He was really good in qualifying. Had an issue at some point, and now he's hoping to make something happen on those mediums, but that's not going to be the perfect tire on the towards the end of the race.
Yeah, I'm a bit unsure why he decided not to stop. It wouldn't have cost him that much, to be honest, because the rest were in the pit lane. DJ Boss, Cartolundi, Joseph, all of them were held up as well, so I think Mepo would have potentially kept his position if he did go into pit lane anyways. So he sort of shot himself in the foot a little bit there by staying out on the medium tires, because the soft tires would definitely be the tire of choice in this final stint. But who knows, maybe one more safety car can happen at this rate.
Right, there is still one more lap of the safety car. Let's calm down for now. I was about to say it as well, there could still be another safety car, but let's do this one. There's overtakes again. What are you guys doing?
I think they're just getting a bit eager to get going again.
Extremely eager, especially Jonah Martins, who's been making moves all race. I think he might have not realized that there's a safety car and might still be going for some moves. He did that in the last safety car as well, so he's very eager to get past some people. Fionn on fresh softs now. His softs are a lot fresher than everybody else's, but of course the other guys have had 2 safety cars in those 5 laps that they have on their tires, so those tires aren't going to be too worn yet.
Yeah, they call him the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air because of his tires, but Fionn in P10, he was doing a lot better than at the start of the race, but he unfortunately fell down quite a lot in the second stint after the safety car away. I think there was a bit of contact as well he had with the other drivers, so yeah, it's a bit of a shame to see him down there, but he has the pace. He has the pace to be in the top 5, and he might be able to slice through the field and try and gain some positions, which is always a great thing to watch and entertaining for us commentators and the people or the fans watching along on the stream. Jonah Martins, is he able to get a podium position? It will be a bit more difficult with that time penalty, but then all he has to do really is make sure he's 3 seconds ahead of the guy in P4 and Daisy and Jeffrey. They seem to be struggling a little bit of pace compared to the top 3 guys.
I'm not so sure about that. We've seen Jeffrey spin at the start of the race. He was all the way down the field. He was last for a bit there. And he's made some moves back up. He's got really good pace. We know that from qualifying. And now those last few laps that we've got left, it's I think it's going to be 6 laps. So if he can do 6 qualifying laps, like the qualifying lap he did earlier now, then he might still end up very far up on the podium as well. Those McLaren guys, of course, really good at wheel-to-wheel racing. We've seen that all race. It's amazing that they haven't had a crash yet with all those crazy moves that they've been making. But yeah, apart from that, Jeffrey, Jonah, definitely two guys moving up the field. Fionn as well. I think we can expect some moves from him. Copy recovering well as well into the points. Adesi actually having a really good race as well. He's just stayed up there all race. He hasn't really been dropping down too hard.
Yeah, he's been putting up a defensive masterclass behind him, and he's also just kept out of trouble, which is all you need to do in Jeddah to get a good finishing. Obviously pace as well, but keeping out of trouble does help a lot. Alright, let's see what happens. Is Lewis going to instantly gun it? No, he's not. He's going to drag this one down the straight a little bit. I'm trying to get a better camera angle. See, and now
he's
he
gone
is
now.
off.
Oh, not too good for his teammate though. His teammate getting jumped by a Red Bull there.
Although it
he's
doesn't
going
really look
defensive
like
though.
it. Oh, a little bit of a dive up the
on the
inside,
defense.
but he's not going to have the position.
Oh,
So
and the
Marcus-
Alpines also getting into that fight.
Yeah,
Jonah
behind him
Martin's
though,
moving up.
it is chaotic. Jonah Martin's up to P6, as you mentioned. Adesi and Jeffrey almost. Oh, his Fion's in the wall and he's crashed out.
Oh, that's a shame. And Copy losing positions as well. Yeah, he spun as well. So Copy round now. But we've still got these drivers here out in front. They've kept it somewhat clean. The Superfan and the Alfa Romeo actually making a move on Howrell. Howrell not too good on this restart here. He's lost a bit of time. But yeah, out in front, Lewis already got a second of a gap to his teammate. If he can keep that gap, then he's out of the DRS window and he can just drive off into the distance because everybody behind is going to be fighting. Marcus here, very hungry for that position. Jeffrey, very hungry for positions. Jonah, I'm not sure if I've ever seen anybody more hungry for positions than Jonah. He's insane.
He's just eating them one after another at the moment, and he's already got his next meal in sight of Jeffrey Miguel, who's got his next meal in sight of the LP. Maybe they're going to do a bit of a switcheroo here. It looks like he's going to go past Adesi. Adesi does let him pass, doesn't fight too hard, but that could cost him a little bit, as having the slipstream into turn 1 seems to be very powerful, but he already has a great exit, Jeffrey does, and Adesi will not really be able to respond.
Yeah, so we've got Jonah using all of his battery to try and make a move on Adesi here. And he is diving down the inside, and he's taking that racing line, and Adesi has to take the side here. Oh, he's cut the corner as well. Yeah, I think he just had to avoid the contact there. I think that's fair enough by Adesi. Very clean driving from him.
While that was happening, I was looking at another battle. Marcus gets past Milan. But then again, Marcus does have a 3-second time penalty, so that's going to cost him at the end. But he now has his sights set on Lewis, so he may be able to win it on track, which also gives yourself a little bit of a pat on the back in front. But at the end of the day, it's about the final race result. Anyways, Biggle saying Jonah is Dutch courage. Yeah, I guess you could say that. He has been brilliant so far during this race, but behind him, Adesi Superfan goes side by side.
Ah, big contact with Howrell. Ah, he stuck the wheel on the inside there. I'm not sure there was enough space. The Superfan just taking that racing line. Ah, that was a bit too close for my taste.
Yeah, obviously it ended in tears, and that is very unfortunate, but Joseph trying to get that final points finishing position on DJ Boss doesn't really manage to get it under braking, so has to back out of that one a little bit for now. But that was an unfortunate incident between the Superfan and Howrell. That was looking to be a great battle indeed until the contact. Carter Lundy though, back up to P8 after his little bit of a mistake before the safety car. He is looking to take a P7 position now. DRS enabled. Is he going to do it? Obviously don't know how on this straight, but he might be able to do it next lap.
Yeah, it should be interesting to watch Milan here and Jeffrey. Those two guys are right behind Marcus. They're getting ready to jump for that second place. And Jonah behind them, always ready to jump. You don't even have to ask. Carter here. Carter making moves around the outside. That's wonderful. Oh, he saw that the Superfan made a slight mistake. Just went a bit too wide in one of the corners, and he just took that chance. Oh, Marcus getting a time penalty. No, that's not what you want to do. That is not what you want to do. I'm going to go for the penalties now. 6 seconds for Marcus. So he's going to be dropping down. Oh, that might be all the way down to P9.
Oh,
So
that's going to
gonna
cost
really
him
hurt.
dearly.
Yeah, very
That's
much.
definitely going to cost him. But Jeffrey, who was caught up in a lap 1 incident, we haven't really spoken much about him. He will be back on the podium, as he was the guy on pole position. I don't know what happened at the turn 1 or turn 2, wherever it was, but he definitely spun out and went to last. So he is doing a last to podium challenge, basically, from pole position, which sounds a bit weird when I say it, but that is what he's doing. Will he be able to overtake Milan on track, thus he gets a podium track, or will it be handed to him through the time penalties of Marcus Tull? We're about to see. He's extremely close to Milan in front of him, but Milan's also very close to Marcus Tull. Will Marcus put up a big fight now, knowing he has that massive time penalty?
Marcus does not have a lot of battery left, so that's something to consider for sure. Milan should have an easy move with the DRS in the, well, probably this lap or next lap.
Oof.
But Marcus, oh, Marcus actually has the DRS on Lewis still. Really close
seems to be a
between
bit of a
these guys.
train.
Yeah, there's also a train
forming.
down from Jonah Martins now. Jonah Martins all out of battery, and he's lost the DRS because everybody ahead of him is pushing so hard. And now suddenly he's got a Daisy and Carter on the attack behind him. So
Yeah, all
two
these
battles
drivers
to watch
do
here.
time penalties.
Oh, Milan
so-
making a big mistake.
Yeah, that's going to allow Jeffrey to get even closer, but it's not going to be close enough just yet. He just has to maintain that position and then down into turn 1, make that overtake. 2 laps left to go. How is this going to end?
Oh, look at how insanely close Carter is here to a Daisy. A Daisy made a slight mistake and suddenly Carter's right on his back, using his battery, and he's already side by side with him. He's going for the move, and can he make it past? Yeah, it's the Mercedes ahead of the Alpine now. He's made the move stick. Wonderful.
Carter's really coming alive on these soft tires here at the end of the stint. It's been great to watch. Good entertainment as well, but here we have this battle for P2. Marcus,
It's so close.
Jeffrey.
Are they going to go 3 wide? Are they going to go 3
Oh, they're
wide?
going
again? 4 wide!
Oh my god!
What is happening?
Okay, Milan
And it's a
going up the
McLaren ahead
inside.
of a Red Bull. Oh, touching the wall. Is that damage for Marcus?
It might be, but it doesn't look like it's enough to do any proper damage. Will the Alpine get
Oh,
a
Jeffrey
double
with the
overtake?
slipstream. The slipstream is so strong.
Oh,
there's still... No, he's hit a wall! No! Who is that?
Oh,
Milan!
that's
Milan's
so
out!
unfortunate.
Oh, and they're still touching. Guys, no! It's 2 laps left. It's the penultimate lap. Why do you have to... It's a charity event. It's what...
It's
No,
not
don't
over
cut
yet.
it. Oh,
It's not over
Jesus.
yet.
Jonah Martins in P3. What is he... What is happening? What is happening here? Oh
that
my
was
god, it's
such a chaotic
insane.
move.
So
What happened
Jonah
there
Martins
was-
now fighting Carter Lundi for P3 suddenly. Everybody,
Oh!
Jeffrey
Oh
and
my
Milan.
God, Milan! Oh, I'm sorry, I just caught onto Milan. He was spinning across the track, almost collected 2 drivers while spinning across the track. I think he's damaged. Yeah, his
guys.
car is massively damaged, and that is him out of the race. Jeffrey retires as well on track, so I wonder if there was damage he had there from the earlier incident. He definitely had front wing damage, and maybe he just binned it into the wall.
Right,
with
so
that damage.
Jonah
That's so
is going to
unfortunate.
have one last chance here with the DRS in a second. Carter Lundi actually cutting across the track here. He probably doesn't have too many warnings. And he's got the DRS now. Jonah is making that move. He's going for the inside. He's going for that podium position. He's been fighting for that all race. He's gone down and back up and down and back up the order, and he's up into P3 now. And there's one last straight here. He just needs to hold out till the start finish line. He doesn't have the DRS. Carter Lundi does have the DRS. It's so close, and he makes it to P. Wait, no, there's one more lap. I'm sorry. Oh my God, there's one more lap. I'm sorry. Oh, it's just a mess. Mepo actually up into P8 now. He's fighting Joseph for position.
Oh, he's
There's
up
so
to
much
P7.
happening on track.
Mepo up to P7. He is also the only driver without any time penalties. Will he get a podium out of
Oh
this, maybe?
Jesus! Yeah, he's too far back off the superfan, I think. If he pushes
Yeah,
a
it
lot
does
more,
look like it.
if somebody else gets penalties, we'll see. Jonah Martins taking
Oh,
another penalty.
there it
There
is.
we go. That could be the chance. But yeah, Jonah Martins' podium hopes now. Oh, they're killed by just one lap. I thought it was over. I thought Jonah was actually going to be on the podium. But now
I'm still
he's
trying
looking
to get over
take that
the.
P4.
I'm still getting over the 4-way contact. I think what happened was Milan sent it up the tried to outbrake the Alpine, so that was Jeffrey
Yeah.
on the inside. Jeffrey was on the inside, Milan was in the middle, and Marcus on the outside. Milan tried to outbrake Jeffrey into the corner to maintain his position, not realizing that Lewis was right in front of him, and then Lewis had to take evasive action while Milan tried to avoid him as well. And while that happened, the Alpine on the inside got caught up, hit the wall, got damaged, and Milan got spun around as well. And now here we
Anyway,
have Marcus in
Dell
P1.
still in P1. Oh, actually, there's still one more straight, and there's DRS on the straight as well. Lewis still trying to make that move, but it's not enough. It's not far enough to the line. But Marcus takes it on track. Lewis actually wins the race because of time penalties. Carter Lundy actually moving down to P4. It's a Daisy on the podium. A Daisy makes it onto the podium. Jonah Martin's losing out on the podium position. I think there was some desync there as well. But Jonah Martin's in P5 now. 3/10 down from Carter Lundy. Mepo making it P6 after that insane race. Only 10 drivers finishing the race. It's the best 5 from each group, and they've made it till the end here. They survived, well, maybe except for Milan, he didn't quite survive, but you know, everybody else survived for sure. What an insane race, what an insane end of a race. I think that was the perfect ending to a race that was such a mess. 3 safety cars, lots of collisions, lots of spinning, you know, everything. That was... Oh my god, I can't even process everything that happened.
What a
there was
dramatic
so
final.
much.
This was a really dramatic final. It's definitely given us entertainment values beyond the reach of humanity.
Right.
This was brilliant.
It's over, throw it away, donate to save the children. It's
Yeah.
a wrap.
If this doesn't make you want to donate, I don't know what would to make you donate, because this has been an absolutely brilliant race. It says Jonah Martin's driver of the day, but honestly, I don't even know. This was so chaotic. I'm trying to remember back to what happened, but here we have the driver of Lewis on the the McLaren driver, Lewis, P1 position, followed by the Scandinavians on the second and third step of the podium. Marcus coming all the way from behind up to P2. Brilliant race from him.
I'm not entirely sure how Lewis managed to get through all of this without any damage. Carter Lundy actually taking the fastest lap. That was impressive. He was really good on those softs at the end and taking that P4 at the end. A bit less penalties than he would have actually been on the podium. I think that there must have been some desync because he finished ahead of a Daisy and now he's behind a Daisy. But yeah, no way to actually telling who was ahead there. But Lewis is definitely the race winner here with only 1 penalty. Mepo down in P6 without any penalties. That's quite impressive from him as well. Jeffrey with that contact at the end. That could have been a really good end of the race for him. But of course, that crash at the end. Just total mess. Oh, guys. I wish we could have had it a bit more clean there at the end. We had so much contact. Could have been a bit less contact, but of course it was exciting to watch at least. I mean, we as commentators I'm sure are happy. Maybe the drivers aren't too happy. I've already seen some of them complain.
Yeah, well, it's at the end of the day, this was just a very fun event hosted by Joel for the good of charity of Save the Children. And what a spectacle we have managed to put on today. Brilliant racing from every single driver who has been in the race today. The standards, I wouldn't say they were brilliant, but it's fine. Everyone enjoyed themselves. Everyone looked like they had a great amount of fun. And that's why we're racing at the end of the day anyways.
Yes,
anyways,
absolutely.
Joel, I see you've joined us.
Yeah, I think he wants to grab in some drivers for the interviews.
Well, yes, there are some interviews, so I'll bring everyone in, and then we can wrap up. Oh, sorry, I'm dragging you in for interviews without much notice.
Oh.
There they are.
Hello, bruv.
Oh, guys, what a race. I'm not sure if it was a mess for everyone, but it was a bit of a mess there at the end for sure for some of you. Let's go with Carter first. I think you had some ups and downs in that race. We saw you having a very good stint on the soft tires at the end there, gaining a lot of positions. And I think you were actually in the podium positions for a bit there. I'm not sure what happened at the end, if you finished ahead of a Daisy or behind. But yeah, definitely very solid performance from you towards the end there. Really good how you clawed back those positions after a safety car. What did you think about the race?
Well, I think that was the craziest race I've ever done. And yeah, I did finish P2. It was because I left and reconnected where it gave me a timing glitch. But yeah, I got taken out at the start, so I left for 5 laps. And when the safety car happened, I joined back. And then everybody else pitted, so I was on the hards in the lead, and I got taken out. So, and then there was another safety car, and I pitted for softs, and then my tires were just so dominant compared to everybody else's, and I fought back to P2 from P13 in like 5 laps.
Yeah, I think for a second I was thinking that that decision to stay on the hards was the best thing you could have done there, because you would have lost a lot of positions pitting there. So yeah, those hards gaining a lot of positions, then another way down the field. But then the safety car, of course, saving your race there. And on the softs, I mean, there were a lot of people on fresh softs at the end there. I think it was still very good effort from you to claw those positions back there. So congrats on the seemingly second place at the end of the race. We're probably not gonna have FIA to confirm that for sure, but yes, looked like it for sure. Very good race from you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, let's head on to the next one. Who do we even pick here? Neon, I think you were what were you called in game?
Jona Martens is the name.
Yeah, okay, I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you a long time. My god, what a crazy race. Well, we'll give you the trophy for the most overtakes of the day, that's for sure. How? Just how? Just tell us how.
Yeah, it was an interesting race. It was from start on. I think I got damage. The safety car didn't help very early on because I was obviously on the mediums. Choked my qualifying a little bit, but I managed to get back up into like P8, which was a pretty good position on the mediums. Then the safety car came out, so on the softs I was gonna prepare myself to overtake, and then behind Milan, he braked a little early. It seemed like for me. But I can't really blame him. I'm the car behind, so I'll take blame for that. But I braked a little too late, got wing damage, had to fall all the way to the back. Then after that, the next safety car saved me again. All the way from the back, had to get back up again. So it was interesting. And then on the end, with Carter, had a little fight, but his softs were too sticky, considering he pitted on the last safety car and not on the second last for fresh softs. Which was a tactical choice by him to do, which was pretty smart because he did end up getting a good position. I think it was P2 without the desync. So yeah, the racing is always fun here, especially with all the DRS zones. So it's a good to have been able to participate.
Yeah, that was extremely impressive to watch. Just these overtakes all the time. Oh my god! I think you did it already in Portimao. I think you raced. We already saw you go from the back to the front there, and you've done it several times over in this race. Of course, with the safety cars, everybody was bunched up, but doing those overtakes, just getting past people around the outside, around the inside, just beautiful to watch. That was very nice, even if the race overall was a bit of a mess. Lots of contact there, but I think at the end of the day, very good race from you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Do we move on to Marcus now? Marcus, really good race from you as well. That looked very solid. I think you dropped down towards the back of the field for a while there as well. Clawed back some or was it? Where did you qualify? Let's start there.
I qualified P15 after trying the alt strat. That was my intention, but I think there was a game glitch or just me being not really awake. So I started on the soft, which was the wrong tire to start on. But yeah, as you can see, it worked out in the end.
Yeah, it was interesting to watch you fight through the field, and definitely the battles you had at the end with the two McLaren drivers. Really fun to watch, and I kept thinking, oh, he has the pace. He's gonna get them eventually. And then they all went bowling at the end, and you got the P1 position, but obviously that was taken away because of the time penalties. How did you feel that battle was for yourself?
I was thinking that maybe it was smarter to work together to try and catch Lewis because he was really quick. He managed to build quite a gap, but yeah, the the incident happened and yeah, nothing. I was lucky to avoid that, and yeah, just took the win on track. But yeah, penalties dropped me down. I don't know, P3, P2. Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, definitely. Very exciting race. Lots of overtaking there, especially from you as well. I think all these guys, all the guys who joined the interviews, just these crazy overtakers. Yeah, but of course benefiting from that bowling there at the end, at least a slight bit. But then Lewis just taking it on the penalties. Still very solid performance from you, clawing back those positions, getting back up there onto the podium. I think. Were you on the podium after penalties?
Yeah, P2.
P2.
Okay.
Oh, mate.
I think that would have been P3. Yeah, I think that would have been P3
Yeah,
because
P3.
Carter
Yeah,
had
that's
some
true.
desync, but
That's
yeah,
true.
still a good race.
That's true.
All right.
Podium positions at the end is always great, and it was a charity race at the end of the day. So thank you all of you for joining and making this race at the end, especially the final, such a spectacle for everyone to watch.
You are very welcome.
All
All right, I think
There
we're
we
gonna
go.
throw it over to Joel and Ocean Chief now, if they have a final few words to say.
I just thank you everyone for your support. Thank you for watching. Thank you for everyone who drived and everyone behind the scenes. Done lots of work for this as well. The donation page will stay open for a couple of days, so if you want to add to that, you're more than welcome. £345 we've raised to date, so thank you everyone for your generous support.
Yeah, I'd just like to cut in and say thank you very much for you guys doing a fantastic job out there, obviously putting this together, as well as all the gladiators, of course, that have come together. Fun racing, of course, crazy racing. Hey, it's all for charity, of course. And obviously, massive thank you to everybody that's stuck in there and donated whatever they can. And obviously, for a good cause, for all the gladiators, everybody that behind the team, scenes and everything, all the commentators, casting crew, everybody, thank you very much. Because you know what? In charity, we make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give.
Poetic.
What a quote. Thank you, Biggles, for your input. And yeah, thanks for commentating today, everyone. And special thank you to Eversnacks, who has streamed the whole thing and commentated the final and is probably exhausted by now.
Slightly, but yeah, you're very welcome. Very happy to do this for the charity event. And I think we did some good today. I think we can continue doing some good if anybody still wants to donate in the coming days. We had a really good event today. What an exciting final there at the end, and very much thank you to you as well, Joel, for putting everything together, getting everything ready for us. I think all around was lots of fun for everyone.
Yes, certainly enjoyed it myself. Chief, anything to say before we wrap up?
I actually don't. I'll just say, I hosted this event with Joel, but Joel did all the hard work, all the heavy carrying and etc. So yeah, credit to you, man. You pulled it off once again, and hopefully we'll be back next year with another fun event. I think we're already thinking about ideas for that one. So yeah, keep posted for that one.
Yeah, indeed. Thank everyone for watching. I hope you have a good night. And I don't really know what to say. Goodbye. Is that what I say? Goodbye.
Like, subscribe, donate, goodbye.